Mr. Sheikh Samiuddin, Director and Head, CII Telangana. Friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of CII Telangana and on my personal behalf, I welcome you all to the 4th edition of the CII Telangana Packcon 2024. This edition of the summit promises to be more informative with lots of learnings and takeaways from the two deliberations. Friends, the global packaging industry is developing and expanding day by day, as all of you know for sure. The demand for packaging in India has expanded drastically, spurred by the rapid growth in consumer markets, especially in processed food, personal care, pharmaceuticals, and user industries. Packaging is India's one of the fastest growing sectors. Over the last few years, the industry has been a key driver of technology and innovation, contributing to various manufacturing sectors, including agriculture and the fast-moving consumer goods sectors. The packaging industry is driven by the factors such as rising population, increasing income levels, changing lifestyles, and are anticipated to drive consumption across various industries, leading to higher demand for packaging product solutions. Moreover, demand from the rural sector for packaged products is fueled by the growing media penetration through the internet and television. The packaging industry is paramount and plays a vital role in the international trade of goods. Packaging may be classified based on its type of use, which is primarily packaging, secondary packaging, tertiary packaging, and ancillary packaging. It is also segregated based on the types of materials used, such as plastic, paper, paperboard, glass, and metals, etc. Packaging is used across different end-user sectors in a wide range of industries, such as food and beverages, healthcare, cosmetics, among other end-user industries. The study also analyzes the packaging machinery sector in the Indian packaging sector landscape, and you have some displays outside of the industries making to packaging machineries. Sustainable packaging covers any materials or packing processes which attempts to prevent the increase of waste products destined for landfill sites. Sustainability involves the use of eco-friendly materials to be used in recyclable packaging or biodegradable packaging, which will break down and return to nature once no longer required. Sustainable packaging vision is to build a world where packaging never becomes a waste. Strategy based on 3 integrated pillars: reduce, recycle, and reinvent. Through sustainable packaging, manufacturers aim to bring about the circular economy. As the name implies, the goal of the circular economy is to bend the linear take, make, waste model into a continuous loop where packaging materials can be reused or regenerated into new products. This will extend the usefulness of each product, extract maximum value while it is in use, and recover or recycle the product after it has exhausted its service life. The adoption of sustainable materials and packaging practices is set to increase inexorably. There's plenty to be done, including understanding public attitudes to sustainability and the development of recycling resources. There needs to be greater clarity on which materials are recyclable and reusable. Packaging as a promotional tool has been an important marketing consideration all over the world. It is one of the marketeers' most vital tools for selling. It is basically the general activities in product planning, which involves designing and producing containers or wrappers for a product. Many products have a distinct image in the consumer's mind through their packaging, thus creating awareness. Packaging performs some important functions which failure in any way may destroy the general utility of the package. Some of these functions are of vital relevance to the life of the product packaged. We have several dignitaries and thought leaders who will enlighten us on opportunities this sector presents and will share their experience in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. I wish this summit a grand success and welcome you all once again. My sincere compliments to and gratitude to Chakravarti Garu and the entire Packcon team for their hard and pioneering work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this enlightening insights. You always have been a pillar of strength for us. And right from the designing of this conference, you have been there with us. guiding us all through our journey, and our sincere thanks once again to you. And now I request Mr. Rajabhanu Garu, before he comes onto the dais to speak, I would like to say a few words about him. We are very glad and enlightened to have his presence, a gracious presence today. Despite his busy schedule, there is a AGM coming up and there are a lot of questions from the Parliament are coming up. Still, he obliged our request to be there at least half a day with us. Dr. Rajabhanu Garu is currently the Director General of the Pharmaceutical Export Promotional Council of India, Government of India. I'm proudly, I'm the honorary advisor for the council. I was also the board member for some time. Mr. Rajabhanu, in fact, came from, it's a kind of a rags to riches. In fact, he was so hardworking and then so dedicated to his job, committed to his profile. And earlier he was a drug regulator, and he joined the drug control department way back 30 years ago as a drug inspector. He joined, and then very importantly detected, investigated and launched prosecutions, notwithstanding any pressures, my dears, under various statutes including Drug Control Act and Cosmetics Act, Drug Price Control Order, Essential Commodities Act, Drugs and Magic Remedies, Objectionable Advertisements Act, so on, from 1993 to 2009. And he was promoted as a assistant director in 2009, served as Vigilance Department and also the entire state of AP until 2012, and as Assistant Director of Manufacturing until 2015. But I must tell you a few accomplishments also instrumental in framing the guidance document for good distribution practices long ago for the Central Drug Control Authority, and instrumental for online licensing of sales and manufacturing of licenses. Geotagged all the medical shops, manufacturing units, it's not a small achievement. Instrumental in drafting a comprehensive drug monitoring system, CDMS. Nodal officer for the Drug Control Administration in the Command Control Center of the state of Andhra Pradesh, undivided Andhra Pradesh, and is promoted in June 2021 and posted in Visakhapatnam, holding a full additional charge of JD before joining Pharmaxil early this year and as Executive Director, and then promoted to Director General of Pharmaxil from 1st July 2024 onwards. As an active member of All India Drug Control Officers Confederation, he was also the Secretary General. He is a life member of Indian Pharmaceutical Association and Indian Pharmaceutical Graduates Association as well. We are very glad to have the presence of Dr. Rajabhanu Garu. Why his presence is so critical and required? And today, India is a country which exports to more than 215 countries from a stage where we are importing basic medical drugs. So I don't want to expand on that. So his role is all the more very critical today. We wish to listen to him, his experiences and his message also. Over to you, Mr. Rajabhanu Garu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chakravarti Garu. Not putting me on the spot, I think, like on the earlier occasions. He always made me to open the, I think as the first batsman, rather, I think first time he has allowed me to have the first one down. Rather, I think, opening the sessions and all those things. Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning and namaskar to the August gathering. Chakravarti Garu, thank you for inviting me for this important TG Packcon 2024, the Summit for Future Ready Packaging for the 2 days summit and all. Of course, with all my dignitaries on the dais and also the doyens of industry and in the gathering and all, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I think a lot of nice words as mentioned about me by Chakravarti Garu. I think probably now I have to justify that. In that sense, I think why I'm here and all. Apart from the background, what I am in the regulatory and all, now of course I'm in that completely in the facilitator role. We all know that I think why I'm trying to put, I think probably some brief of those things and why the packaging kind of things, how it will be really useful. or rather how it will be really important in that sense and all. We all know that pharmaceutical industry is one of the most knowledge-based, very technically intensive industry and all, and holds a very significant potential for global healthcare advancement. I think having known these, recognizing also the opportunities and India's pharmaceutical industry's capabilities and all, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India has established the Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India almost like 2 decades ago under the foreign trade policy. In that sense, I think I am here as the Director General of Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India. And we all know that India's pharmaceutical industry is a cornerstone of the nation's economy and is shining example how the innovations, its resilience and commitment for affordability can transform global healthcare. As we all know that I think India is known as a pharmacy of the world, as rightly mentioned by Chakravarti Garu, that it caters to the needs of a global population almost to the 200 nations and destinations and all. And it has a diverse pharmaceutical presence covering all therapeutic segments and dosage forms and has consistently delivered high quality and affordable medicines to billions of people. And we all say that this is our USP, that is affordability and of course the quality of the medicines and all. I think when we try to put some of those stats into that one, I think the nation pharmaceutical exports is valued about 27.85 billion USD in the last financial year, last financial 24. And it's in fact is a testament to its technical prowess and the dedication to addressing international healthcare challenges. When I say that it is 27.85 billion USD for exports, actually equal amount of drugs are being consumed in this country, which is of course 1.4 billion population. So almost this sector is around 54 billion USD, and it is trying to aspire to have an ambitious goal of reaching 120 to 130 billion USD by 2030. And of course, I think I'll be much more ambitious to say that I think maybe it will be reaching around 350 to 400 US billion dollars by 2047 when India be 100 years in its independence, 2047. So this exponential growth of India's pharmaceutical reflects its robust capabilities. And it's, of course, the exports are witnessed around a double-digit growth, I think, in comparison to the last years and all. And in the year-on-year, I think last 10 years also, it is almost like that. So I think, and in the entire component of that one, exports and all, if you can see that, I think formulations and biologicals are contributing the largest share, almost like 73%, around 20.54 billion, and followed by APIs and drug intermediates around 4.5, 4.8, and then 1.2 of vaccines and all those things. Why I'm trying to give you these figures and all is that these are the products. And once these are the products, and of course you have to pack them. that is the job which you have on your hand. I think that's the purpose of this, having this summit and all. How best you can able to pack them, because these are things has to reach to the far reaching and all, and in the consumer's point of view and all. These are ever demands, high demands of the patients and all. It is in that sense. So the sector's performance ranks, it's almost like it is one of the top 5 contributors, constituting around 9.67% of total merchandise exports, underscoring its critical economic role and a remarkable achievement for a knowledge-driven industry. So having said that this is the kind of industry and its prominence and its role in India's GDP. I think in 2015 it was around about 1.25, 1.23 and all. I think it is aspiring to be doubled by 2025 or something like that, almost like 2.5. So this is the kind of significance it has as a pharmaceutical sector in India's economy. And its global footprint of India's pharmaceutical products, as I rightly said, that I think almost like 200 countries, around 70% of exports goes to the highly regulated market like US, UA, European Union and other countries, followed by is that Africa and LAC and all those things. So when I say that highly regulated markets, naturally their expectations are also very high in terms of the regulatory compliances with respect to not only the product, but in terms of the packaging also. These are some of those things which I think Anilji has already mentioned with respect to the packaging and all, what kind of a packagings and all, and how they have to be. And of course, it depends on the products and all those things, primary packing, secondary packing, tertiary, and of course, so on and so forth. And as we all know that the cost component with respect to the packaging will be around 15 to 20% if I'm rightly know about these things and all, how the cost component with respect to the entire, the final cost on the production. So naturally, that is a very significant portion of it, and naturally, I think the industry which is looking into the packing industry and all, and the kind of innovation which is required for this one because to suit to the USP of our products, that is high quality and as well as affordability. In that sense, I think probably our innovations will be driven to that level that our cost with respect to the packaging is also is encompassed into our affordability component when we are trying to cater to the needs of the global populations. I think that is what I want to try to make it a point that this is where you probably all chip in that way. And we all know that the global pharmaceutical market is now around about $1.6 to $1.9 trillion kind of a thing. And of course, by 2028, by 2030, it is almost reaching about 2 to 3 trillions kind of a things. And in that sense, what are we and now? In that sense, where we can able to reach to that level, whether Indian pharmaceutical industry can grow to that level of now we are at 56 billion USD. In terms of the whole of the sector, and of course half of it goes to exports and all, and when we go by 2030 and all, when we are looking at 120, how much it will be. So in all these senses, probably the cost component which also involved into this one with respect to the products, with respect to the packaging and all, is the one which has to be looked into, and definitely the industry will be is trying to look for the solutions in that sense. And we all have, as I rightly said, that most of the products will be in terms of formulations, in terms of biologicals. I think these are the coming years and all. It will be not only will be the generics, it will be the complex generics, it will be drug and device, it will be more of a novel drug delivery systems, it will be more of biosimilars, biopharmaceuticals, and then these are all very sensitive products and all. I think because the patient requirements are growing more and more, and with respect to immunotherapies and all, I think these are all some of those different class of drugs which requires a different kind of packaging, and definitely, as we all know, that the product stability also depends on this one. So in that sense, I think probably we will be trying to innovate. I think what has already been mentioned, that innovating today for tomorrow's global marketing challenges and all. I think somewhere ChatGPT has says that innovating not today, it must have been done by yesterday itself. I think something like that it is being coming up. Your innovation must have been done by yesterday, so that it will be catering for the tomorrows and all. So that is the kind of level the global expectations are that by this time we should have reached to that level and all. Nevertheless, I think the pharmaceutical sector in this country is growing in the leaps and bounds and all. And definitely one of those technologies which we will be looking for is that artificial intelligence, machine learning, maybe those are some of those tools which will help us in understanding what exactly a sort of packaging is required. I think Anilji has already mentioned about sustainability. Probably in the afternoon session, we'll be listening to some of those important guests here, or I think speakers with respect to sustainability, which is a buzzword now going on the global phenomena. That sustainability is a part and parcel of your product in terms of manufacturing, in terms of packaging, and in terms of your circular economy, whatever it may be. All those things are a part of it and all. I think. These are some of those aspects, thought processes and all going into it, and definitely these AI and ML will try to help us in a way to understand what are those things which are required for those products and all. And definitely the packaging is not only for our pharmaceutical manufacturing, probably for the other aspects like your advanced analyticals and all those things and all. It will be useful analysis and all, and definitely it will help a lot in that sense. And we are now in an era of Industry 4.0, and definitely transforming our manufacturing and reducing the errors and all. These are very much required to reduce your costs and all those things and all, and definitely enhancing the efficiency, and thereby all those things, the cost components will be bringing down. And these are some of those thought processes and all. Thereby, I think probably it will make our country very well placed by the time we reach by 2030 and 2047. And definitely, I'm sure that in these 2 days in the summit, I think a lot of discussions will be there. There will be a lot of churning will be there in terms of the product packaging which is required, specifically suitable for the pharmaceutical products which we are producing. And definitely a word from in terms of Telangana and all, we all know around almost like 700 odd industries are there in terms of APIs, bulk drugs, whether it is vaccines and all, since it is also a vaccine capital and all, we have bulk drug capital here and all. So definitely these are the companies which are looking for those solutions and all in terms of the suitable packaging and also at the suitable price and all. I think I'm sure that the summit will really help in bringing those solutions to these things. And with that, I thank Chakravarti Garu for giving me this opportunity for a very important summit of this kind and their 4th edition in Hyderabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajban Garu, for that brief address. We really need your support. The CII Telangana, the pharma life sciences, we have big initiatives, and you already extended your support to match our initiatives and support in our journey also. And thanks once again for your initiatives, for your continuous support. And now, with a big round of applause from all of you, may I invite the Special Chief Secretary of Government of Telangana, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS Garu, onto the table. Well, my friends, good morning once again. As I promised you, I will try to give my 2 cents as Mr. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, the chief guest of this day inaugural session, has already arrived. Sir, just for your information, as we are submitting, this is not a packaging conference. We actually curated this in 2 sessions, 2 days event. A lot of people are coming from outside Telangana. They are taking the morning flights and joining in the afternoon as per the respective sessions. And the day one we have designed in such a way, this addresses the innovations and growth, and mostly Telangana focused. And then the day two, we have curated the sessions in such a way, the sustainability, recyclability, total circularity in one segment. As you see, we have some demonstrations also outside. And then the counterfeits is a big menace, not just in pharmaceutical area, but in every score of our life. We have spurious drugs and counterfeits everywhere. We have a host of anti-counterfeit solutions, and there are a lot of experts have come, and tomorrow there are more people are coming, and they're discussing and deliberating the solutions also. And that is another segment. So these 2 days we have curated in such a way. The first day belongs to innovation and growth. The second day belongs to the sustainability and authenticity in a nutshell. My friends, it's a privilege to stand before as a chairman of CII Packcon 2024. As I already told you, we started this off in 2021 in a virtual mode when the COVID hit us, but followed by 2022 and 23 massive hits, TS Packcon 2022, TS Packcon 23. But this time we curated in two-day event as a summit. As I told you, it's not just one way round. It's not just presentations all the way and we take some takeaways. It's a host of around 14 sessions have been planned today and tomorrow. And every session is just interactive. Everybody is a participant. It's not that some speaker gives a presentation, we take some takeaways from it. So that is how we curated, sir, just for your information. And this gathering underscores our collective commitment to driving progress in packaging and beyond. Inherently, there is packaging, but we portray this as beyond packaging. What is that? And the theme is innovating today for tomorrow's global market challenges. And packaging and beyond could not be more timely. We find ourselves at the crossroads of tremendous opportunities and formidable challenges, from fostering economic growth to address the sustainability imperatives. Innovation has always been the cornerstone of packaging evolution. In today's dynamic markets, it is not just about aesthetics or functionality, but about creating solutions that anticipate tomorrow's needs. Smart packaging, artificial intelligence, and advanced materials are shaping the future, ensuring the products reach consumers with enhanced safety, freshness, and interactivity. Sir, Honorable Chief Guest, Jayasanjan sir, I must tell you, Honorable Minister, Mr. Sridhar Babu Garu, who told today in the morning he has to go to his village constituency, and he will come anytime in the evening or tomorrow. He promised to talk and interact with us also. In fact, he personally told us, while you endorsed it, both of you have told us, to integrate one session exclusively for AI, ML, IoT, and impact of these elements and the integration of these elements, how they foster the manufacturing activity, of course, integrally packaging activities. Of course, packing and packaging also, in the supply chain gamut, it's an integral part. So how it is impacting, how it is helping the growth of the industry also. We have curated a very good session, sir, this afternoon with a host of experts. So 5 experts from various companies are participating, and that will be one of the keynote session also, sir, for your information. And well, these advancements are revolutionizing supply chains, enabling better traceability, and elevating the customer experience. Well, my dear friends, economic growth, when I talk about the key element of this today, both economic growth and packaging go in hand. While packaging itself is a $1 trillion industry globally, and in India it's already within just organized sector itself around 80 billion already, and it is directly contributing as an industry as itself, but indirectly contributing being the integral part of each and every manufacturing activity also. That's the beauty of the packaging. As the backbone of the commerce, packaging facilitates trade and ensures value additions. For India, with its burgeoning middle class and export aspirations, innovative packaging can unlock new market opportunities, which we are talking about the startup opportunities, sir. Tomorrow we have a special session on the startups also globally. However, economic progress must be inclusive, providing solutions that serve both urban sophistication and, very importantly, as our government of Telangana initiatives very well describe, the rural accessibility. The current government under the leadership of Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu and Sridhar Babu Garu, and especially guided by our industry Special Chief Secretary, Mr. Jayasanjan Garu, always preaches, go to the tier 2, tier 3 towns and where the requirement is there. So this very much augurs with the same message, sir, you have given. And then the sustainability and the circularity, tomorrow we are talking about, that represents the defining challenge of our times. The world is demanding that we rethink packaging, though through the lens of environmental stewardship. It is no longer optional to design for recyclability. Sir, we have a World Packaging Organization, we have derived design for recycling. I have brought the books also. They were kind enough to give us, nullify the honorarium of $10,000. They gave us free hand. I'm going to show to you. And the government of Telangana and CII together, we wanted to take it forward, translating in Telugu and distributing at large. We're going to show you that also. So optional to design for recyclability, reduce resource intensity, or explore biodegradable materials as well. It's an imperative. The move towards circular economies where packaging waste becomes a resource. I must tell you, my dear friends, tomorrow the host of recyclers are joining in this very hall. And you may not be knowing, Telangana is hub of pharma, Telangana is hub of pharma and life sciences and IT, but Telangana is hub of recycling also. Tomorrow you will be surprised to know the kind of activity, the recycling activity, in a structural and scientific manner, how it is happening. It will be unveiled tomorrow, my dear friends, just for your information. Finally, the fourth element of this two-day summit is authenticity. Authenticity and combating counterfeits are pivotal. In an era where consumer trust defines brand equity, the packaging must act as a guardian of authenticity. Technologies like blockchain-enabled traceability and tamper-evident seals are not only protecting products, but also preserving reputations and safeguarding health. In conclusion, as we innovate for the future, the collaboration will be key. Governments, industries, and academia must must converge where innovation thrives together. Together we can address tomorrow's global challenges, and let's, with confidence and creativity, let us seize this opportunity to lead change, ensuring that our packaging solutions not only meet but exceed the expectations of a rapidly evolving world. My dear friends, actually my colleagues brought me, and I'm going to show to you the packaging design for recycling, which I'm going to present to Dr. Jayesh Ranjan sir, and then eventually we are going to translate this into Telugu, and we got the $10,000 waiver also from the World Packaging Organization. It will be very useful for us, and definitely I'm looking forward to insightful discussions and deliberation for these 2 days. And let me now invite Dr. Jayesh Ranjan sir. All of you know he is the architect of the I don't say evolution, it's a re-evolution of the government of Telangana. I've been working with him almost 11 years by now in various capacities, in various platforms I've been interacting. It is very unfair on my part because all of you know certain things. I wanted to just 2-3 sentences I wanted to add for him. Dr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS Garu, his degrees, and he was one of the brightest IAS officers, and he has surpassed all the records in that. I'm not going to say, you have everything on the Google. He has been instrumental in shaping Telangana's progress growth through his dynamic leadership as the Principal Secretary for the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Department. As a Special Chief Secretary, his initiatives span diverse sectors, fostering innovation, the sustainability, and the digital transformation. Name any of these areas. I think no other areas are left without his active, invisible imprint of Dr. Jayesh Ranjan sir. He is a mentor and guide for all of us in multiple sectors as we see him in, day out. The key achievements include driving, I'm very proud of this, many of you may not be knowing, the medicine from the sky. Have you heard of this? It's a Telangana's initiative under the leadership of Dr. Jayesh Ranjan sir, which leverages drones for medical supply delivery. And Vas Narasimhan, I think Mr. Vas Narasimhan is the global CEO of the Novartis. He has introduced in the South Africa. After that, this is a place we introduced under Jayesh Ranjan sir's leadership. And it leveraged drones for medical supply delivery and promoting artificial intelligence-driven agriculture and climate resilience through DICRA platform, which is very, very vital for us. I'm very proud of it as a person as well. His emphasis on emerging technologies has positioned Telangana as a leader in the fields such as additive manufacturing also. We are talking about the IT because I'm not going to touch because he is another IT messiah for us. And without him, actually, last time we were there in the Davos World Economic Forum, how he is instrumental in getting the global CEOs connecting to the state government. I think it's mind-boggling. And manufacturing, blockchain applications, and drone technology. Additionally, he has played a pivotal role in crafting investor-friendly policies that have attracted significant investments to the state for the past 10 years and continuing this year as well. While promoting inclusivity through initiatives like Srinidhi, empowering women is very close to his heart through blockchain technology, and the online platform which he has initiated really is very helpful to the rural population and the small-time manufacturers in the small-scale category also. Mr. Ranjan's contributions continue to place Telangana at the forefront of sustainable and technological-driven development. And as I told you, today we are very happy. He's leaving in a few hours to attend the Prime Minister's conference on the global economic growth. He is going to give a keynote address there under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Narendra Modi. And he has obliged our request and giving his valuable message to us. We are very glad. And once again, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Jayesh Ranjan sir to give his insights, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected Shri Anil Epur Garu, Shri Chakravarti Garu, R.S. Reddy Garu, Mr. Raja Banu Garu, Mr. Samiuddin, all the industry leaders, invitees, speakers for the panel sessions. Greetings to all of you. First of all, my apologies that I could not be here right from the beginning. but I'm still happy that I'm getting a chance to interact with all of you and convey the greetings of Telangana government to all of you. We all understand very, very clearly the importance of packaging to promote so many other industry verticals, and many of the industry verticals which have created benchmarks for the world, which also have strong roots and presence in Hyderabad. They have relied on packaging enormously, as Raja Babu Garu was pointing out. Pharmaceutical industry is one such industry, but there are so many others which also have benefited a lot from the key support which the packaging industry has given. And therefore, to have events like this, the CII Packcon, which, as Mr. Chakravarti pointed out, has been happening for the last 3 years, it is very important that we gather together, we listen to industry experts, we take stock of where new trends are. I'm happy that one dedicated session is being devoted to sustainability, circular economy, recycling, etc. Because if at all there are any red flags about this industry, it is in this area. And if, as an industry, if we understand that these are challenges which are not insurmountable, we have solutions, we have good examples, we have technologies. Lots of startup work is happening in this area. And when I was looking at the schedule, I noticed that some of the speakers who are going to address or interact with all of you actually are representing very successful startups who are working in this realm of recycling, circular economy, etc. So there's a lot to kind of focus on. I'm also very happy to see that the size of the packaging industry in Telangana itself is growing enormously. In fact, I remember more than 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when in the combined state, when I joined as MD APIIC, and then also took responsibility for Commissioner of Industries. Of course, the industry was present at that time also, but it was, I would imagine, just about 1/3 of the size what it has achieved today. So enormous growth has happened. And one other thing which is very appreciable about this industry in Telangana is, I comment about it and I give this example on various other forums also. The readiness to accept and incorporate latest state-of-the-art machinery and technology in your activities. Even an MSME, which is in the packaging domain, I visited some of them, and I'm very impressed by the fact that they are using latest machinery, sometimes imported machinery also, and they are absolutely up to date in terms of usage of technology. Because this is something which I have commented about MSMEs in general in Telangana, that if at all something is disheartening about them, is that they are very reluctant to move to new generations of technology. In fact, some months ago, we brought out our MSME policy, and we had engaged some team of experts to actually visit some of the MSME parks, understand their problems, and then give us the inputs on what should go in that policy. And I remember in one of the internal briefing sessions, one of those people who have gone for field visits, they came back and told me that the industrial park where they visited, they found that companies were still using 19th century technology. So, I mean, the machines, the technology they were using were so way behind in time, generations behind in time, so to say. But obviously the same is not true of the packaging industry. Lots of modernization, lots of upgrading has happened here. And of course, the large firms continue to do that. I've actually been fortunate to go for inauguration ceremonies of a few large packaging companies also. And again, I have seen some of the best and the latest machines to feel really proud about. So as I said, all this growth in the industry is happening at a very opportune time when all the other industries who are your clients, and as soon as this inaugural session gets over, there's a CEO's roundtable conclave also, in which potentially all the user industries, including pharma, including food processing, including so many other industries also who are your customers, who are your clients, they will speak about their experiences. And I'm very sure that there'll be unanimity in acknowledging and recognizing the valuable contribution which Hyderabad-based or Telangana-based, let us say, packaging industry has provided to them. As was mentioned, this is an area where lots of advancement in knowledge is happening, and we should be conscious about it. I'm happy that we are also using this forum, this 2 days conference, to discuss about machinery, packaging machinery also. While I was walking in, I did notice some stalls also. Companies like Signode and others have put up booths there. And I'm sure we should study what is the latest available and how does it compare with the best in the world. On behalf of the government, there are 3-4 things which I would like to share with you. One is that in the current government, as many of you would have known, we have made a commitment that the development of industries or industrial growth will happen in a decentralized manner. Not everything will be concentrated in and around Hyderabad. Our Honorable Chief Minister has given us a very good framework to understand. I'll briefly tell you what that framework is. The framework is that all of you would know that we have a beautiful road called the Outer Ring Road. So everything which is within the Outer Ring Road is urban Telangana. The government is about to commence the construction of one more ring road, which is called Regional Ring Road. Outer Ring Road, as most of you would know, is roughly about 25 to 30 kilometers from the central district, central city. This Regional Ring Road will be another 30 to 40 kilometers away, so about 50 to 60 kilometers from the core of the city. This will again be an orbital road. So the geography, the region between ORR and RRR, as it is called, will be called semi-urban Telangana. And then anything beyond that, till the boundary of the state, will be rural Telangana. So in the first instance, of course, inside the Outer Ring Road, as we all understand, urbanization has happened at a very rapid pace, and there is not much scope left to do manufacturing-focused industrial development. Of course, we continue to do IT, biotech, BFSI, services, etc. That focus will remain, but most of the industrial activities will now move in this belt between the ORR and the RRR. And we have been tasked to identify new parks, new industrial parks. We are working on it. In fact, a few days ago, on the 8th to be precise, Honorable Minister announced in a function to mark 1 year anniversary of the current government that we will be setting up 10 industrial parks meant for MSMEs. Some of these parks potentially can become parks for large industries also. But as of now, we have been able to successfully identify 10 locations where we have lands between about, let us say, 300 acres to 2,000 acres, where MSME parks will come up. And we are also on the lookout for some big parks which will replicate, let us say, a Cherlapalli or a GD Metla, something like that. But the key point which I wanted to share with you was, you would have seen in Telangana, particularly in the last 10 years, that most of the industrial parks which have come up, as I said, in the last 10 years, focus on a particular vertical. So, for example, there are food processing park, there is life sciences park, there are aerospace and defense parks, there is electronics manufacturing park, there is textile parks, there is a plastic park, there is a composites park. So each park has a particular vertical. But we understand that packaging as an industry services different verticals. So we will be, when we prepare the master plan of each of these new industrial parks, we will ensure that reasonably sufficient number of plots are also available in each of these parks. They may focus on a particular vertical, but we will ensure that the packaging industry is co-located with the other vertical players. So let us say we are setting up a pharma village. Now the pharma village, the plots will largely go to pharma companies, but because packaging is a very important ancillary, we'll ensure that some plots are earmarked only for the packaging industry. Similarly for other food processing park and other parks also. So this is an integration that we will do. The other important thing to share with you is about skills. See, today I myself mentioned 2-3 times in my speech that there's lots of advancement of knowledge which is happening. Of course, we have a brilliant institution in Hyderabad, the Indian Institute of Packaging, and I'm sure they are involved in, their partners in this event, and I'm sure they are taking sessions and telling you about the courses, etc., which are happening. But I have also been to IIP in the past. What I notice is that, of course, that level of high level of knowledge is definitely required, but you also require basic shop floor kind of skills, people who are able to run your industry at a shop floor level. So I'm happy to share with you that Young India Skills University has come into a reality. 4 months ago, in August, the Young India Skills University started its first course, and we have identified 18 verticals where courses will be taught. And one of the verticals in that Young India Skills University is also related to packaging. So I would invite large companies and even association of companies here to partner with Young India Skills University. YISU has a very unique model. You would be familiar with so many other skilling institutions, skilling programs, etc. But there is something very different about Young India Skills University. And the most important difference is that no course will be run by Young India Skills University unless there is an industry partner for that course. So even though there are thousands of jobs available in a particular domain, in Telangana, in the country, even overseas, YISU will not run a course unless there is an industry partner to support that course. And when I say that the industry partner will support the course, there are a few expectations of that industry partner. One is that the industry partner has to design the curriculum of that course. Second is the industry, let us say a curriculum is designed for a certificate program. Let us say it spans 100 hours of teaching. So the industry partner also has to take responsibility to deliver at least 80 hours of that 100 hours by its own employees. Your manager, your supervisor, your technologists, they should come and teach. 80% of the teaching will be by industry experts, not by some professor or someone who only has some bookish knowledge or theoretical knowledge. Then the third important thing is that most of the teaching will be practice-based. We want to encourage this blackboard-based teaching or chalk and talk method as it is called. Everything, at least majority, 2/3 of it will be practice-based. So whichever company takes responsibility of running a course has to create a practice-based teaching methodology. If you have a factory nearby where all the students can go and practice, you have to open your doors for that. If you don't have anything nearby which is convenient for the students to go, then you have to set up a lab in the campus of the college, where campus of the university, where students can learn through practice. And of course, once the curriculum is completed, the course is completed, you will play a role in conducting an exam, awarding of degrees, etc., or certificates. And then it is expected that as many candidates as you can take as permanent employees of your company, you will take them, and the rest will go to the open market where other companies will be willing to take them, because the training has been given by the industry itself, and you precisely know what skills are required in on your shop floor. So this is as I said, this is a very novel way of looking at skilling. Hundreds of skilling institutions have existed in the country, but still people complain that they don't get adequately skilled people. And this is where we realized that the missing piece is that unless industry takes responsibility for skilling, they will keep complaining and nothing will come of it. And of course, the responsibility of the government is also there. We provide all the infrastructure, classrooms, all the computers, lab. And of course, we mobilize the students. So the companies don't have to worry where are the students going to come from. So we take care of all these things, and you are expected to design the curriculum and deliver that curriculum. So this is the second point which I wanted to tell you. The third point, which Chakravarti Garu already mentioned, and possibly when Honorable Minister interacts with all of you, either today or tomorrow, he will also mention it. But I'm also reiterating this fact that there are lots of digital innovations which are happening, which are disrupting the whole world today. And I'm very, very confident there is lots of opportunity to introduce more and more digital innovation in the kind of industry that you run, in the kind of packaging products that you use, even for recycling, for sustainability, etc. Lots of digital innovation is possible. And over the last 10 years or so, Hyderabad has become a very important source for promoting innovation, digital innovation, tech-based innovation, building entrepreneurs from that pool of innovators. So please collaborate with government institutions. Of course, I know that institutions like IIP, CPET, they must be, CFTRI, also institutions, higher education institutions which teach metallurgy, materials, all of them must be encouraging their students also in that direction. But if you collaborate with government institutions like a T-Hub or T-Works or V-Hub, we can run tailor-made programs for you. If you tell us what your problem statements are, we can run those kind of grand challenges, we can run those kind of hackathons and identify the most appropriate solution provider from across the country. When I say that these institutions will run program, it does not mean that these programs will be confined only to entrepreneurs or startups or innovators within Telangana. Our programs are countrywide. They span the entire country. Sometimes international participants also participate. So please make use of this opportunity. As an industry, either individually or collectively, please run these kind of corporate innovation programs through the conduit that we are offering. So these are some of the thoughts which I wanted to tell you. And recycling again is something which is prime most importance for us. Some of you might have heard about it. I have spoken about it in the recent past on other forums also. But our government is very committed to set its own net zero target. Many of you will be aware that Honorable Prime Minister has given a target of 2070 for the whole country to become net zero. And as Prime Minister, obviously he has the national picture with him, so he can do the calculations, and with that national understanding, he has given the deadline of 2070. But it does not mean that the whole country together will become net zero at 2070. Different states, different cities will keep becoming net zero, and the last state or city or region will become net zero by 2070. So we are very confident that in Telangana, we can achieve it faster. In Hyderabad, we can achieve it even faster than the rest of the state. And packaging industry has an important contribution. Some of the carbon emissions, the carbon load which comes through this industry also. But there are ways of remediating it, turning it around. Some of these things can be done very quickly, some in the medium range, some in the long range, but definitely it has to be done. There is no getting away from it. So how do we start preparing ourselves right from day one? How do we assist the small players, the mid-scale players to do things equally fast and equally economically in a viable way as a large company would do? So these are some of the issues which as government and industry we need to discuss, and in a collaborative way we need to take all those decisions, etc. So once again, I'm very happy that CII is organizing Packcon 4th edition, and so many representatives have come. I convey my good wishes to all of you and thank everyone for inviting me for this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, sir, for that enlightening address. We always bank on you for your guidance and mentorship for a long time. You have been the messiah of the industry in Telangana for over a decade now already. Sir, if you remember, with your initiatives, we know the host of plethora of IT industries have been set up during the past decade or so, and pharma, life sciences, the CDMO sector or CRO sector. So many businesses have been set up, umpteen number, in fact, countless. But I also wanted to remind you, under your leadership, there have been several packaging companies also, the plastic processing and packaging companies, come in a big way with big investments with your guidance. You have been there with all of us throughout the journey. And in the special parks, people like Supreme Industries, Chirpal Poly, Srinath Rotopack, and ITC itself have come up. There's so many Aptar and other industries have come up in a big way. And I must tell you, sir, as you rightly pointed out, 10 years ago, the situation, today's situation, COVID has really unveiled our strength of the industry. Being in the Hyderabad, of course, we know the world's highest world record manufacturing antiretroviral drugs. Company has started like an MSME, that is Retro Drugs. The world's highest exports of generic drugs, Aurobindo, it also started as a small company. The world's most innovative company, Dr. Reddy's, also started like an SME company. So all these companies have evolved into multi-conglomerates and also the Indian multinationals they groomed into. And similarly, the industries what we have set up during the last 10 years have also grown leaps and bounds. The COVID unveiled our strengths. Why I am saying Bharat Biotech also is one of the very SME industry. Today, it has shown the light to the world also during COVID. So all this, inherently the packaging is there. And I'm very glad to inform you, during the challenging times of the supply chain, challenging times of the post-COVID pandemic times, when we are locked down and we are all stuck to our homes, there is literally no flights were carrying out. We still stood up and met the requirements of all the packaging requirements. For example, the vaccine also, which has to be stored under minus temperature, we proudly we supplied. The packaging industry has really lived up to the expectations. And the parks, as you said, in fact, some of my colleagues were asking why we are not having a separate park for packaging also. But as you rightly said, packaging is such a diversified activity. Everywhere packaging has to be there. We are very glad and thankful for you for allotting a sufficient space in each of these parks where a concerned packaging is available for those sectors, and at the same time they will be able to cater to the other sectors also, including Pharma Village. We are very glad and sincerely thank you for that. And regarding the Young Indian Skill University, as you told already, on behalf of the CII Packcon, and also IIP being the chairman, the past chairman, and also currently the governing body mode, we definitely extend our assistance also to you in this initiative, sir, because packaging is very critical. In all the initiative of the YISU, structurally and strategically, we'll be there. We'll come to you separately with all the CEOs of the packaging ones and take your guidance, how we can go ahead, how we can lend our assistance in your initiatives also. And we really thank you, sir, for the initiatives of the online trading. One of the kinds, in the first of its kinds in India, Global Linker you have tied up, and how you helped. And you might be wondering how packaging come into this area. Sir, some of the small kutir parisramlu, they really made small namkeens and small other local products. They could pack well with the regional assistance of the packaging, and now they are selling online with the Global Linker availability and ONDP online direct marketing. That's all your initiatives, sir. There are several women got a big help in that initiative also, and packaging is an integral part of it. And the design for recycling, sir, which I proudly handed over the book to you, is a great work from the WPO and the University of Austria. This we are going to translate in Telugu, and also we are going to hold, as you told a few months back, I talked to you, exclusive summit for the circularity, the total net zero objective, and the recyclability. And this we are going to translate under your guidance, and then we make it available for all the Telugu speaking people also. Very soon we come up with this initiative also, sir, under this initiative. And yeah, I think the words are not enough to thank you very much for all your guidance and initiative. And once again, a big round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, sir. And without much further ado, I request my colleague and vice chairman, Mr. R.S. Reddy Garu, Sivaprasad Reddy Rachamallu is a first generation technocrat, my dear friends, with over 4 decades of experience in forging industry. His company, Rachamallu Forging Private Limited, is instrumental in indigenizing the critical components for defense and aerospace, which supplies to the Government of India, active member of CII for a long time. As an alumnus of SVU College of Engineering, Tirupati, he has undertaken various development initiatives for the benefit of the students. It's a big initiative from his side. I'm very proud of that also. Many a times I wanted to take a cue from him several times. A passionate nature lover, actively involved in the activities of World Wildlife Fund for Nature, Telangana. And beyond his professional achievements, Reddy is deeply committed in philanthropy, instituted scholarships to support underprivileged students in his native place, Pulivendula, Andhra Pradesh. Further, his company provides crucial support to organizations like Adyar Cancer Institute, Chennai, and Spurs Hospice, Hyderabad, for cancer research and humanitarian initiatives. We are very fortunate to have him as our mentor. All through this Packcon journey, he has been there mentoring us, guiding us, and now the currently Vice Chairman of the CII Confederation of Indian Industry, Telangana. And we look forward to his insights and a vote of thanks from him. And over to you, Mr. R.S. Reddy Garu.
Good morning. On my personal behalf, I welcome all of you for this summit on future-ready packaging, innovating today for tomorrow's global market challenges, packaging and beyond. First of all, I have to congratulate Chakravarti Garu for choosing this theme, which covers all the industries and technologies in packaging. And my sincere thanks to Dr. J.S. Ranjan, IAS Special Secretary, Industries and Commerce, IT and Sports Department, Government of Telangana, for his valuable time. In spite of his busy schedule, he could make it today for this inaugural function. Thank you, sir. And I thank Mr. Raj Banu, Director General, Pharmaxil. Thank you, sir. And I thank Anil Epur Garu, our past chairman, CII's Southern Region, and past chairman, Telangana, I think Andhra Pradesh. So and our colleague Sheikh Samuddin, Director, Head and CII Telangana, my friend Chakravarti AVPS, Chairman, CII TG Packcon 2024 and Chairman and MD of EcoBliss India, who has done a lot of work to create this program. So I thank him for his efforts. So friends from media and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the significance of our gathering today. We had the privilege of hearing from our distinguished speakers who have shared valuable insights and set the stage for what promises to be a remarkable day of deliberations today. My fellow speakers have laid emphasis on the theme future-ready packaging, and there are in fact, I'm surprised to see the elements of this program, starting from innovation and AI and sustainability. It's a very powerful discussions throughout the 2 days. So I also, in fact, Mr. J.S. Ranjan, I'm thankful to him for giving the opportunity for packaging industry by setting up space in the coming up industrial estates in Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for your generous approach. And especially I thank all the experts, speakers from industry and academia who are going to deliver their speeches today. And I hope that you all will enrich yourselves in this 2 days program and see the growth in your businesses. So I thank all the partners, Silicon and ITC, PSPD and Signode India, Pharma Secure, Every Dimension, AGI Green Pact Limited and Banyan Tree, ASA, and exhibitors like our friend Vasanta Tool Crafts for their continued support to this event, CII Packcon. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to our conference core committee for their valuable contribution in helping us in this edition of Packcon. I would like to express my gratitude to all the delegates from industry, academia and government agencies whose participation in this event made the conference possible. Your presence is truly appreciated, and as we move into upcoming sessions and interactions planned for the rest of the event, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, learning and innovation. I encourage each one of you to take full advantage of this opportunity to engage with your peers, share insights and explain the wealth of knowledge this event offers. Once again, I would like to thank all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and faculty members, speakers and delegates for joining us today. I wish the program a grand success and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reddy Garu. So with that, we conclude the inaugural session with a break of 15 minutes for coffee. But let's wait for the very enthralling and enriching CEO Roundtable, which is the key of this summit. This year onwards, it will be an integral element. Thank you very much once again for your kind presence over here. Thank you. And as he already welcomed people, Mr. Suresh Chutturi, he tries to call him as an eggman actually. He's the International Egg Federation President and also the Chairman. Mr. Dayanand Reddy Garu is a doyen of the technology, exporting to more than 65 countries his designs and tooling. In fact, in all your homes, some of the, at least one item will have an imprint of his product, his design. Gaurav Maheshwari, of course, Asia Pacific Managing Director of Signode and also the group head, one of the pioneers in the end-to-end integration of the automation technologies. Manish Jain, a man of the day, because he is also supporting in a big way the Silicon, a self-made industrialist. And indirectly, his products are there everywhere, literally, he is going to tell us. Mr. Seelam Rajshekar Reddy Garu, what can I say? I already introduced him to in several platforms. Having 2,200,000 acres farmed under his belt with an organic farming. Nandikam Srinivasarao Garu, most importantly, he flew down all the way from Ahmedabad, the global supply chain head of Sun Pharma. And Mr. Rajesh Panuru is the divisional chief executive of ITC PSBD. Mr. Manoj Kochar is the ASPA president, Authentic Solution Providers Association. And last but not least, Mr. Venkat Sridhar Golapodi is the director of manufacturing and logistics, the world's biggest brand of mineral water Bisleri. And now over to you, Jayesh. Thank you very much, all of you, once again.
Thank you, Chakravarti Garu. And I think it takes Chakravarti Garu's goodwill and his persuasion to get some of the most distinguished people on this panel today involved in the future. I think also the theme of the event has been packaging and beyond. So I think we'll cover a lot of that in this in terms of how innovation is going to actually spur, the beyond part as well. Packaging, to my mind is actually all pervasive. And I think about packaging on a daily basis because that's when we dress up in the morning. That's how we're packaging ourselves to get, and that's the first impression. So I think sometimes when we are as a consumer, when you pick up something on the shelf, is because what the packaging actually entices you to pick something up. If you're into an FMCG sector, right? So I think it is all pervasive. It's like God, and I think it really gives the product inside the outer look, which actually is the outer shell, which actually makes it more attractive. So I think that's very important. So there's an aesthetic part, there's a functional part, there is a regulatory part, there's an information part on packaging, there is traceability, authenticity, a lot of the other stuff around packaging, because we might just call it packaging, but I think a lot of the integral part of what packaging means is what we need to understand, and how that is all going to evolve and change as technology develops and things will move forward. So I would actually want to really put some questions out to this distinguished panel. And let me start first with Mr. Seelam. Mr. Seelam is a founder of Shrestha Foods and a pioneer actually in the organic food sector. What innovation are you expecting in the sector to address the global challenges of food security, sustainability, and there is a shifting consumer preference, right, towards, more health-conscious choices. So I think, what do you think is the trend which you're looking at in the future?
Thanks, Jayesh. As I said, I think sustainability is the big theme everywhere, whether it is in terms of farming or in terms of packaging or in terms of the kind of food that we produce. Because I think people have become more conscious, and then they're looking at how do we reduce the environmental footprint. And obviously climate change is the biggest issue we face in our lifetimes and perhaps for generations to come. And obviously we need to act. And when it comes to climate change, Global South is more affected than the North. It's beneficial to the North, whereas Global South, because of warming, a lot of crops we will find difficult to produce enough over a period of time. I was at another forum, and then there we were talking about coming out with heat-tolerant varieties, etc. has got a limit. And perhaps that limit we will run out in a, let's say, perhaps in a decade or so. So I think then it finally boils down to food consumption choices. Because unless these choices change, then obviously addressing these challenges also become issue. And when it comes to climate change, carbon sequestration is as big an issue or even bigger issue as much as the greenhouse gas emissions. So I think this is where I think sustainable farming, I'm keeping it a little broader, not just restricting to organic. Organic is, I would say, perhaps the highest level of sustainable farming, but there are many intermediate layers or below that which also contribute to this. So what we see here is how do we kind of accelerate this trend, because a lot of times farmers decide based on what the market wants. Of course, there are always policy interventions which can distort things, but I think market is the biggest thing. So how do we drive this change so that more and more people adopt food products which are, let's say, produced at different steps in the value chain using sustainable methods. So that is one. And then second is, how do we make these products affordable to people so that the adoption of these products is much faster and on a much larger scale. And third is when it comes to sustainability, obviously people are also looking at in terms of, let's say, whether the packaging itself is sustainable. In fact, that's the frequent question I get asked by my consumers. You say you're organic and then you're using plastic packaging. But then I think we have to keep out moisture, we have to keep out oxygen, we have to keep out light to kind of ensure shelf life. So I think that's a challenge. There have been some options abroad, etc., but of course still not widespread. So that is something I think consumers are looking for, and that's one innovation from a packaging point of view we have to look at. And second is when we talk about, one is sustainability, second is food safety, right? I think this has also become a very big issue. Even within India, I think FSSAI has become very active. Similarly, across the world, we export to about 40 countries. Everywhere we see there's increased awareness or increased, let's say, focus on food safety, and to that extent, enforcement has gone up. And also from other side, consumers want something which is natural, preferably without any preservatives, without any artificial colors. So then the challenge is how do you preserve food without using this? And packaging does play a very important role. And also I think one of the methods of preservation is reducing moisture to very, very low levels. What we have seen is, particularly in the premium markets, a lot of pickup with things like freeze-dried products, where you bring down the moisture to 2-3% or whatever. And so I think a lot of these kind of things are happening. And in the Indian market itself, you have one trend where I think people are moving from bulk to packaged products. And at the other end, people are also consuming more and more premium products. So quality is become very important for this thing. And today, I think with a lot of this inflationary pressures, cost of living has become an issue. And at certain level, people are cutting down on or downgrading. At another level, people are sticking to quality stuff, but perhaps sticking to, let's say, more core products, rather than trying to do the peripheral thing, so that their costs are manageable. At the same time, quality doesn't come down, I guess.
Thank you so much. And I think you really hit the nerve on the point of the world challenge of achieving food security in a sustainable fashion. And I think that really is going to be a big theme, which will, because there is a world which is fed and overfed, and there is a large part of the world which is still underfed. And I think if we have to get food to everybody who is underfed today, I think, the amount of food which we need to generate, and therefore carbon footprint, sustainability, all this becomes a big challenge. With that, let me turn to Mr. Suresh Chutturai, and I think, he's the managing director of Srinivasa Foods, and I think you're a leading man in the egg and the poultry sector, actually, and I think you're a pioneer in that sense. And how is your industry leveraging innovation to address the growing demand for protein-rich diets?
Thanks, Jayesh. And you are right. I had no choice but to be here. Chakravarti Anna doesn't give a choice. So when he says we have to be here. So anyway, so that said, I think, Jayesh, I think what most people don't realize is poultry is a very, very, very technology-driven business. We are a very metric-driven business. Many of you will be shocked at the metrics and what goes on, right? Sure, I mean, 92, I was the first one to start coding and wrote, after my engineering, nobody was giving me a job anyway. So that was what was one way to make my dad allow me to buy computers and experiment, right? But today, if you see, we have reduced resource consumption by 70% in the last 35 years. Thank you. So, I mean, just to give you a context, when I finished my MBA, joined back the business, chicken used to probably take about 2 kgs of feed for every kg of body weight. We just had a record of 1.19, which is a little rare, but then that's a leading of how the world is going, right? And I don't know, in Hyderabad, we all love chicken 65. The story was you needed a 65-day chicken. The tenderness, for that tenderness, we need to upgrade it to chicken 30 now. I don't know if anybody's going to do that. But technology drives a lot, right? And I myself am actually now doing an AI doctorate program in AI because we want to start seeing how we can use that, right? Because interaction of climate, what is the bird laying today and all that, and how do we keep adjusting what we do and all that, because again, one other small, in the last 10 years, Jayesh, the input costs have almost gone up 300 to 400%, but cost of chicken and egg has only gone up double. Wow. Because we're absorbing all that, this thing, right? So technology plays a huge role. Of course, packaging is something that's coming in. I mean, globally it is there, but in India, it's something that we are now, working on, and because I think chicken and eggs are the only food products which still are not branded in India in a big way. I don't think anybody buys milk from a, it's all packaged now. So, but that's going to start happening now. And I think, so then we're looking at how do we help that? How do we do that? Because I think we can't do what West did. Yeah. We always have to innovate. We have to find better solutions. Actually, that's what I was, the ITC guy sitting there, I said, why the hell are you not doing that in our business? Because carton packaging is big business in US, Europe and all that. People are doing $1 billion businesses there, and and I think so these are things that are coming for sure, Jayesh. And I think technology will definitely drive us in a big way. Actually, today that's my submission is responsible AI in egg production. So I have to tonight submit that paper for my next this thing. So yeah, so that's, I think, but technology is definitely going to be, it's always been big, and I think now it's all again about how do we go forward and how do we help that small farmer maximize. So for sure, the Indian farmer, I don't think anybody in the world can claim does better than an Indian poultry farmer. Mm-hmm. You can't claim that in almost any other field. In poultry, right? Or sorry, talk about dairy where, an Israeli is talking about 14,000 liters per animal and we are talking about 2,000, yeah. Right? Whereas in eggs, I can guarantee you there are few farmers in the world who do better than Indian farmers. But our problem is our input costs are 60% higher than US or Brazil because of the minimum support price, right, and all that, right? But in spite of that, now, if you see the demand for our eggs is like crazy, but we don't have enough to supply outside. Because any little bit हम बाहर भेजेंगे तो फिर India में crazy prices हो जाएंगे. So that's the problem. But Bangladesh wants 4 crore eggs a day now. Singapore wants 1 crore of eggs a day now. So they're all desperate. They want Indian eggs because in spite of them getting cheaper feed, they're not able to compete against us. Yeah. Sorry, long answer.
No, thank you so much. And I think it's always, I think we should thank Chakravarti Garu to have forced you to come here, because we wouldn't have otherwise heard this wisdom. And I think most interesting is that how you actually got the feed ratio to the meat ratio. I think that's just outstanding. I think that's true innovation, right? That's true innovation on ground, bringing things really to bore. And I think the other point about increase in input costs 4 times, and you actually still maintain the output cost only going up twice. That's amazing. I think, really embedding technology into your processes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chitturi. Let me turn to Mr. Dayanand Reddy Garu. I think, he is at Vasanta. You're very close to the evolution of packaging in the FMCG sector, right? And I think, how is your organization driving innovation to meet evolving demands for sustainability, for efficiency, cost-effective packaging solutions, and what trends and challenges do you foresee going forward in the sector?
Thank you, Jayesh. So, Vasanta is into this mold making business for about 35 years, and since about 25 years, we focus on the molds required for the FMCG segment. This FMCG segment has got a peculiar requirement that their molds cannot stop, because every day they need to make their supplies, and they need in lakhs and lakhs. So our molds got to be of high quality and high cavitation, and they can only be stopped once in 3 months after completing about 250,000 shots. That is only just to carry out the preventive maintenance. But what do we do for this segment is we make the molds for their primary packaging requirements. That is for the closures, any specialty closures involving 2 materials or 2 pieces, 3 pieces, etc. And also the small containers for your cream bottles and all that stuff. So our molds produce these articles, and one of the main requirements of these articles is that wow feeling when the end user uses it. So apart from this wow feeling, the pack needs to be easily operable and easily dispensable, and even the sustainability point of view, we should be able to easily dispose it off, and the pack should function or perform its functions at least as long as the product is inside or until the pack gets emptied. So there are a lot of challenges this way in this segment, and we have been contributing to this segment. We export about 60% by value, and before all this, in fact, there's something called shelf experience. Whenever an end customer or consumer visits the supermarket, he should have that, as soon as he looks at the pack, he should have that wow feeling. So, like liking at the first look itself, and the appearance, the design, in fact, we have done lots of such packs, and where even counterfeit point of view also. Counterfeit, now in close to Mumbai, you have USA, of course, Ulhasnagar Sindhi Association. So they can create one more JSG, and they can create one more Chakravarti Garu, and they can do anything, everything on this world. So how do we avoid this counterfeit, or how do we kind of overcome these counterfeits? And in fact, there are some cases where we have contributed to the product design, and we came up with 2-color, 3-color packages, and 2-piece, 3-piece packing materials, by which the sales have gone up at least twice in few cases, but multiple times in many cases. So not only the counterfeit got avoided, their product sales got increased, and they also got their face value. The face value of the product also got increased. So packaging, I mean, as all of you know, so it is the primary packaging where we work, and it elevates the face value of the product, and it also increases your sales. It plays an important role, and that's where we contribute. And as Chakravarti Garu said, we export to about 40 countries, and then by value about 60%. In fact, we have a stall outside this hall. You can see this. You can see our products over there. And for the pharma sector, what we do is, today we are working with NFC chips, which is called near field communication chips. By doing this, what a consumer can have is, like, on the start of the consumption of a tablet from a pack, you can set the dial, and you can activate the chip and connect it with your instrument. So you can have kind of a real-time communication. The chip can tell you when the pack is going to be exhausted. It can order the medicine for you. It can, with the supplier, it can indicate you that it's ordering, and it can also inform the doctor that the pack got exhausted, whether you want him to continue the same drug or a different drug. So it can do wonders. So these NFC chips, we are working on that, and we have started supplying to one of our good customer from Israel. And in fact, this design comes from Israel. And we are also working on a kind of a dispenser along with some physical functioning. Means you may have to dispense a cream, but then you want to massage it. Use that same tool, and you can do the massaging also. It will have some highly polished, bumpy surfaces on top of the closure. So you dispense the cream, and then using that surface, you can massage wherever you want, whichever part of the body. And then we are also working on lots of CRC caps, different types of CRC caps, and pre-filled syringes, right from nest tubs to that is secondary packaging, but the primary packaging is PFS for any medicine, and then the secondary packaging. Energy drinks, we are working on it. You have a powder on the top portion of the pack, and then you can have water at the bottom, and then as you unscrew the closure, the powder gets dispensed into the bottle, and then you can shake it and drink it. So on these different kinds of mechanisms, we have been working, and we have been doing a lot of molds for these segments. Edible oil industry, we are working with features like tamper-evident, spill-proof, and drip-free, means drops should not drop from the bottle once you stop the dispensing, and it should not spill all over when you want to dispense the product or oil which is inside. So food industry also, in fact, we are working with ITC PSPD also. Food industry packaging is also going through a lot of transformation. You have paper packaging, you have plastic packaging, you have aluminum packaging. For all these molds are required. When it's plastic, you have thin wall injection molding. That's where we are also involved. And in fact, we are also working with paper pulp molding for ITC PSPD. And we can also get involved in thermoforming of aluminum foils and thermoforming of the plastic sheet for the food industry. And when you buy a product like expensive mobile, you get very good packaging with sharp corners or with a nice radius and with a nice beautiful colors, etc. All that. So this also calls for, apart from the normal hardboard packaging, it also calls for pulp molding, paper pulp molding. Again, companies like ITC. So that is where the molds are required. We are also working with them. So these are only few areas where we are telling, and we are doing a lot of molds for pharma and medical industry. So with all our experience, 35 years of experience, we can contribute a lot. If you can come to us with a concept in your mind, we can give the engineering shape to it. And from the concept until you realize the product, be it proto and the production mold and the production of the plastic component itself, through this entire supply chain, we can take care of your requirements. And as I said, we add a lot of value, and our molds are complex molds. Those are not simple molds. Sometimes molds weigh about 8 to 10 tons also. And then I was just telling Mr. Anil Garu, so molds produce at about 8 seconds 32 components with bicolor, complex shapes, and 2-colored, 3-colored, etc. So all the technologies are available. Today you don't have to import. And in fact, in our segment, FMCG segment, we have stopped the imports. A plastic molder doesn't have to import any mold in this FMCG segment. And whatever exports we are doing, they are also high value and high technology molds, which we export to high-end customers all over the world. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, Jayeshji.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think that's a significant spectrum that you work in. I think from the love at first sight, FMCG packaging, to the most intelligent packaging in pharma, where I think, it just almost tells you like a doctor that, you almost run out of medicines. I think that's really integrating, the classic engineering into high precision stuff. So I think thank you so much for that insight, Mr. Reddy. Let me quickly turn to you, Mr. Jain. I think at Silicant, you have been innovating with desiccant chemistry with applications across sectors, right? Particularly food and pharma. What further product innovation and applications you see in your area of work to keep the products protected from obviously moisture, oxidation, other obviously more atmospheric pollutants, which are actually now becoming more in vogue, right? And particularly in more important cities that threaten an environment. And obviously, how do you therefore increase the shelf life of the product and the efficacy?
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, I want to introduce myself. When I started this journey of Silicant, I was known as a silica jalwala. To the journey from silica jalwala to the active packaging solution took a lot of efforts. in which innovation plays a very important role. Apart from manufacturing the traditional desiccants, I always focused on the problem what the industry is facing. And now the time has came that we have innovation is the one part, and we cannot avoid the sustainability. Giving a shelf life in the packaging industry with the sustainable product is quite challenging. So our team is closely working and actively working with sustainable active packaging solution like activated carbon, and there we see a lot of potential in that product. It is not only sustainable, natural, because it is made of coconut shell, and it is also highly potential in the active packaging solution. Definitely, it is not a desiccant like a regular, it will not absorb moisture, but it plays a vital role to absorb odor as well as the oxygen absorber, which is majorly look like it's iron based. Activated carbon is also playing a very vital role in that. There are a lot of other results which we are getting. So recently last year we launched Fraxil, which is totally made of activated carbon. Some of my industry friends have found in a stability result that it has also given a good result to control nitrosamine. Now, going further, my more and more focus is towards the robotic system of the production, because in today's time, getting labor and maintaining the numbers of laborers is not an easy task. Also, the minimum intervention of the human we will do on the production side, the outcome will be more better. So keeping that thing in also mind, we are working on that part also. So, and yes, one more point I want to add, like our team is also working to make the primary packaging material itself as an active primary packaging material. By right now, whatever the products are available in that sector, either they are not effective technology wise or some result oriented so much, or the cost wise. So keeping both the things in the mind, we are coming up with some of the innovative product down the time. So that's it. Now regarding pollution, I'm sorry, I don't have a particular answer that desiccant or active packaging solution can play any role in that, but definitely reduction of quantum of active packaging can reduce the order. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. I think at least very interesting point on the packaging itself becoming active in kind of, helping the, shelf life and the effectiveness of the product itself. Very interesting. So I think quite an inspirational journey there. Let me now turn to Mr. Srinivas Rao as the global head and, supply chain and of Sun Pharma. How is innovation transforming the pharma industry? And obviously, I know in pharma industry, OTIFs are so important and, so many other things, right? There's an inward supply chain challenge. There's an outward challenge. And, there are obviously regulatory complexities with your, whole business and, the supply chain disruptions. How do you plan to make with innovation all of this, potentially affordable and accessible?
No, I think it's a it's a very good question. In fact, one of our dignitaries already mentioned that we are at roughly, let's say, about $60 billion industry, 30 billion exports and 30 billion within the country. pharmacy for the world, etc., etc. But innovation will play an extremely important role for pharma industry to up the game in the value chain. Because if we start continuing to manufacture the same backward engineered products, it will not help anybody. And the product might be the same, and packaging in turn can play an extremely important role for innovation. I'll give you a very simple example. In the Western world, there is something called as compounding centers, where, let's say, oncology drugs are compounded, and compounding centers are pretty expensive. Just to give you an example, I'll go back, maybe I'll take another 30 seconds to explain the value chain. While we might make $30 billion, we sell, let's say, atorvastatin, a bottle of pills for, let's say, $1. The person who's actually wearing the white coat and dispensing that bottle gets $6 for actually dispensing that bottle. Yeah, the manufacturer is getting $1, the person is getting $6 to dispense. So that's the kind of value addition which is there. So why am I actually getting to that example is because in compounding centers, compounding is very expensive, more expensive than $6. So what we have done in Sun Pharma, we have a product of 505B2, which actually does pre-compounded material in pre-filled bags. Yeah. And this is a very, it's only a packaging innovation, you might think, but in the regulated markets for these kinds of things, it requires a lot of work and help. And, people like Silicon can play extremely, can play a very important role. And I heard him say that, in some of the packagings, nitrosamines actually been controlled. Fantastic stuff. Other opportunity which I see for the industry to grow, where I can actually talk about packaging innovation playing a very important role, maybe Mr. Dayanand Reddy can also play his whole part of role, is that a lot of you would have heard of this drug, the wonder drug called Wegovy and Ozempic. I don't know how many of you have not heard, but if you have not heard, you should go and talk to your children and the next generation, they would know of that, yeah? So these are all injectables, and in pharmaceutical, in injectables especially, the cost of packaging is more than the cost of raw materials. Okay? Packaging plays an extremely important role. In drugs like, pre-filled syringes and pens and these things, the cost of packaging can be actually 3, 4, 5 times of the drug itself. And this is a very, nascent stage at this point in time. The drug has not been launched. But we are going to be reliant upon most of the packaging being imported. If we can actually develop a supply chain of developing these packaging components within the country, it will be of great help, not just for the industry, but also for the end consumer, because the pricing can then be made so much more easily affordable and available for such an expensive drug. So these are two very simple examples where packaging plays an extremely important role to be able to make it even more affordable for the Western world and also for us. These are two simple examples I can think of.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think the complexity of packaging and, the integral part which packaging plays in pharma industry is not, lost on anybody. Particularly, I think when you deal with active stuff, right? Yeah. That's even more challenging, where you have temperature control, you have, packaging. And a very important point which you raise is sometimes the product itself is hardly anything versus the packaging and the entire logistics around it takes like the life of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I have another example which I am reminded of, that, oral liquids used to be all in glass bottles, and then they moved into plastic bottles. Dettol Antiseptic Liquid, the previous company which I used to work for, was in glass bottles, and it's a story for some other day. I actually played a very key role in terms of converting that into plastic bottles, because, a lot of consumers would complain that, my 500 ml bottle breaks down, it creates more nuisance, and so on and so forth. So we worked very hard. The commercial people wanted a fully transparent bottle, PET bottle would not work, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of innovation which goes into drugs, storage, manufacturing, because, it's as you rightly said, there's a lot of active interaction which can happen. One area where I think I'll leave a thought, for the people is, we haven't still seen injection vials getting converted into plastics. And I am not a hardcore pharma guy. I actually worked for 25 years in consumer industry, moved into pharma. But I can tell you, I can bet on it that, in 10 years from now, you will see a lot of vials which will come in plastics. Yeah, because a lot of people think that glass is the holy cow, but it's not, honestly speaking. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think it's very interesting. Another very large consumer industry of packaging actually has given tremendous insights here. Thank you for that, sir. Let me now quickly turn to Mr. Rajesh Ponuru. Mr. Ponuru, your role as the CEO of ITC's PSPD means that you are viewing innovation in packaging and particularly paper packaging from the most advantageous position, right? And you've been in this for as many years as I can think of. What demands and requirements of the industry will drive innovation in packaging, and particularly how would you see the confluence of diverse technologies providing solutions to the market?
Thanks, Yash. First of all, thanks a lot for this opportunity, not just for me, for ITC, PSPD as a whole, and ITC as a whole, right? What I will do is first start with explaining what ITC PSPD is, because I'll be using it subsequently in my arguments, right? So a lot of people are confused with various divisions in ITC, right? We have one division, especially in this space, which is what we call as paperboards and specialty papers division. And we have another division called packaging and printing business division, right? A lot of people are confused between the two. So normally what I tell people to kind of make it clear is whatever PSPD does is white in color, right? Whatever PPB does is colorful, right? That's the easiest way to kind of understand, right? So I come from a division which sells everything that is white, right? So I will use this subsequently because I'll use a phrase which probably sums up what's happening, right? If I ask you what is the color of sustainability, what do you say?
White.
White? What is the color of sustainability? Green. That's what everybody would say. The color of sustainability for packaging seems to be brown. Right? So what one big mega trend, right, which will weave further into the story, which is happening is that probably what will happen, this whole thing, how I explain PSPD will change in some time. So I'll have to tell that whatever comes out in white and brown is from PSPD, whatever is more colorful is from PPB, right? So that's what probably how it would move, right? Now, coming back to your question, right? You asked about what are the trends and how these trends kind of are being enabled by the technology, right? I would say a part of what are the trends also are kind of driven by technology. A lot of things which could have happened 20, 30 years might not have happened, largely because technology was not available at that point of time, right? So first I'll get into trends, as cliched as it might sound, because you might ask the same question, what are the trends in automobile industry, right? There also the first answer is going to be sustainability, right? EV, so on and so forth. You can ask this question in any industry. I think that's what will come out. Sustainability is a key trend, right? Of course, here also it is a key trend. In fact, a lot of, I've been into the packaging field for only about 2 years right now, right? Before this, I was in the FMCG industry for most of my career. But all the conferences, all the meetings that I attend to, right, 80%, 90% of the buzz and talk is about sustainability. What can we do, right? So obviously, as cliche that it may sound, that is, of course, a trend. We will discuss a little bit more in terms of what it essentially means for us as paperboard manufacturer, right? And a second large trend, I will only focus on these two because there could be a lot of minor trends which are shaping up the packaging industry at this point of time. But the second large trend is e-commerce and in specific quick commerce, right? A lot of you, I've seen, because now almost my home is moved to 100% quick commerce, right? Most of the stuff which comes home, right, in packaging or the way it comes home, most of the cartons are crumbled now, right? When it comes, you have your toothpaste carton or you have some other carton along with that. You have a coconut in that. You have jaggery in that. You have sugar in that. So the way you kind of perceive packaging is also changing. In fact, Suresh has been telling me for the last 10-15 minutes, one of his key problems has been egg packaging, specifically from the point of view of quick commerce, the kind of breakage they're having, the solutions that they would require, right? So these are the two large megatrends probably which would shape packaging industry and which would also mean a lot for what we are doing in the paperboard packaging industry, right? So first, coming to sustainability, there are two aspects to the whole sustainability piece as we see, right? One aspect of sustainability is about waste management, right? And the second aspect of the sustainability is carbon footprint and the concerns around carbon footprint, right? So each of these affect us in very different ways. The solutions are very different. And somewhere there is also confluence between both these solutions, right? Now, when I go to waste management, largely what we are seeing, our consumers and our customers, right, are looking at it in three different ways. This is driven, one, by what consumer perceives, right? And second, by regulation. A lot of regulation is playing a lot of role in this whole thing, right? First is obviously, how can I avoid plastic? Second is, can I reduce plastic, right, if I can't avoid? And third is, along with reducing the plastic, can I use recycled content in the plastic, right? These are the three large themes which are evolving, right? Now, when I go to the first one with respect to how do I avoid plastic, right? All of us know there is a single-use plastic ban which has been in work for quite some time. Compliance might not be 100%, but we have seen a substantial change in the habits and what is happening in that particular space. Now, what's happened because of that is a lot of paper-based packaging, of course, has come to the fore. You'll see mostly paper cups, right? You'll see paper-based trays, you see paper-based bowls. A lot of these things are coming, and obviously it has impacted us as an industry. And a lot of work which is happening in the space of, in terms of, even in the past when there were all these paper cups and paper-based trays, there was always a PE lamination on top of it, right? So the question is, can you avoid this PE lamination at this point of time? So this is another requirement largely which is coming. This is a space which has been evolving in terms of how do I convert many of the plastic-based solutions. It's coming from FMCG. Gift packs, you would see many of the other large packs where there would be plastic trays, foam trays. In electronics industry, there are plastic trays once you open a box. So a lot of this conversion is happening at this point of time into plastic to paperboard. So that's one trend which is happening. And we'll talk about the technology which is also helping this particular trend. And when it comes to reducing plastic, of course, there's a lot of lightweighting which is happening. In general, lot of lightweighting which is happening in terms of packaging itself, right? Can you give more strength? Can you give more stiffness? Where I can use more or less substance. So that's another thing which is happening both in plastic as well as paperboard. And the third thing is on recycled content, right? Now, people who are part of this flexibles industry, before this I was in the packaging where we were also doing flexible plastics, right? There a lot of work happening in the industry is about how do I make because the single biggest problem in enabling recycling, right, is a lot of plastic actually is not, is a multi-layer plastic, right? You have layers of PP, PE, right, together, which makes it very difficult to recycle. One is, of course, in terms of how do I segregate, pick, so on and so forth, but even if I segregate, how do I recycle it? It's pretty difficult to recycle a multi-layer packaging. So there's work which is happening in terms of converting multi-layer packaging into mono-layer, so that for example, packet of milk that we get at home is a mono-layer, it's got only PE, right? So milk packaging largely gets recycled because it is only PE, right? But if you take a typical snacks packaging, it is a PE plus PP because you need barrier characteristics. We were talking about we need oxygen barrier, we need water vapor barrier, so on and so forth. So those are very difficult. So, but there is technology which is already come. I would say in most of these places, solutions are available. People in the industry know that there are solutions available for everything. If you want to convert everything, you want to get out of plastic, of course, solutions are available, but they might not be cheap at this point of time. That's basically what it comes down to. So basically, you are at a nascent phase at this point of time as economies of scale kind of continue to improve. Solutions will get cheaper like in any other industry. So that's basically what is happening in this space. And as far as we are concerned, we are working towards each of these, right, in various divisions. In our division, the whole thrust is in terms of how do we provide solutions for substitution of plastic-based packaging and plastic-based products. Directly right in front of us, the whole Philo series is basically how do I substitute plastic-based single-use And in fact, on the other sides, we have ice cream packaging, so on and so forth. Wherever there is PE layer which is put, how do I remove the PE layer? By use of coatings, right? So the biggest technology enabler as to why it is, let's say, made possible in this decade and why it was not possible in the past is the whole development which has happened in material science, the whole development which has happened in the coating space, right? So now we can use coatings to kind of, that's the technology which is enabling. And another technology which is coming up is, which we are working on is, even these coatings right now of multiple substances, we put PLAs, PBS, various other things together to do these coatings. How can you use paper itself to do these coatings which give me all the barrier properties to a board like a plastic, right? So there is a lot of work which is happening on nanofiber, nanomaterials, right? Which can make the paper provide the kind of water resistance and the grease resistance which is normally required for it to work like, let's say, plastic. The other part on carbon footprint is, of course, a lot of work which is happening to make your, as ITC, we're proud in terms of 60% of energy right now is renewable energy, right? And we are moving towards, in the next decade, we would be moving to about 75 to 80%, right? And we're proud to say that we have the lowest carbon footprint as far as paperboard is concerned. But the biggest myth probably we'll have to burst over here is that normally everybody thinks if it is a paper, right, then should be carbon intensive because you're cutting trees, there is deforestation happening. So hence there is a lot of carbon footprint. The truth is that it's no more the case. Actually, it helps. The more paper that you consume, right, the more carbon you are sequestering, because it's no more, you are not cutting forests to make paper anymore, right? India is 100% on all agroforestry, right? Cultivation of eucalyptus or subabul, which are used for making paper, is essentially a 4-year cycle. So every time you cut and then grow one more tree, you're actually sequestering carbon from the, in fact, we take carbon credits from there, right? So it's actually a carbon positive whole thing. So it's actually not something that has carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is in subsequent processing of that whole thing. So that myth has to be kind of busted. A lot of people still feel it's a carbon intensive because you're doing deforestation. Actually, you're doing afforestation by consuming more paper, right? And how do you make this whole supply chain less carbon intensive? Coming to quick commerce, of course, a lot of work in quick commerce, which is slowly starting, is you have to make your packaging designed for taking care of quick commerce, because it's going to be handled much more harshly than what it was being handled in the past. So a lot of work in that direction in terms of how do you make boards stiffer than what they were, how do you design packaging which can take care of this kind of a harshness. So that's a other direction in which work is happening.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. It's how paper is actually kind of coming in to replace a lot of the stuff which we've seen. And I think technology and scale will probably lead to unit economics working out for the industry to actually adopt paper. I had one simple question. When Starbucks started, apparently they were importing the cup stocks. Does it still happen?
I'm proud to say that it is 100% ITC board.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to hear that. Thank you so much. Let me turn to Mr. Kochar here. I think, at Holoflex, you have been closely seeing the evolution of authentication solutions to fight counterfeiting of products over the last 3 decades. How has this industry evolved, and what is the importance of authentication and traceability solutions? And what are the innovations in this area with a globalized business and more global integrated supply chains?
Thank you, Jayesh. Extremely grateful to be here. Thank you, CII and the team that's setting it all up. Mr. AVPS, thank you for having me here. Before I really get into the question, I think a quick appreciation to Mr. Reddy here, who spoke about the anti-counterfeiting and authentication measures that his company has undertaken very successfully, whereas in some cases the customers reported a manifold, multi-growth in the top line. So that's a great example of what authentication technology can do for a business. At Holoflex, we started way back almost 33 years ago as a hologram producer. So the hologram technology, when it came about in late 1980s, was seen as a potent weapon to fight counterfeit. But you know what? It's only recently that we've been talking about counterfeit incidents, particularly in the last 15, 20 years. Everybody's worried about the counterfeit and the harm it does. We all know the counterfeiter robs the consumer of the value that he's paying for. It takes away government revenue. It takes market share of the legitimate brand. But then this is not something that has been happening only in the last 20 years. The first actively reported incident of counterfeiting happened way back in 200 to 300 BC. Okay, a famous author, William Dalrymple, who most of us may have heard of, in his book called The Golden Gate, he's actually mentioned that in those times, 200 and 300 BC, there were counterfeit of Roman brass lamps and intaglio, which was being done in our very own Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Okay, so that's how old the problem of counterfeiting is, and thankfully we have a written reference to that. Nothing to be proud of, we all understand that, but I'm just citing a case in point as to how long the counterfeiting has been around. So when holograms came up, they were seen as a very potent technology to fight counterfeit. And why is that? Because a hologram is not made of inks. It's merely a reflection of light, as you see. And why that happens is because when we make a hologram, we make a microstructure, and we control the light to behave in the manner that we want it to. Because when light reflects from the surface, it gives you that visual relief. This is why a hologram, because there are no inks, you cannot photocopy a hologram, because once you photocopy a hologram, all you see is a grayscale kind of image. You cannot photograph a hologram for the similar reason. So this is how holograms became a very powerful tool when the technology evolved in early 1990s, I would say. And holograms evolved into OVDs, which is optically variable image devices, and so on and so forth. But the real growth of the holographic or the authentication technology came by virtue of the ability of this technology to merge itself with various other technologies. We talk about flexible packaging. We've all seen holographic flexible packaging. We talk about rigid packaging. We talk about plastic cards, banknotes, passports. You're able to integrate the hologram with just about any other material and make it truly more secure, as I would say. So that's how the technology grew. When it came about, it was seen as something very magical, the color shifting, the multiple images visible from different angles and stuff like that. So yes, but over the years, it has evolved into a different level altogether. It lends itself very easily to integration with other technologies. And we now also have, besides the hologram, we have secure designing. So there are security designing softwares in place, which you can use to create some very compelling, visually attractive designs and exactly the stuff that you want the visitor, the consumer to be attracted by when he is at a retail store. So you are able to then build up the glitz of the hologram, the visual appeal of the hologram, coupled with the security that the hologram offers and the integration with other technologies such as security printing, security ink, security design, tamper-evident seals. So a lot of work has happened in that direction. So all this is on a physical security front. Now we also have the digital security which is now in place. We are all aware of several QR codes that one sees on medicines. Of course, the government of India has mandated that the top 300 brands in the country, pharmaceutical brands in the country, will have a QR code, which will help consumer for the traceability of the same. So the digital part of it, which includes barcodes, QR codes, you have RFID, NFCs, all these enable the digital aspect and more focus on the traceability of the package or where it came from. The hologram and the other technologies look at the authentication. So the two of them together is a phygital, as we call it, solution where you have a physical element in terms of the physical security features, and you have the digital element which is taken care of by the digital. I think Mr. Ranjan also made a reference earlier today, the Special Secretary. He was talking about the digital transformation that India can bring about, and we all know how Hyderabad is contributing a lot to that. So, that's quite a phenomenal development that's happening. A lot of such providers are there in India. which will help you craft a good digital solution, and you can back it up with a physical solution. And there you have a phygital solution, which is truly very, very potent. So that's on the physical and the phygital side. And further down, the innovations in the industry are taking this to another level. So now the holography technology, I'll not call it holography anymore. It's more like a microstructure or a nanostructure now. Because holograms were a microstructure, but now the technology is going towards nanostructures where some very special performance films are being designed on the basic principle of holography technology. So you now have, special structures that are created, which are used extensively in solar panels, retroreflective sheeting, and, so you control the behavior of light, as I said earlier. So this is now entering into a performance domain, which is not just authentication anymore. So that's where the innovations are, that's where it is headed, and I'm sure in times to come, this will evolve further, because we never forget that the counterfeiters are a lot of smart people, right? So you cannot underestimate them. We have to keep innovating all the time so as to stay relevant and help the brands that we work with. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. I think amazingly interesting, and how different technologies are being integrated to put into a single solution multiple functionalities. I think quite interesting. I'm sure that is also going to finally drive unit economics, right? As well.
Absolutely. If I may just add a bit to that, sorry. Would also like to make a special mention of ASPA, an organization that I have the privilege of being the president of currently. ASPA is the Authentication Solution Providers Association. So this is a New Delhi-based association where we invite all the companies to become members, in no matter what is their connection with the authentication business. Whether they are providing an authentication solution or the raw material or the machines, we invite them all to come on board so that they interact with the other stakeholders in the fraternity and they collaborate and come up with even more secure and innovative solutions. So more information about ASPA is of course available on our website, but I think there's a panel tomorrow where I'm going to be there again and we'll talk more about the work that ASPA does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Let me turn to you, Mr. Sridhar. You are actually from Bisleri, and therefore you're one of the largest consumers of packaging, right, in a sense. And I'm sure you've seen tremendous shifts in the trends. And what would you think will drive the next stage of innovation in packaging in your sector? Would it be technology, obviously sustainability, as most of us have said, recyclability, and would you also expect a shift, if not entirely, but marginally back from soft to hard in a way?
I think, first of all, thanks for, sharing this dais, giving me an opportunity to share the dais with among this August gathering. Thank you, Mr. AVPS, for pulling me here. I represent a organization which is the first choice of beverage for most of the Indians, and it gives me an immense pleasure to put the work that we do in front of this August gathering. So while many other companies embark their journey of sustainability, and sustainability has become the key pillar for ensuring the financial viability of their organization, it is now more a compulsion from a government. It's now become a key enabler for financial viability of an organization, the way I would envision like that. So I know almost all the companies are following this 3R strategy: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We had gone and defined another R called reinvent. So how do we make sure that whatever waste we generate, how can we make as a reinvent technology to use it for a productive use for the larger humankind? So just to give, putting a number to that thought, we have 40% of our business today is on reuse model, right? We have a packaging format which will be reused multiple times, which would reduce or eliminate the carbon footprint. 40% of our business, and the rest 60% of our business, we extensively focus on reducing what inputs that go into, and hence we could sustain the value, and without increasing the prices, we could offer the value transformation to the consumers, and hence over a decade, we have not taken any changes in our prices. So that's how we are doing it. So to give a number, 30% of our inputs optimization happens almost every year. Wow. So in terms of, that goes in terms of light weighing, one of our speakers have said, and continues to be on. And the light weighing, we use technology, like, the technology of FEA, finite element analysis, where we understand without disturbing the stability of the package offering, how can we eliminate certain amount of inputs that are going into our current packages, right? We use the technology of FEA in terms of designing, optimizing a little bit on base, a little bit on neck or a shoulder, whatever package that we are offering. At the same time, we also utilize technology for density optimization, like, TOPS. TOPS is a tool that we use in terms of, how do we configure while, a simple example, on a single pallet, these tools give us 10 to 15 iterations in terms of, how can you stack the products. Similarly, when I were to choose what is the next packaging, I can choose 10 to 15 offerings, and then I can look at, hey, what goes into that, inputs into that package, how my backward integration model works. Is it going to, create a big dent onto our, suppliers, which are my partners in my growth of business? So we also look at it. So using technology and using this thing, we develop our packages for density optimization. And last is that recycle. So we are happy to share that we are a carbon neutral. Rather, if I may dare so, I can say we are a carbon positive company, and we are a water positive company for sure. And I would like to talk about the last element of reinvent. So we use our recycled plastic to put up a meaningful product like a benches. So we have a comprehensive program called Bottle for Change within our company, where through Bottle for Change, we drive all our umbrella initiatives in terms of water positivity, carbon positivity, and as well as reinventing the productive use of our plastic. So we created benches, okay, the work benches where the people can stay using the plastics. You could see it in whether you go into Ayodhya, which is a pilgrim place, or whether you go to Goa for your vacation, you would find our benches which are in green in color. Of course, one of the speakers said that recycling has no color, but we choose to go for with green, okay, as a brand. So, and whether you go to eco-sensitive areas like a Ranthambore forest, or if you go to Ladakh, you would find these benches. And across entire 18 archaeological sites, we have placed and we have adopted those sites. Government of India keeps on encouraging us to participate, to promote the reinvent model into their particular areas. And we work extensively with various other governments in terms of educating the children. So we promoted this reinvent model and taken into a different level by creating an awareness program where how responsible we can be in terms of managing the waste, and how can we contribute towards the uplifting the overall economy for the country, because every waste and all our materials are 100% recyclable, and it has a productive use, and it has a cost if they can protect that material. So that's the awareness we use it. In summing it up, we use technology extensively to maximize the density, whether it is trucks, whether it is our pallets, whether it is on warehouses, or designing the packages, so that we optimize continually the inputs that goes into designing our packages, and we continuously deliver our best carbon footprint. And I'm very happy to share we are on our journey to become one of the companies leading the green revolution. By getting into green power in a shorter period of time, we would be almost 40% of our energies we will be taking from green power. So summing it up, multitude of initiatives which are in place to create a better tomorrow. All starts with what goes as an input in an innovative way using technology. That's the way I could sum it.
Right. I think that's a that's a great journey. I think you're already carbon neutral or maybe carbon positive. So I think that's that's very encouraging to hear. Last but not least, I think Mr. Gaurav Maheshwari needs no introduction. Signode, I think, is a pioneer and innovator in industrial packaging solutions. What is the next frontier, Mr. Gaurav, that Signode would be looking at as a global opportunity and challenge to conquer in packaging, actually?
Thanks, Jayesh, for asking such a nice question. Before that, let me kind of take a minute to compliment Mr. Chakravarti and CII for putting up this show. And thanks for inviting me. Little bit about Signode. I mean, most of people know us as a packaging company, but let me tell you, we do a lot of work in industrial automation, which is end of the line automation, which is conveying, weighing, putting up the warehousing system and handling. We do a lot of work in that. And to put things in context and to make it a little more interactive, let me ask all of you the question what Jayesh has asked. And geopolitics is a very important piece, how it impacts the economy of any country and how the global economy is shaping up with this change of guards in US. And you hear the Trump every day, some interesting tweet comes, which is my morning entertainment, by the way. How many of you feel that this is the change and Trump coming is good for us in India? Raise hands. Quite interesting, 50-50. So as an organization, we had a lot of debate, discussion on this, and the view we are taking is especially for India, and it is a lot of good going to happen. And that's my personal view as well. First, I would say if the manufacturing comes in the US, they would need a lot more new machines, a lot more inputs. And especially with this China plus one, which could take off a bit, I don't think that much, except the Vietnam was the only country which has got the benefit. India, very little impact, no matter whatever we talk about. There's several things, the government initiatives and all, but if you look at the global data, I don't think we have got much benefit. So, but this next wave, which I would say is certainly not going to help China much, certainly not going to help Vietnam much, which was more of a round stripping which was happening through Vietnam. So I think we have a chance to do a lot as far as global trade is concerned. But are we prepared? Still, I think a lot more to do, especially in terms of our infrastructure, logistics, skill. But suppose all that is sorted, so I think there is a lot for us to gain as a country and for us also as a company. I think we are looking at export as a big frontier which would help us. That is one. Specific to the packaging piece, this is a very unique industry where we innovate to reduce our business. Because from a user side, they're always looking at reduced packaging. And to be honest, nobody wants to pay for it in terms of the innovation, whether you want to reduce a carbon footprint, more sustainable packaging, all that is fine. But who's going to pay for it? So industry itself has to keep renovating itself in terms of figuring out how do you reduce packaging, how do you reduce carbon footprint, and also at the same time reduce cost. So on that front as well, especially in the Europe, while it is not in a good shape, but most evolved in terms of sustainability theme. So we are doing a lot of work. How do we reduce the multi-layer plastic packaging? And how do we reduce the carbon footprint? And they're ready to pay for it. So that's another thing which we are looking at big times. But overall, I would say that to put a short summary, I think things are looking good. And we are doing a lot of capacity building to take care of the future because we expect that the demand would go up both domestically and globally. So that's my short answer. I hope.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Gaurav. I think I want to personally thank, and obviously on behalf of Chakravarti Garu, who actually was pivotal in actually getting this August panel here. I'm sure you've derived a lot of insights from each one of you. I felt personally quite inadequate trying to get the best out of each of you, but I think just because what you are, all of you have done justice to the topic and also to the discussion here. Personally, thank each one of you to have made the time out of your busy schedule, and thanks, and hopefully we'll interact again, and obviously with all the people here. Anything else, Chakravarti Garu, you wanted to add?
First of all, sincere apologies to all of you, the doyens of the industry, and each of you have been given 6 to 7 minutes. Each of you can give a host of insights. Longing around 1 hour or so, I have seen you talking and deliberating on several international platforms, all of you. But we contained to a brief interactive meet. Pardon me for that. But you also must note we have been participating in several CEO roundtables across the globe. In fact, I am part of many of such CEO roundtables. Recently, we did one roundtable on the Pharmaxil leadership also. We have coordinated that. More than 28 top CEOs of Indian pharma industry. We are all together. And time was 75 minutes, I think. And none other than the Commerce Secretary of Government of India also was hosting that. We all, Mr. Rajbanu and myself were coordinating that. So this has become a trend also. The idea is to bring the doyens of the industry together on a single platform. And not that they give a host of insights, half an hour or so to everybody, but they also give an opportunity to network among each other. All of you may not be meeting at a place every time, because you guys are CEOs of diversified industries. Each of you are self-made persons. For example, Manish, I don't want to name, even Suresh, I'm so fond of him, how he come up and how he's transformed his industry also. Each one of you, for that matter, have really excelled in your respective industries and become role models for all of us. And it's really befitting to see all of you on one platform, not just listening to you of that 5-10 minutes of your insights, but each of that is golden jewels, and the pearls of wisdom have been flown from all of you, as my audience, august audience, agree to that, because all of you gave that crisp energy, crisp insights, and how you came up, you tried to narrate and summarize within that short period, 5-6 minutes. Each of you gave your knowledge, experience, case histories, whatnot. I think it is becoming a book, as I requested Jayesh already. This is already recorded live, and we'll generate a book out of it, mentioning each captain's experiences, and we may take a little bit more inputs also from them. And we'll publish a book also on the CEO roundtable of this edition. This will become a landmark for this signature edition of the CII Packcon. And we are going to continue this in a bigger and better format, and try to understand the paucity of the time also. Each of you with the folded hands, my request, please don't mind for putting you in a little spot and asking you to confine yourself to a brief time. And my sincere thanks once again to Jayesh Sangvi, managing partner of Ernst & Young, for so effectively moderating this wonderful CEO roundtable under this flag. And give a big round of applause to all my CEOs on the table. And with that, a small token of appreciation. I think CII doesn't normally give mementos, but we have the picture frames set on it. Daniel, we can have that. Huh? Yeah. And maybe we can rise for a group picture. And immediately after this, my dear audience, we have a very crisp and energetic food processing technology session, brief, only 30 minutes before the lunch. I know it is getting delayed, but it will be moderated by none other than the doyen of this industry, Mr. Neelam Rajshekar Reddy Garu. Please hold and wait for that session also as well.
Okay. But what galas or?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very quick and a brief session, and we'll be very delighted to know the experiences of Dr. Seelam Rajshekar Reddy Garu and our friend Mr. Anand Agarwal from Anand Foods, their experiences from that. Mr. Barun Banerjee, the doyen of the packaging evolution at Nestle. So all three of them are going to enthrall and enlighten us with the various technologies being adopted in the food processing, manufacturing, and the packaging as well. Very brief 30-minute session before we break for the lunch. I request all of you stay back. It's going to be a very important session. Over to you, Mr. Rajshekar Reddy Garu.
So I think we have with us Anand Agarwal. Anand, I think, is one of the largest manufacturers for Parle. They work with Parle for manufacturing the biscuits. And I don't know if you do any other things. I'm sure he's going to mention. And Barun is from Jupiter Laminators. So I think what we will do is I'll request each of them to again introduce themselves a little more in detail and then speak about the topic which they're going to talk about. And yeah. So, and after that, perhaps I'll add my comments, and then so we'll have, and then any questions we can take 5 minutes at the end of the thing. So I'll start with Barun.
Yeah, good afternoon now. I think I'm between the lunch and this session. So quickly, it's my privilege to be there in CII, this program today, and happy to share that I've been with the packaging industry for 32 years now, and I'm an IIP alumni. And I have my last stint erstwhile was Nestle, and then for 20 years I was head of packaging South Asia region, and then after superannuation, I took this responsibility of Jupiter as Chief Technical Officer, Jupiter Group. And recently, now I started my own with 6 veteran packaging industry player. We are starting a consulting packaging end-to-end. And this is from September, we just entered into this and definitely like to add value to this industry. That's the whole purpose. After many years in the packaging industry, we should also give to the industry what it is. And it is the best time, I can say, to the industry, because we see that multiple fold of actions are happening. Sustainability is always been discussed, and we have been working on packaging for all the time with that in mind. Today, innovation used to be the key forefront topic in all packaging. Later on, it has become innovation with sustainability in mind. Then something which is always there with us is the packaging excellence, because without packaging excellence, I think nothing can happen, because end-to-end total cost of ownership is what all packaging industry players are looking at. And that is how my whole journey has been. But I have worked with Ranbaxy as my career in the beginning as a research associate, and then I moved to Himalaya Drugs as head of packaging and then I joined Nestle for last 20 years, and then now with, as I mentioned, that I started my own, as well as with Jupiter, I'm doing consulting for this as a technical expertise in their field. So that's what, Mr. Reddy, what I can say about myself.
Sure, I think we'll come back to certain questions. Start.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So I introduce myself as some of the oldest biscuit manufacturers in Hyderabad. So our unit started in year 1979. This is a family business what we run. And then again in 92, we joined with Parle. And since then, now we are with Parle only. And we have 4 biscuit manufacturing units in different locations, doing 7,000 tons of biscuit per month for Parle and various products. So we are actually end user. So here it was a learning, then more than sharing what I can say. And we used to pack biscuit in tin boxes in earlier days. Then it came to naked packet of transparent naked packing. Then it came to wax wrapper packing. Then it turned now to BOPP. So continuous changes are coming, and to improve the quality of the product as well as shelf life of the product. So what we come across different improved packaging, such things like DRDO has come with a joint collaboration with Ecolastic, who had supplied these plastic bags and all to Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. So there, it means I have in contact with them to do some changes in our packaging if they can do, where they are reducing the microns of to maintain the rate of the product. They are reducing the microns, but it is a degradable plastic. It is made out of PBAT and starch, as well as calcium silicate in portions which they decide. And it was first heard in Indonesia a few years back in 2017, when we came to know that there was an ad showing that I am not a plastic. So it is totally degradable. So now it is available in Hyderabad, in Chellapalli itself. So it can be useful for all of you. Then recently I came across Nilofer tea, where they are giving parcels in carton boxes, and inside it is a foil. Then they are supplying water in tins rather than plastic bottles. And we enjoy our favorite bandi idli in plates made out of coconut shells, coconut leaves and all. So even now straws are made out of papers, and we do have this lollipop sticks used in confectionery units made out of papers, which have been converted from plastic to paper. So these are all things we do come across. So we, being an end user, can give this much input to you, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Anand. I think given your experience with Nestle for last 20 years and now working with a packaging material manufacturer, so you have insights both from as a user and also a producer. What trends are you seeing in terms of people asking for what kind of packaging material, or what kind of packaging innovations people are looking at, particularly in the food industry?
Yeah, thank you. This is, I think, with experience, what I have seen, because Nestle has a very detailed program on packaging excellence. So, when first thing we looked at sustainability, it was we were asked to rethink on the packaging. I think this is something which is very critical to initiate any reduction process of a material. And then we are also seeing that reduce, recycling, these are the activities which can be taken up. But what about some of the contaminants? Because we are catering to the dairy business, the food packaging business, which is very, very sensitive on any interaction with any contaminants, any kind of products. So there we are asked to first look at all the negative list removal, which was the key about colors, about the material which is non-food, which is food sensitive, which can interact with foods. So we were addressing all the colors which master batches should be removed in the packaging. I think that is the first step. Then it came that rethink of packaging. Even during COVID, this point came up that all the chips packets, which was quite heavier, bigger size packs, how do you cut down the headspace? So this is where our first step happened, is that single-use plastic or single-serve plastics, we started reducing our pack sizes, which is like the stick pack, Nescafe stick pack, if you have seen. The journey was started at I think 105 mm, now it is at a 90 mm. And this can go to the 85 mm level, because in parallel, the machines works were also on. So whichever the machine we were selecting, it was also supposed to be compatible with the monomaterial structure and the size reduction with the speed. So always that was in the mind, that whenever you are putting your footprints in the packaging, sustainability should be there, and sustainability end to end. Like, it is not that we are just looking at the machine, but we also started skilling the workers also, because a change from a polyester laminate to a BOPP laminate itself was a humongous task amongst the operating staffs, because they are running the machine day in, day out. When they realize the sealing window is reduced with the BOPP material, the entire skill, the people were, first when we all as a head of packaging or team members go there, we used to communicate to them that this is a better material, this also has a puncture improvement, etc., etc. But end of the day, they said that the machine is not running. What can we do? Once we worked on the machinery, that is how the things, they started believing. And also you have to make them believe that innovating a packaging material needs patience as well as the collective approach to the problem. Like all the factory people, everyone should come together to support the packaging initiative towards sustainability. So this was the thing. Then we also looked at many of the areas, like I'll tell you, when we talk about packaging excellence itself, today what is happening, the artificial AI and technology we have to embrace, right? So all the new technology which is coming is already inbuilt in the machine. Then we have to look at, with this, what happening, that a lot of packaging in the quick commerce need to be supported with sufficient packaging quality, which will take care in the short supply also, but without over packaging doing. So e-commerce, quick commerce, this area needs to be very quickly addressed. I think there is something which is work is going on. And a lot of data analytics is happening today to collect information from demography point of view, usage point of view, dosage point of view, and also the marketing insights, like which urban rural market is behaving which way. So our marketing team is constantly evolving this AI area to see that how can you gather more information and put your product in those segments. I think the small packs should go there, the family pack should be in a different areas, how this entire journey should be looked at. So if I conclude that from Nestle experience and my today's converting industry, I think what we are doing is we are bridging the gap now. How to support user industry through the experience and through the learning of converting industry. How can we support them on the machinability, successfully running the material on the machine consistently? I think this is where as an individual or whoever comes from a consumer brand owner team to a converting industry, this helps a lot to bridge the gap between their understanding and give them a right material, right structure, and also make sure that they we understand the machine of theirs, the brand owners, to run it comfortably and in a quality manner. So this to me is a lot of add-on area, and every brand owner should look at converters to a sense that today affordability is becoming a day-to-day requirement. But affordability from sustainability point of view, I think today's morning discussion also happened, that there has to be a leadership to drive this, because cost cannot be always the area which will be discussed in sustainability, but it has to be a collective way to push forward, because challenges are something which needs to be taken together. Because it is not just, because today if you see 2070 is the net zero target, but then there is a vision to it, but we have to all collectively work together company wise to drive packaging initiative and making sure that the targets are met in definite time period. Like if I take a monomaterial transition of Nestle business or any brand owner business, they should fast start moving those material which are successfully implemented. Even at a delta cost of 5%, 7%, they have to take this heads on. Only then the innovative material comes into picture. And only then the recycle or reusability will come into the picture. Because government regulation talks from 25, 26, 27, 28, 5%, 10%, 20% of different category to be recycled, reused. Now, how do you do that? It needs a commitment. It needs a leadership drive to take charge of it. I think this has to be an area which is gets shifted because commodity prices goes up, or the availability becomes an issue because the demand is going down. So somewhere collectively, round table, CEO conference, all the areas we should discuss how to have a implementation plan in a robust way.
So I think in food packaging, still I think a lot of it is laminate packaging, which in a true sense is not recyclable.
Correct.
So how do we move from here to something which is genuinely recyclable?
So
at the same time giving the food the required shelf life.
I'll tell you, flexible packaging has answer. India is I think one of the leading flexible packaging country. And we have all the solution with us. We have BOPP, CPP, we have MDO-PEP in the sufficient quantity. We have high barrier quantity. Challenge is what is seeing paper moving to replacing plastics. That is still a challenge, because when you put it in the market, during the distribution logistic, it gets, cracks, looks shabby. This has to be addressed by paper. But definitely flexible packaging, monomaterial solution is available. It is only the decision by the brand owner take the bulls by its horn, and we are there to support. There are enough supply available in the flexible industry to convert packaging. Because I was there on the other side, I knew all the suppliers are there. We have the best of the companies, Exxon, Dow, DuPont, Borealis, whoever you name it, they all have very good sustainable roadmap. Exxon, everybody. We have to just get into it. There is no material availability issue. It is the more of how do you really, how sincere you are to make this step ahead. I would use the word sincerity because everywhere this is moving little away every year on year. I think commitment, sincerity, and hand-holding and collaboration. If this happens, industry will go really very well.
Today, are there any companies manufacturing biocompostable material which is good for food packaging?
Yes, we have biocompostable material in India.
Not as carry bags, but I'm saying as primary food packaging.
See, first of all, I think bioplastics and biodegradable plastics and normal monomaterial of same polymer. I would say first step is to do right same material combination. If that is done, our recycling stream will be saved. Because biodegradable will definitely is a linear economy. We are talking about circular economy, and circular economy means you have to go from, use the raw material and then finally again use the raw material back into the system. So that's why we are asking for chemical recycling, pyrolysis, then solvent-based recycling. If this technology comes, you get a resin which can be reused again and again. And this is what the guidelines from CPCB is coming, Ministry of Environment. I think it is very clear that linear economy we don't follow, we go for a circular economy. And when it comes to cost model, definitely biodegradable plastic will be 3x, 2x time higher. Best is do the material journey first, which is not to that extent, expensive to convert from non-monomaterial to a monomaterial structure. Once that journey is there, because you have a barrier to control, you need a functional barrier, and you can't just do it with a biodegradable right away. So let the compostable being used in one area, which is carry bags, and other areas, which is definitely the area to be looked at. But when it comes to food packaging, recycle content, PCR content, these are the things which you have to encourage. Today in the PET bottle, mostly it is being used recycled plastics. Post-consumer recycle has already been used, but what about the flexible packaging? Next step is to move to the flexible packaging and recycle content. If that is there, virgin plastic reduces, your plastic reduction reduces, but at the same time, you are moving to a sustainable journey.
Thank you. I think that was very insightful. So Anand, I think you have seen the journey of biscuits being packed in tins to transparent to whatever paper-based, waxed, coated to BOPP. So what do you think is the next step?
Next, we couldn't find anything very closer because our is a mass product, which is more value is to be very less to it should be consumable to the mass people. So we are looking for things, but unless something comes, I cannot answer.
I know it's fully optimized. So what will be the cost of packaging for that 5 rupee pack of yours?
It will be hardly 50 paisa.
Oh, 50 paisa. Okay. But that's still high, right? For a 5 rupee packaging, yes. 10% packaging cost is high. Because I think typically, at least for us, it's about 6%, of course. We are a premium product company.
Now, as everyone knows, Parle has not increased the price since 4 decades.
But they have been reducing the grammage.
Reducing the grammage. They have no other go. Means
I know,
they have to maintain the quality, but they have reduced the grammage. Earlier, we used to get 100 grams in 5 rupees. Now, today, we have 50 grams in 5 rupees. So that's the problem every food industry is facing. So.
I think both, I think they gave their perspectives, and then particularly Barun, I think, talked about circular economy? How do we keep on recycling the same stuff many times so that the ecological footprint is reduced? And obviously today packaging has come to play a very important role because there's so much proliferation of brands. And today I think physical, let's say, stores, a lot of it is getting replaced through e-commerce where people can't actually experience the packs. So, but then when you take a picture, it has to be really nice. And so many startups in food space, so everyone has to stand out. So obviously one is in terms of the packaging material itself and the look of the packaging material, how it's presented to the consumer, that becomes very important. And then we also keep facing the challenge in our own industry, how to make it more and more attractive, more standout. And of course, we also have this funny cases where Diwali gifts, where I think the product cost is 100 rupees and the box cost is 100 or even more. Because we try to do cloth packaging because it's very eco-friendly and then it goes with our philosophy, but there were no takers. Then we have to go for a nice shiny box and then obviously sales went up. So I think these are the challenges
they say in packaging industry, pehle darshandhari, fir gun vichari. First the look of the packet, it should be most attractive. And whatever you get inside the material or product, that is secondary.
Correct, yeah. So I guess I think you have another 1.5 days more. I'm sure a lot of experts are going to speak. Unless anyone has got any questions to either of the gentlemen, then we'll wind up.
I have one more things to communicate. I think the entire food industry has to also do a lot of work on communication. I think that is where I have seen that how many of us really see the packaging of today? Do we look at the back of the label? Do we read what exactly has converted today PET into a recycled content or not? You know, not that we all know it. We are using these bottles. But I remember completing the water itself. You drink full water and then throw the bottle is what I feel that is the best practice we should do. I was doing this, making the coffee. Everybody individually uses a stick to stir the coffee or tea. Why not we use the same stick, everyone? Does it getting contaminated? No. But 100 of those sticks will be thrown deliberately. So it's the step towards, environment, lifestyle. We have to change our lifestyle towards that. Very, very fundamental observations which I do, and I try to use others to make my cup of coffee because I feel that every use can be reduced. One stick can make 100 coffees. There is no need to keep more than so many sticks over there. So that's the point which I want to bring in. That very fundamental thing is how do we communicate in our packaging? How do we communicate at the school level, college level, everywhere? I think that itself, once the awareness comes, brand owners will definitely pay for the increase in the packaging cost, and that is how the converter will survive. Today, converters are bleeding, so help converters to survive also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Rajshekhar Garu, for that enlightening session. And especially Anand, my friend, and Barun, dear friend from a long experience from Nestle. He has shared his insights. Food processing is the name of the game, and today's industry is driven by 40% of the packaging goes to food and food processing. And food, being the agriculture-driven economy of India, I think this has played a major role, and evolution in the packaging and processing technologies are going to propel the growth of the economy for sure. And doyens like Rajshekhar Reddy Garu, the way they have showed, they set the examples for all of us. And we are very thrilled to have the insights from all three of you, sir. Thank you very much for that enlightening session. Give a round of applause to all the three of them. And with that, actually, we take a small lunch break. At 2:45 p.m. sharp, we come back. Very exciting sessions on the pharmaceutical and digital integration. So many sessions are there lined up in the afternoon. So we take a lunch break, and at 2:45 sharp, we'll come back. And Yeah, small token of
with our first session post-lunch. This is a session on trends in pharmaceutical packaging and emerging regulations. I would like to invite our dignitaries onto the stage, please. I would like to invite our moderator for this particular session, Mr. Avinash Kumar Talwar, Vice President of MRO and Packaging Material Sourcing in the Global Supply Chain Management Division from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mr. Sanjeev Jaggi, Head of Pharma Division, India, Constantia Flexibles GmbH, Mr. Chandi Prasad Ravipati, Head of the Packaging Development at Aurobindo Pharma, and AGM Packaging, Gland Pharma Limited.
Hello, hello. So, without losing more time, I will start the session. The people who are here, I believe they are awake. At least 50% people are awake so that we can start. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for raising your hands that you are awake. Yeah. So, first of all, I would like to thank CII, Mr. Chakravarti, and the whole team for arranging this symposium here and inviting me to be part of the session as a moderator. I will say these kind of symposiums which are happening, they gives very valuable insights, as well as we can meet our industry colleagues, and one or two ideas are coming which we can implement. I will say not everything can be implemented, but yes, one or two, or maybe some active discussions maybe for the further business. It is also very good. So with the current topic, if you ask me, so with the current market demand of 50 billion of pharmaceutical sector in India is predicted to grow at a compound annual rate of 10.7% year on year between 2023 to 2030. It is anticipated that India's pharmaceutical market grow as 130 billion by 2030 and 65 billion by 2024. This is a very huge numbers, and what I believe is that India is playing a very vital role in the pharmaceutical sector development across the world. The compound annual CAGR for the worldwide pharmaceutical manufacturing industry is predicted to be 11.34 during the same time frame. So, with respect to my topic, there are major trends which are there in pharmaceuticals are sustainable pharmaceutical packaging solutions, where biodegradable materials, especially plant-based, are coming. Today only, I have got a news that Gary Sharma has taken over Borivali Pharma, so which are very good in sustainable solutions. So like this, big conglomerates are coming, they are becoming one, and so that more sustainable solutions can be found out for the Indian pharmaceutical industry. But yes, in the previous session also it was told it is not so easy to do it because it is more costly. So as it was been told that we have to go for sustainable, but cost also matters. So as a group of leaders here sitting here, we have to make it possible that the cost should also come. When we all use, when we more use, cost will automatically come down, right? Then smart packaging technologies, real-time information is there, traceability, RFID, things are there. Advanced anti-tampering security features, overt and covert. Earlier, people were using overt or covert, but now the theme has come, overt and covert, both can be used. Personalized pharmaceutical packaging in the patient care also. So this is also becoming very fast here in India at this point of time. We are making customized medicines, right, for the patients, and the packaging which they prefer, so that it is easy for them to take it and to take it further. The second part of our panel discussion is for the pharmaceutical changes of European pharmacopoeia. So here also there are many key factors are there, like serialization and unique identifiers are there, temper evident features are being involved, child resistant packaging is being involved, labeling requirements are changing, environmental considerations are coming as window, supply chain transparency is also being used here, regulatory compliance and penalties are being introduced, digitization and e-labeling is coming. So we will discuss more further when we dwell into with my panelist members. So these changes aim to enhance patient safety, prevent counterfeit medicines, and promote sustainability in the pharmaceutical industry. Compliance with these regulations is essential for all the stakeholders involved in the manufacturing and distribution of pharmaceutical products in Europe. With this, I conclude my remarks, and I will proceed with my panel discussions with my colleagues so that we can further dwell. One more request which I will ask my all the team members sitting here, you can ask questions in between also if you need, because I want to make it more interactive instead of we all are speaking only. If there are any questions, you can ask in between also. Let's change the pattern right this time. So Chandi, my first question goes to you. What are the trends in pharmaceutical packaging for future, say in next 5 years, that will impact overall perspective of designing of container closure system covering entire gamut of supply chain from procurement, packaging, supply chain and user? One more request to my...
Thank you, Avinash ji, and good afternoon all. And thanks CII for giving this opportunity. So I will dwell upon 4 factors, Avinash ji. The first and foremost, because we are in pharmaceutical industry, the first and foremost is what will be the regulatory impact. So the regulatory impacts, they are common, they are continuous in pharmaceutical industry, especially on packaging. But it can be divided into two, non-disruptive and routine changes that we always do. But there will be some regulations which are very much disruptive, like serialization was the biggest disruption in the last 1 decade. So it is entire gamut of packaging changed for every industry who is marketing in US and Europe. Huge investments of crores of rupees, changing the lines, validation, that kind of disruptions will come. 5 years, there can be some of the disruptive regulatory compliances which we have to meet. And as we have proved how we have worked for track and trace implementation, starting with US, then Europe, and the followed countries, which is having a different requirements. Our solution providers also have become more agile when compared to 6 or 7 years to give a solution which is adaptable by so many countries. So many countries and different regulations. The regulatory impact, regulatory trends, because more and more the regulations are concentrating on the patient safety, patient compliance. So the regulations from any country of the port which are coming, we have to eventually comply with. The second most important factor I can say is that which is seemingly impossible. Say for example, 10 years back, if I have seen, there are some market complaints. So how to address the market complaints from globally? Because the market complaint of the same will be different from each country, because each country has a different regulation, different culture.
Yes.
So, and how to address vast market used to be very impossible. We used to do brainstorming and there are no much solutions. But thanks to Internet of Things, digitalization, the patient centricity can be. It doesn't add much of the price onto the packaging that we can do. And this Internet of Things is also helping to interact directly with the user. So a business development is sometimes they interact with the patients or medical administrators. So end users, I have to again want to tell that you should not concentrate only on patient. Patient is not the end user. Before that, there are medical administrators, because if your drug is going into a hospital, so the medical administrator and they are there. And another third element is pharmacists. So our end users are patients, pharmacists and medical administrators. So business development in those countries, so we can digitally connect to them, we can have discussions, and we can definitely impart some types of innovations, and we can easily afford the patient centricity. We can make the requirements of patients and end users more efficiently because of IoT of things and digitalization. Digitalization makes the communication more effective than a hard copy. Sometimes our hard copies itself are very difficult to refer. So when we digitalize, we are completely removing the hard copy and enhancing the communication. So like today morning they were telling that there is a chip which we can put it, which will talk to the patient, which will talk to the doctor more efficiently than what we print in huge things. And third important thing I can tell is that inclusive packaging. Very interesting thing which I want to share with all of you is that the aged population I am taking 60 plus. So they need medicines more than the younger generation. So when they need and there will be continuous medication. It is not that they take one. Say, for example, if you take cardiac patients or if you take diabetic patients, they have to take entire the life. So the geriatric population, if you see the trends, it is very surprising to me. Developed countries is having 1/5 of the population above 64. Developed countries. Developing countries has only 9% and underdeveloped countries is only having 2.9%. So the more the developed countries, the geriatric patients are increasing, and the packs which we do, I can definitely say, my conscience says it is not addressing this population. Because I can give one small example. Whenever we have to send a package to US, child resistant is must and a senior friendly test have to be done. Yes. These are controversy. So when we take patient child resistance as the priority, because even a fraction of the tablet, not one tablet, even a fraction of a tablet is injurious to a child, I have to induce more control, but it is not helping the senior friendly. So having this population, 1/5 of a developed country population geriatric, we can always address what are their requirements and do a pack separately for that. If the drug is for geriatric use only, we should not do it in a conventional packaging. We should do something. We should do something. One example I got very recently in US when I went, there is a shear closure. But first time it should be doing shear closure, child cannot use. But once you want to purchase after usage, you can just open, reverse it and put it is a non-shear closure. Oh. So the senior patients, instead of pressing and doing, it is child resistant, but when they take it and they secure it is not reached to children, they can just reverse the same closure, apply it, and they can easily score. These kind of things are coming. And fourth aspect I want to cover is green packaging, sustainability.
Sure.
So we can bring, I have very good experience how we can bring sustainability into pharmaceutical packaging by following 4 main principles. Remove whatever packaging is not required. Reduce whatever packaging you want to reduce. You can reduce the blister size, you can reduce the bottle size, you can down gauge. Then you can remove the hard copies and make digitalization. Rethink is the third one. You rethink about the already launched product, you need not forget. You see the launched product also, you revisit and how we can do a value addition and cost reduction. And fourth is you can always recycle. So recycle how almost whatever the packaging material we are using, fortunately in pharma primary packaging components, they are purest in the grade. So once they have been consumed and they can be recycled and used for so many applications very comfortably because they are in the purest form. That's the 4 trends which I want to develop.
So what Chandi is trying to say is rethink. We always forward for the rethinking. We do not go back. So what was discussed earlier is a good idea. Rethink and then we can go in the brainstorming session and afterwards we can think whether it is being implemented or not, can be implemented or not, sorry. So that is my own suggestion to everyone. You want to add anything, Gunindra, in this, what Chandi has spoken? Hello.
So continuing
anything new?
2 things which I want to add, what he has added. One thing is that a lot of mechanization is also coming. By meaning mechanization, what we mean is that gradually after post-COVID period, there has been a lot of dynamics which has changed and the operational cost of every company has to be kept at a minimal. So considering that fact, every company has to try and implement mechanization. So that is one. Number 2, also one thing which every company and other people are trying to do, particularly in India market, many of the focus, when you look for the US market, the compliances and the type of packaging. Example, if there is a needle stick injury in case of a pre-filled syringes, okay, in those cases of US market, we might be using a preventive device or active safeguard device. But in the case, because of any price change, if the same cannot be implemented in India, then the packaging technologist or along with the user company or along with the converters have to come up with some solution like trap labels, in which through the trap labels also we can avoid the needle stick injury. So in that way, also one more thing we need to, what Chandi sir added is that interactive packaging is one thing.
Yes.
So many of the patients which is suggested are like senior patients, and the font size which we find in the aluminum foils or in the tablets or many of the are not very greatly written, and it is very difficult to read the text for any person. So that has to be properly done by with the packaging team and the QA team and the regulatory bodies. There has to be some regulations which has to be followed so that the compliance increases for all the person. That is one thing which also needs to be added. One more thing which I wanted to add is that serialization is mostly we are following since 2011, almost like 12 years, which has been followed for export market. And since 2018, it has been followed for US market. But till that level for domestic market, except the top 300 drugs for which QR code has been mentioned, it has still not been implemented for Indian market. So we would definitely like to see that if for the other markets it can be implemented, and there are different size company definitely there, but we have to find out solution if the same thing can be implemented in India, which can provide more security in the supply chain, and the patient safety also can be added. So there are some other points also which I would like to highlight, that what is more important is that there is still, I find there are some gaps between the user companies and the converters. So many of the applications which the user company are trying to implement, in the morning session also there were some discussions in the laminates, and there were some other discussions. We are working on the labels. Example, people might be changing for sustainability anyway. Sustainability is a buzzword. So they are telling that, okay, we will change from paper liner to PET liner. But how many companies we can change it, but then how to get rid of that PET liner, or how to remove it. So there are some practical challenges which both the user and the industry and the convert industry has to work together to find a solution.
Thank you, Manindra. Saurav, my next question to you is, how are smart packaging technologies such as QR codes, NFC, transforming the pharmaceutical industry? Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, thanks Avinash, and good afternoon everyone. Thank you CII and Mr. Chakravarti for having me on this platform today. So to your question, Avinash, like smart packaging today is the essence for tomorrow actually.
Yes.
Okay. And most of us majorly are from generic industries. So there has to be a clear-cut differentiation in this competing market. And smart packaging is one of the most effective ways wherein we can make a value addition, have an added niche over the peer companies actually. So yeah. QR codes, like NFC tags, these are all real-time data monitoring tracking devices, yes, which can entirely map the transportation of your drug product from the point of origination to the terminal point. There are other points, as Mr. Chandi also mentioned, like personalized medication. That is most important today because considering the age limits that we currently have actually, QR code in a way, it not only has the digitalization, it also brings in an indirect way of supports an eco-sustainability initiative. QR code, by means of QR code, we are actually getting rid of some unnecessary use of paper, physical inventory of paper from our packaging. So that is in a way fostering the sustainability initiatives in various companies actually. So these are some of the ways like the smart packaging, the patient-centric packaging, like the CR caps, the timer packs that we usually see in the market. So those are something like which is self-triggering thing that yes, the patient has to take. Those are adds to the convenience of the patients actually.
Thank you, Saurabh. Chandi, my next question comes to you again. Compliance to regulatory requirements and meeting the culture of the country of port where medicines are sold. What are the regulations such as reduction of plastics, sustainability that will be challenging to Indian pharmaceutical industry and packaging industry as a whole? What will be the consequences of these packaging technologies also? If you can share some thoughts on that.
pharmaceutical industry uses plastic to large extent. We were using glass and metal also, but the glass has been completely replaced with plastic again. So morning somebody was asking whether why they want to see ampule or vial in plastic. I want to tell them that BFS technology is very predominant in Indian pharmaceutical industry, which has come affordable now. If I say 15 years back, the BFS technology is non-affordable because the machine itself will cost 5 crores and the mold, each mold costs about lakhs. But today the BFS technology has come, so even the conventional injectable packaging also converted it from glass to plastic. So we are the largest users of plastics. And even the tubes are all changed to laminate tubes. So what is the challenges, because we are using highest quantities of plastics, but plastics are normally they considered as the biggest enemies of the environment. True to some extent and not true to some extent, there were a lot of myths. So the countries, the developed countries are coming with an objective from sustainability on 3 factors. 3 factors is reducing carbon footprint, and using usage of renewable energy, and third is an ethical supply chain. That means it is not that just you follow sustainable practices from starting. Like for example, if it is a bottle or any plastic, the resin manufacturer, the converter, the user, everything. So these are the 3 objectives of sustainable regulations that are coming on plastics with regard to sustainability. And Europe is forefront, European community is forefront in bringing these regulations very, very stringent. Now we have to pay 0.8 euro per kg of the plastic that is exported to European countries which are not recyclable. But however, you have a complete obligation of declaring what is the quantity of the plastic that you have exported into each country of the Europe and how much that has been, 100% has to be recycled. That means you should have a agreement with the recycling bodies there, picking up all the plastic wastage of the medicines, packages, you have to collect it, and they have to give a declaration, this much we have collected from this country, from this company. So what we have exported and what has been collected should be 100% reconciliation. And in that, it should go for recycling. If it is not recyclable, they declare this much percentage is not recyclable. We have to pay 0.8 euro per kg. So these kind of things are coming, which is having a lot of influence on the industry, and it will definitely percolate to the packaging development. So now packaging development has to see, like if you see PVC, predominant forming material for blister for European market, PVC and laminates of PVC. PVC is more environmental non-friendly when compared to PP. So they are asking you have to completely replace PVC with PP. Already Japan doesn't accept PVC. And even Germany, there is a lot of regulations on PVC. So these are coming. So the overall objective of the sustainable regulations that are coming in the countries have a direct impact on Indian industry. Either it is pharmaceutical or any export industry, FMCG or food industry. Because today the pharmaceutical exports are more than food exports in India, I think. And whatever the food export that is going, it is consumed by Indians in the flora of the countries. But there is a strong belief that India will become in next 5 years as the food capital of the world, as India has become pharmacy of the world, food. So the food industry also have to do. But the difference is from food, it is easily consumable, its shelf life is in months, whereas pharma shelf life is in years. So there will be definitely an impact of a complete rethinking, a reapproach to reduce the plastics, to replace the plastics, and do a complete design which will be product friendly and the supply chain friendly and the user friendly.
Thank you, Chandi. So here, government also plays a major role, right, while designing the policies. Like what I'm hearing now is that in the case of aluminium, if we import, we have to pay import duties and all that, which is coming, which is not good for Indian pharmaceutical industry. So if we are exporting, then if we are paying more, if our converters are importing it and they are paying import duty, they are going to charge from us only. And what we are trying to do, we will charge from the from our customers only. But there are some medicines where we cannot increase the prices. So it is chicken and egg story, right? Then who are the formulators in the government? There are many people from CII also here. So my urged request is, please see these policies so that it should be friendly to the industries also who are working in this pharmaceutical sector. Yeah, Manindra, you want to add anything what Chandi has said?
First thing, what is suggested is that regarding the PVC, that is because in most of the products are in thermoformed blister, and PVC is the forming material that is mostly used, so it is gradually changed with PP. So that is the work that is done. In addition to that, in the morning session, they suggested that many of the companies are working on reducing the wall thickness of the bottles, provided the product stability is established. So that is also happening. And in addition to that, in case of laminates also, other than the normal regular structure, example 12, 12, 60 and other structures which are present, can alternative structures be worked upon a laminate structure with lesser micron thickness or alternative material, which can provide the same kind of stability for the product. So that are also things which are getting evaluated by the packaging technologists and other cross-functional teams. So one more thing which we need to consider is that gradually, not only while these works are getting happened on the primary packaging, ultimately for many of the export shipments, it is the tertiary packing and the pallet, till which, for example, from once the product gets packed, it will be packed in a carton and then to a shipper and then to a pallet, right? So the effective and proper optimal designing of the carton, and then the next shipper, what should be the GSM of each shipper, what should be the dimension, and how can you ensure more optimal usage of the pallet while you are trying to ship it out. So all these things ultimately again reach out to the sustainability, because you are trying to get maximum output from the product which you are trying to ship it out, because the logistics costs get reduced, the freight charges get reduced, the carbon emissions get reduced. So the role of packaging technology is gradually more and more increasing, because the cost of the drugs and other aspects becomes fixed or keep on increasing. The man hours cost keep on increasing. So the packaging team plays a very pivotal role, because they have to think out ways in which they can work out to optimize the benefit of the company and to increase the sales.
Avinash, only one point.
Yeah, sure.
So the focus for all the packaging technologies, the focus will be highest on primary, then it goes to secondary because labeling is a regulation, and least goes on to tertiary. But now I think we have to reverse it because to get the overall benefit for supply chain as well as industry, so there can be a lot of rethinking and redesigning on tertiary packaging.
Thank you. So by redesigning what Chandi has said and what Munindra has said, by redesigning our shippers, we have to maximize the pallet space, maximize the container space. So as a company, Dr. Reddy's have saved more than 10%. If you redesign it, if you redevelop it, because top space of the container is always left vacant, and we are paying for that, right? So we should try to use 100% so that this comes as a part of sustainability also. Now I come to my dear friend, Mr. Jaggi, right? Sustainability, right? We are talking is a very big buzzword. Everybody is saying, right? So, so there is a lot of talk, right? What is happening? So my request is, what are the trends of recyclable packaging materials? Also, throw some light on the new pharma packaging weight regulations for the European market.
Thank you, Avinash, for your question. But before that, let me thank CII, Chakravarti Garu, and the entire management of CII to have put up this show and inviting me to be part of this panel. So coming to your question, Avinash, sustainability is the buzzword.
Yes.
No doubt about it. In fact, I don't know how many of you noticed when you entered the hotel, just before you turning, There's a small kiosk put up by the government of Telangana. It says reduce, reuse, recycle. There are actually
I've
kiosks.
not seen, sorry.
Yeah, there are kiosks, some of you may have noticed, where they are encouraging you to reuse, recycle your products, etc. So that's inevitable.
Yeah.
And when you talk of PPWR, that's the Pharma Packaging Waste Regulation, it's a law already.
Yes.
European Union in 2024 has made it into a law and will come into effect beginning 2025. There is no escape from that. There are many, many challenges. But why does it happen? It's coming because of sustainability, because of regulations. Like in earlier sessions, I heard some of the panelists asking questions as to when we use these snack foods, there are multi-layered laminates which becomes a challenge to recycle. I fully agree.
Definitely.
It is an issue, but there are solutions. There were some debates on whether do we have any solution. My company already set up about 7 years ago the planet's first 100% recyclable packaging material.
Okay.
It was not in US, it was not in Europe, it was in Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad.
We
Good.
invested 100 crores to put up a completely recyclable mono-material packaging material. The difference is, because when we inaugurated this, Amul also has been using multi-layer mono-materials films for milk packaging. And that's how the rag picker picks it up, because it's very easy to recycle. The difference of what that packaging is, that gives you a shelf life of 4, 5, 6 days. What we have developed gives you a shelf life of 8, 9, 10, or even 12 months, depending on the level of barrier that you are looking at. So we have different solutions. We also do the same product out of a Spanish facility. These are mono materials, PP based and PE based, and these are 9 times recyclable.
9 times.
9 times recyclable as certified by Recyclas of Europe. Of course, that's a different story. How many actually are recycling it? That's the second story. It's like plastic. We all criticize plastic. For me, plastic remains a wonder product.
Yes.
I don't think plastic is an evil. Managing plastic waste is the evil, and that's where we need to educate ourselves, improve our behavior to how to manage the waste, how to segregate the waste, and this, the innovation that we have done, and now we offer it to the world. Many global multinationals are using this material already for high barrier monomaterials, PP based, even pharma solutions, where the barrier needs a little less. Aluminium is undoubtedly the best, the ultimate. You cannot compromise on that. But if you have some products where the barriers can be a little lower, and you can still manage, we have these solutions, and therefore this pharma packaging waste regulation has come as an act. It is a law. It is essential for all food supplements and nutraceuticals to be compliant. Otherwise, there is going to be heavy penalties.
Yes.
Heavy penalties imposed by the EU, and this is not restricted only to the companies operating in EU. This is applicable to anybody and everybody in the globe who's doing business in EU. So it's not that if I'm sitting in India, I can be away from that regulation. No. If I'm doing business with them, I have to comply with the pharma packaging waste. There are timelines, there are guidelines where 2030 there will be more reviews, there will be in 2035 there will be updates, etc. But it's already become a law, and it is now mandatory to comply with that pharma packaging waste regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggi, for bringing these lights on the table. And thanks for putting the plant here in India so that Make in India can further boost up, right? Yeah. Saurav, I come back to you again. What roles, yeah, please go ahead.
No. We are making multi-layer laminates of the same material. It's the same PP or the same PE, but with different barrier requirements. Some products need 6 months shelf life, some need 8 months shelf life. And I must add here, when we say 100% recyclable, there's a misconception in India that it should be every component should be 100% recyclable. No. The European Union Recyclass specifies as long as it is 90% and above recyclable components, it is classified as recyclable. So it is monomaterial. It's PE, PEP with some additives, which is making it so it's very easy to recycle it. It's all PE, so you don't need to segregate each layer, which is the challenge today. We have metallized polyester, PE, etc., OPS, and that's why the rag picker never picks up those pouches, because the pain of segregation is
very
far
much
higher than the results that they get.
I must say, if anybody has time and going, do visit that plant, because I was there at the opening ceremony of the plant. Yeah. So, Saurav, I come back to you again. What role sustainability play in the future of pharmaceutical packaging? And what are some of the emerging eco-friendly materials, if you can throw some light?
Yeah, so see, sustainability, as we all know, that it is the future for us actually, and it will definitely have a positive environmental impact for every industries. Some of the examples, as Mr. Jaggi has also shared, and this thing, in pharmaceutical business, what we have seen over the years, like various, vendors and suppliers, they are coming up with very innovative packaging solutions which are sustainable in nature. If we speak of oral solid dosages, like for blister packs, from mono PVC, which is the least barrier, we see there are companies who are coming up with recyclable grades of PVCs with some chemical inhibitors and stabilizers impacted, which will get converted into a recyclable grades actually. So the plus point over there is, probably you won't need a new stability to be done, because the material per se remains PVC. Okay, and we don't commit those inhibitors or the stabilizers which goes into the PVC as a part of our dossier commitment to the regulatory health authorities. So the specification remains per se the same, 200 or 250 microns PVC, that is one. Secondly, and over a period of like increasing barrier, people have done a lot of work in the least barrier films, and that is PVC, and the highest barrier, which is the cold form. And I'm sure Mr. Jaggi will agree, like there are cold form structures which are halogen free also available today, wherein converters have come up with a solution of removing the PVC from the innermost layer, replacing it with polylayer. But that again calls for a new leading foil which has to seal onto that polylayer, and then which calls for additional, that is additional stability. But yes, that's a halogen-free recyclable grade of blister film actually. There are some works going on with regard to slightly more, thermoform based sensitive products like PVDC or Aclar based products, wherein those work are still going on. I have come across personally some, works with converters where we have seen they have replaced the lead foil with PE film also.
Sure.
But over there, the challenges lies like dispensing ease.
Issues will be coming.
Those issues are there. Printability, because that is transparent in nature, you will have to always give a white undercoat of printing and then go for printability. Whether you need any surface treatment of those films or not to make it print receptive or not. So those challenges are there which are being addressed. But these are some of the very significant salient progresses that our vendors have, our partners have already done. But one of the challenges which I want to, as end user, as drug manufacturer is, one is, availability of multiple number of vendors, because if tomorrow one of our partners A come up with a solution, it should be readily available with C, D also.
I agree.
So that we don't rely on a monopolistic source, relying on one vendor base every time. That is one. Secondly is the investment at our end. One is the stability front. Even if I leave that thing out, what is the additional cost? If I have to run a different compact cold form blister, let's say a sustainable grade, I have to invest in a new set of tooling. Any blister machine, imported blister machine is not going to cost us less than 40,000-50,000 euros per set. So even more. And looking into the dynamics of Europe market, the different pack configurations that we have, full set of tooling, partial set of tooling, we incur this thing which we do not add on to the return on investment, what we are actually achieving. So these are some of the things we have to address these things at it step by step going ahead. the plus point is people have identified, we have identified, yes, there are solutions available. It is up to us as end users or drug manufacturers to take it up, to collaborate with our partners who are providing that solution, run a stability fine. We will do that. And then we will also support the partners in a way, collaborate with them to go strength to strength, because they cannot keep on developing things without any commitment from the end user or the drug manufacturer, whether it will see the light of the day or not, because ultimately it's an investment at their end also.
Yeah. I'll just add here, Avinash, one point.
Yeah, sure. Please go
like
ahead.
the recyclability, we as a company have targeted 2025, where every packaging that we produce will be recyclable. That's number one. Number two, by 2030, we have taken a target that we will be net zero. 2030. As a company, we will be net zero, and as you all know, there are three scopes, you know, what you do on your materials, what you do on energy, and what you do with your vendors. So what we do with materials, what we do with energy is only 12% score. That's the smallest part. The biggest challenge is 88% of the score comes from what our vendor is complying to make it, make us net zero. And in turn, what we do to our customers, and therefore it's a drive we have taken. 2030 is very ambitious.
Yes.
But we have set ourselves a target.
From Indian government, it is 40 years ahead.
Yes, we are almost 5 years now, around the corner 2025. Thank you.
Only one point I would like to add. See, as drug manufacturers and as our partners who are manufacturing the sustainable solutions, we are collaborating. It is, we should at least throw this point to the forum also, like it is also up to the regulators to accept these new materials. They should not be relying on an extended shelf life of maybe, if I'm marketing a product with 36 months shelf life, they should not come and tell, okay, first give me that 36 months shelf life real-time data, because you had an out of specification or a stability failure in one stability condition. Give me the full stability, then I'm going to approve you. We have seen in our experience that a simple thing like people are moving out to e-labeling, e-leaflet more so. There are pharmaceutical companies who have entered into semi-regulated market with e-leaflet, but that has still not been accepted by the US
government. I agree with you.
Even with major European health authorities also.
If that can be done,
that
is a major blow.
If they can be convinced, because see, we can do this, that all prescription products which are having an outsert or a leaflet form, which is in any way an added cost to the product. So if that
One
can
is
be
that
converted into
it adds to the
QR
product
code.
and nobody reads also.
Reads also, and
nobody reads it.
And the best part is the QR code on the label. If someone scans it, they get an access to the most updated version of the leaflet. Because in pharmaceutical business, there is a lot of leaflet changes that keeps on happening. There are, instances where our product in the market is lying in the market with an obsolete version of leaflet, and there is a security or alert or change that has to be done. So those things can be avoided, that non-compliance can be avoided, and we can save this thing.
One thing more, what innovator does, before going to the market, they will only change one comma or full stop. For that, we have to stop our drug to the market. We have to change it, that comma or full stop, and then we have to re-label it, and then we have to send it. And that doesn't make any sense.
Avinash, I want to add one thing. Just sir, the guidance on EPI, electronic PI, has been published in 2013. That is the only guidance, in my experience, after publishing the draft guidance not implemented within 5 years. Any guidance that comes in US, it will be implemented 5th or 6th year. 2013 to 2024 that has not been implemented. I will openly tell the reason. It is a lobby that is stopping it. So the pharmaceutical industry of India should become as a lobby to go and influence them and make that EPI implementation. Sir, it has excellent advantage for us. It relieves pharmaceutical industry to the great extent who are exporting to US market. And they have clearly given why this guidance we made, because they wrote one sentence, beautiful sentence. 100% of these outserts will go to the dustbins of pharmacies. They have written, and that is the reason they want to convert into EPI, and it has not been implemented. Avinashji, pharmaceutical industry has to come to India. Indian top 20 company has to come, and we have to represent Avinashji. We have to take the lead in that.
CEOs are going to FDA, representing wherever it can be. But I would request our government authorities also. Yes, sir.
Sir, I request Pharmaxil to at least to connect 25 top Indian companies about this EPI guidance, and we should make a represent why it is stopped. When it can be implemented, it will be a great relief, and it has a sustainable impact, sir.
So because every company will save around 40-50 crores, which we are spending now.
No, sir. Paper, sir. When I calculated, sir, in 2013, 12,000 tons of paper can be saved, Bible paper. 12,000 tons per annum.
Mr. Chandi, it's not only the 12,000 tons. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You can just log in with your IEC number, with IEC. You can go into that one, and you can select a country, and you can mention your issues and strategies there itself.
Okay,
and you please post your comments on that, and that will really help us to bring this representation to the government. And definitely we'll come to that.
Definitely we'll all do.
And the second point is that I think probably my regulatory mindset has really helped, trying to check with Saurav what has mentioned that the QR, not the QR code, with respect to the leaflet that he said is there can be read about that one and all, whatever it may be and all. And at the back end, we will be changing the updating on all those things.
Yes.
This will help as a security issue also. If somebody has already counterfeited that one, he may not be updating it as much as you updating it.
Yes, I agree with you.
And the moment you check with that one, if you have the latest one coming up, then it is yours. If it is the old one, definitely somebody has counterfeited that.
I agree.
That's kind of a thing you can work it on.
Thank you, sir. So, Saurav, now I'm coming to you with a difficult question, right? So, everybody is asking sustainability has more price, so we have to go like that, right? So, my question is, how can sustainability packaging solutions drive profitability by meeting consumer demand and regulatory requirements?
No, yes, pricing is one serious concern actually that I already mentioned. So, as front runners in the pharmaceutical industries, the front runner of pharmaceutical companies, it is up to them to have a consumer awareness. That is one. Yeah. In a way, we build in that brand loyalty within the mind of the patients or the consumers. That yes, if somebody is taking Dolo 650 or something of that sort, no, I am loyal to buy that particular product. I'll not go.
When we are going to implement it, it is costing much high. So that is what if when we are going to implement it, it is costing much high. So that is what if Indian government or some good, I will say, rules can come which can help industry in using, that will be great. So Chandi, I come back to you again. What are the new regulations of or pharmaceutical requirements that are coming which are critical and have huge impact on the business?
One such is USP pharmacopoeia requirements. Earlier it was the chapter 660 is to be containers. But now that has been changed to two sectors, 661 and 6.1 and 661.2. So this 661.1 addresses the material of construction. And 661.2 says the pharmaceutical packaging, plastic packaging system of pharmaceutical use. So they have divided into it. The overall objective is that the complete chemical structure and the toxicological assessment has to be done when you are using as a plastic material for your primary packaging, and even depending on the dosage form it varies, because the impact and the interaction will be least in solid oral dosage form. The requirements are certain, but when we move on to the specialty drugs, injectables and then aerosols, the requirements are increasing. So to do this complete establishment of plastic construction, materials of construction as well as the toxicological assessment before you launch the product involves lot of tests to be done, and about 27 USP reference standards are required. Earlier the tests are only 5 or 6 for primary packaging material, but now it has increased like anything. And PVC also has brought into the USP. Even though it is introduced in 2020, the pharmacopoeia USP of 2020, they have given implementation date which is fast approaching is 2025. Why they have extended the implementation? Normally pharmacopoeial different standards will implement from the day of publication. If it is May 1st, 2020, it has to be implemented from May 1st, 2020. But for this, they have given 5 years exception from 2020 to 2025 because of the complexity involved, the complete testing methods have been changed. And to do at least one time, it will cost 1 crore for one container. One container closure system, it will cost 1 crore, and we have to do only one time during development. It is not part of the regular quality testing. So that is coming, and later on, once USP is implemented, it will go into European pharmacopoeia, as you said, then it will come to Indian pharmacopoeia.
Thank you, thank you. Monindra, what are your thoughts of challenging this implementing the regulations, pharmaceutical regulations? Can you throw some light?
Yeah, so in Europe market, there has been tamper-evident stickers, which has been implemented. But there are still some challenges like, again, I will tell that generally many of the cartons which are getting, in which the tamper evidence are put, if they are UV varnished, then many of the labels, when they are kept at different temperature conditions, the label generally get peeled off. So the collaboration is required between the user company and the converters or the manufacturers of the labels, in which for Europe market you need to find out some labels in which it can properly adhere to the UV coating also, number one. Also, I recently read one guideline in which not only on the carton but on the shipper or on the case, there's a requirement which is coming up that you need to include a tamper evidence on the case, that is the shipper. So the shipper also has to be, there's a very recent guideline which I just read it. Okay. So in which in the shipper also you have to do in such a way that the shipper also gives an indication that there has been a tamper evidence.
Oh, this
so
I am not aware.
Yeah, so earlier it was still the carton, but the guideline now tells that in the shipper also, what is happening when many of the warehouses they have that, they do not want the carry strap, because generally people were using carry strap and the BOPP tape. So you now have to put a proper BOPP tape in the case, and that case BOPP tape should be such that it provides tamper evidence.
This is implemented or going to implement?
It is going to implement soon. Okay. There's very recent guideline which they have mentioned that the case shipper also has to be, BOPP tape also has to be with tamper evidence. That is a very recent requirement which has come across the supply chain.
Thank you, thank you. Sanjeev ji, we'll come back to you.
Just I will add to that. So making a shipper as a tamper evident will be very, very difficult. But solution is there, which certain companies used to use way back 90s for export, especially Vietnam and some other African markets. We used to glue the complete all top and bottom flaps of the shipper during those days, 90s. But that is a very laborious job to apply glue and stick it and put pressure and see that the glue has sticked, and then we used to dispense. But we
some companies have come up. They have got like hollow sticks, and other companies are telling like that. So there are some tapes, like in that tapes will give a indication that you have done tamper evidence on the case. So they are trying to, we have implemented it for 2 customers. So that they were their specific requirement that you have to implement it. So we have implemented it.
Okay, thank you. Sanjeev ji, let's come back to you. We are hearing that new EU rules on the forest conservation, right? What are those, and what if would mean for the packaging industry?
Okay, that's quite a complex situation.
Because it is as per the topic given to me.
It's a complex situation. It's a controversial situation as well. And earlier we heard our colleague from the ITC mentioning something about it. It's a new proposed act.
Yeah.
In Europe, the proposed act actually, literally, if you look at the steps, it starts from the tree in the forest. And the forester has to have every tree marked, and before he does it to the next level, he has to have a coding for each tree. Then it goes to the paper mill, The paper mill has to generate a code from which you can trace which tree it came from. Then the paper mill sends it to the converter. So as a converter, I have had here, and I'm proud to say, Constantia Flexibles recently, we upgraded our EcoVadis score from gold to platinum.
Oh, that's very good.
And platinum, less than 1% are platinum. So, but we comply with all.
Develop and implement eco-friendly pharmaceutical packaging solutions.
See, some of the stages that we need to do, like green, we all know there is a C-series involved in biopolymers development actually in collaboration with government initiatives. This is a very positive way forward on those things. And as I mentioned briefly before also, like we as front runners, we need to collaborate with our partners to do this development. Yes, we see a lot of developments coming here in India also by our vendors, by our suppliers also. They are taking a step forward in developing this thing. But there is an ample scope of collaborating between private companies and government associations with financial funding also, which is likely to boost such type of developmental activities here. This will not only, boost the development here in India, but also de-risk, as I was mentioning, the dependency of an external vendor base actually, and to locally develop over here. We have a parallel development running over here. No harm in getting it sourced from external European source or US source, that's to start with. But we should also have our indigenous development base here also, so as to have that flexibility, because see, turnaround time, lead time of materials is equally critical to maintain the business continuity, right? So those things also needs to be taken care of.
Surge in the demand can also be very, very true. I think we have solutions there, but I just want to understand this before I just take it forward.
Considering, just a point, considering the serialization being implemented in US, which is also in a way anti-counterfeiting, do we still need to have to adopt to this tamper evident feature in shipper boxes? Because serialization is 100% mandatory now. That itself is an anti-counterfeiting measure. And considering aggregation is also implemented for US market. So do we still need to have this tamper? Has anybody gone back to the US market? So do we still need to have this tamper? Has anybody gone back to the authorities? Serialization in Europe is only till the secondary level, but in US it is aggregation at the pallet level also. So if anybody tries to tamper, the aggregation will go off. We will not be able to have that parent-child.
That is all I can say.
Yeah, I think you guys have a combined experience of more than 150 years, maybe somewhere around 150 to 160. I think we couldn't have asked for a better panel today. What a compelling takeaways, innovative thoughts.
तो अभी बच्चा है.
So many. I think, guys, we'll take a quick break of 10 minutes for tea and come back for very intriguing sessions. Actually, you must not miss the sessions, integration of AI, ML, and IoT in the manufacturing and packaging, followed by the evolution of technologies in the machinery. And then you have international session also. So get your tea and then get little energized, your battery is charged for the next sessions. See you soon.
PharmaSecure is a global serialization, track and trace, product authentication, and patient engagement company. With over 253,000 plus patients engaged, PharmaSecure's PS Connect is transforming patient engagement. Meet Priya. Like many others, she's managing a chronic condition and needs a little help along the way. With PS Connect, Priya gets a faithful companion in her health journey. The app sends her reminders, tips from a dietitian, and connects her with a counselor whenever she has questions. It's simple, supportive, and reliable. With these gentle nudges, Priya's staying on track like never before. But it's not just Priya who benefits. Her doctor is able to follow along every step of the way. Through PS Connect, Priya's doctor can see her progress, spot any challenges, and even reach out if something doesn't look right. These insights help the doctor offer Priya more personalized guidance, strengthening their relationship and her trust in her care plan. For pharma companies, PS Connect opens a window into patient behavior. We have seen adherence increase by over 40%, helping patients continue their treatments. Beyond just numbers, PS Connect lets brand owners understand their patients' needs better, tailor their strategies, and make a lasting difference. With PS Connect, patient care goes beyond the prescription. It's a partnership for patients, doctors, and the industry.
Any product you make is a promise to your consumer, a promise of quality and authenticity, a promise that carries with it the reputation of your brand. At PharmaSecure, we're here to protect your product at every stage of its journey and help you keep that promise. At PharmaSecure, we ensure the authenticity of your product at every stage of its journey, from serialization to track and trace, validating product authentication, and extending the consumer experience with loyalty programs and engagement. Right from the beginning of the product journey, PharmaSecure's serialization plays a key role in ensuring visibility. We generate a unique code for every product with our patented encryption-based algorithm. This helps in protecting your products from diversion and counterfeiting. Knowing exactly where your products are is important to ensure integrity and quality of the supply chain. With PharmaSecure's track and trace, you can manage complex supply chains and follow key events in real time. This ensures that any deviation will instantly raise an alert and you have consistent data on your supply chain security. PharmaSecure helps verification of packages at any point in your supply chain using different methods. This also empowers your end consumer to actively ensure that the product they're buying is genuine. The experience extends beyond verification with PharmaSecure's PS Connect patient support platform that helps them be better informed and improves their health outcomes. For consumers outside the healthcare space, PharmaSecure provides an engaging loyalty solution that rewards your consumers for their continued support and loyalty to your brand. PharmaSecure solutions are designed to support compliance with various regulations and standards related to product safety, anti-counterfeiting, and supply chain security, allowing to comply with international mandates. And that's just the software. At PharmaSecure, we also take care of your complete hardware requirements, from print and inspect machines to conveyors, bundle scanners, and inspection systems. And we go beyond the healthcare industry to extend the same services through ProductSecure, a division of PharmaSecure that serves diverse industries such as agri, food and beverages, cosmetics, FMCG, nutraceuticals, and automobile parts. At PharmaSecure, we have been serving our clients diligently for 15 years with over 6 billion packages protected. We ensure your brand keeps its promise of quality and authenticity by giving you complete visibility into your products at all stages.
request audience who are in the lobby to please assemble in the hall so that we could begin the session. For a minute? Sure.
I think with respect to the time of the people who are already here, maybe we can get going, and other people I'm pretty sure will join once they hear something interesting. So, see, the technology is the primary enabler today for any industry. Packaging industry is no exception. Right from the product concept, from the design of the product to the pilot, the productionization of the product, the distribution of the product, ultimately, your field or customer service, the entire downstream, upstream logistics, and the entire shop floor is currently being affected. I would rather use the word disrupted by the technology. And it is not just one technology, it is a confluence of many, many, many things happening all at the same time. So the cloud, the speed of communication, the network, and that now when you pair that with the IoT, the intelligence that is being powered by the huge data that is in the organizations, the blockchain. So all of these is affecting the industries a lot. Packaging industry probably is in the forefront of many of these changes. If anybody wants to look at any product, he actually first looks at the package. The package has the protection layer. It has the branding layer. It also has the logistics layer in terms of labeling, RFID, the QR code or whatever. And it also has the traceability layer. It also has the sustainability layer. If there is, and of course material science is also very much in part of it. So from that perspective, this is a very, very, very important industry. It affects every industry because there is no other industry can survive unless they have a right packaging. So packaging as an industry, packaging as an art, packaging as a science, as a faculty is probably one of the most, I would say, fastest growing in the manufacturing sector. So we have the opportunity to talk about that today. I appreciate the chance given to all of us by Chakravarti Garu and in the Packcon. While I am part of CII from the IT panel, so I do take this as a privilege. And I have a fantastic panel, the esteemed panel here, who are all technology experts. So what I would do is, I will actually first have them introduce themselves. And while they are introducing, they can also make a comment on the technology trends, not in general, but also then kind of related to the packaging industry. Then we'll go for the typical, the panel session segments. So with that, without any further ado, let me ask Bala. He can introduce himself and also give his opening thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Bala Pedigari, Chief Innovation Officer at Tata Consultancy Services. Before I get into my further introduction, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. What is the product which comes to your mind in India when you talk about packaging? What is the first product comes to your mind? Product, I'm saying. Finished product. Finished product which has got a great package. Globally also. I want one example in India, one example globally. If you can think and let me know. What comes to your mind? We are in a packaging industry. Nothing comes to your mind? Okay, you can read. You can read. So many finished products are there. I strongly believe that if you're asking me, The first thing which comes to my mind is a Cadbury Silk. Cadbury Silk, I'm talking about my view, probably someone's view is Maggie, that's fine. And the second at a global level which comes to my mind is Apple. Because I strongly feel that every package has got a story to tell. It has got a kind of an aesthetics which communicates about the functionality. It talks about the design. It talks about the importance and emotional connect which it establishes with the user who is trying to use that particular product. More than the product which is inside, it's a package which first gets connected to the user. So from the design across the value chain, it has got a huge amount of role to play. While I say so, it's important that we are today at the stage of innovation where each of these particular industries are undergoing a lot of transformations. With the confluence of the technologies, as Sanjeev mentioned, it could be the artificial intelligence, could be the machine learning models, or it could be the IoT sensor technologies, or it could be the blockchain. They all play a very important role to connect and detect and trace the entire value chain. So it's important that when we try to talk about any kind of an innovation, it's all about how do we communicate the story to the user with the emotional connect. That makes a big difference. If we all do with that, technology will always help in achieving the direction and achieve the innovation. That are my initial thoughts, and wanted to hand it over to Sanjeev to take it forward.
Pankaj, your introduction and the opening comments.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, CII, for having me here. Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti, for inviting me to this panel. A brief introduction about myself. I think I've been working in the emerging technologies areas for the last 22 years. And for good or bad reasons, have always been on the cutting edge of technology. And many of them probably find a resonance with packaging industry, be it RFID, be it QR codes, be it blockchain, IoT, and now, of course, we all talk about artificial intelligence. Coming to the opening remarks that Sanjeev has asked us to talk, I also come from a traditional business family background. So I have probably the advantage of seeing both sides of the story. My father very jokingly comments, "Tum technology wale sirf hateli pe chand dikhate ho, kuch solution to nahi." So I understand that side of the story also. And there is a general feeling in the traditional industry that technology is expensive. I just want to start by submitting that not using technology is probably going to prove more expensive than calling technology as expensive. I think we need to sit together, have a dialogue together, and see how MSMEs and our growing industries leverage technology to be competitively best at the global level. So this whole mistrust of technology being expensive or technology solution providers not understanding the business needs, I think that has to go, and CII and these kind of panels have a huge role to play in that.
Hello, yeah, I think I'm on. Hi, my name is Tushar. I'm from this company called Origin Pharmaceutical Services Limited. I work as a CIO and CDO in the company. My role is just to make sure that the digital quotient of the company is up to speed. Coming back to the topic, I think Sanjeev, thank you so much for having me here. Chakravarti Garu, thank you so much for having me here. Always a pleasure to be a part of CII whenever I'm getting the invitation. So I think the current trend, if you look at it, everyone is talking about this buzzword of AI, ML, DL, deep learning, right? How do we actually use these emerging technologies to make our packaging more effective? Bala asked this question that what reminds you, what product comes to your mind first? I was not a part of the audience, but maybe I would like to respond. I think, you remember Goli Soda? Goli Soda was the one which was famous when we were kids, and then it disappeared for some time. Now it has come back. So the nostalgic value, what that packaging has till today. I just press that marble, it falls inside, and the soda comes out, and the gas comes out. So that's something which is that nostalgic effect of me getting reminded of my childhood is packaging for me. Yeah. because it has lasted long enough in my mind. Even today, I remember those days when I used to get it from after my school or sometime. Right? So I think that is the importance of packaging. I read it somewhere that around 80% of the Apple users do not throw the box, because the moment you open the box, it fits exactly the same. Yeah, it does not even have a single mm or single a centimeter open. It just fits it perfectly. So 80% of the users don't really throw the box. It's still there as it is. So I think that's a good product to start with.
In how do we ultimately then start deploying these modern technologies to the packaging industry? I will give you one example, which I was part of implementation maybe almost 15 years ago. Some of you probably will remember this company called Coleman. Coleman used to be the lantern manufacturer. They acquired a company called Holmes. They are based in Wichita, Kansas in the United States. They manufacture a lot of these coolers. And if you look at their yard, the yard actually has multiple forklifts that is loading the pallets into the in the container, in the trailer. And each pallet will have multiple cartons. It's a multi-level pack. And each carton has multiple products. But you only scan the container when the receiving company, home storage, when they receive it, they scan the container. The entire container is received in a matter of 30 seconds. And this is in 2004. RFID, RF was implemented. And of course, they were using a solution called SAP. It does have a handling unit concept, multiple place handling unit. And that was used at the time. And today, probably the same company may be using something called smart chip. And then the packaging to a large extent is also being reused. I was actually discussing with them that there is like bottling companies reuse the bottles. There are packaging that is being recycled with a smart chip in it, which is being reconfigured as it passes through a station. So the technology adoption in the packaging industry is from anywhere to anywhere. If you look at the DHL warehouses or FedEx, their level of expertise in the packaging, in the downstream logistics is very different compared to, let's say, some other MSME. But there is a technology available in each and every aspect of the packaging industry, right from the production, from the material science to the product development to the research and all onto the downstream logistics. So where exactly we are seeing what technology deployment? For example, where is blockchain being deployed? Where is IoT being deployed? Where is data and cloud is being deployed? And what is the benefit that we have actually seen, the practical usage, the adoption of these technologies in the packaging industry? So to know more about the blockchain usage, I would like to ask Pankaj to see where he actually sees the deployment of the blockchain technology in the context of packaging industry.
Right. Thanks, Sanjeev. I think I've been personally championing the cause of blockchain for the last 10 years now, one of the early adopters, and we also have an India Blockchain Forum as a forum which works with industry, startups, and government in terms of policy making. I look at packaging as part of a larger supply chain logistics industry. And if you look at the logistics cost in India, it is estimated to be about 16%, whereas China has a logistics cost of 8%. That in itself is the single biggest differentiator or a barrier for India to export. And there are a lot of things which obviously go in this whole supply chain, packaging, logistics industry. And we could talk about trust, right? In the previous panel also, there was a lot of discussion about counterfeiting and other things. So yeah, counterfeiting, packaging, trust. Today you walk into a supermarket, there's a honey jar which has a label organic honey and it costs you 3 times more. But how many of us are confident that it is genuinely honey? And how do you track and trace from farm to table or farm to retail? So in terms of traceability, in terms of trust, in terms of sustainable packaging, which you were hinting, and probably we'll discuss more in a later section. But I think it's very, very important to see how you use the combination of right technology. Very often in traditional industry, people get into this debate of IoT versus blockchain or blockchain versus AI. I think there has to be a greater dialogue to understand that all these technologies are going to work together. So it's a IoT, blockchain, AI solution, which is probably make a difference. And we don't really have to do any rocket science around it. There are a lot of solutions. Like you said, you would have worked on some solution in 2004, right, which still needs to be adopted. So I think in terms of so much of e-commerce happening, so much of recall of products happening, blockchain plays a very, very important role. It creates a layer of trust from the source to destination. It ensures that, because blockchain is not just about traceability, but you have something called a smart contract terminology associated with blockchain, which means that whenever the transaction progresses as per the defined rules, some actions will be done automatically. Today, a lot of SMEs supply goods to large companies and wait for payments indefinitely because they are told our systems are reconciling and this and that, right? Blockchain makes it very, very level playing. All your legal contracts converted to smart contracts mean that, one, they don't have to go through the legal hassles because it then becomes mathematics, not English. And second, it can be acted upon. It is not the proprietary of a larger company. So blockchain in that sense creates a layer of trust and democratizes for different size parties involved in the transaction. So I think that's where I will pause.
Thank you, Pankaj. Fantastic explanation of the usage of blockchain in the real-time logistics as it applicable to the packaging and also every other industry. Now moving on to the next technology, which is probably the most talked about in last 2 years, generative AI or rule-based, the classical AI, the machine learning. The key for this is the data. So unless the organizations actually have a proper data that is in a shape and a form where it can be harvested to derive the intelligence out of it, there is no use of it. Every organization does create a lot of data, but then to set up the data infrastructure, sometimes it is perceived as expensive, but the value that you can potentially derive out of data is immense. Now, that can be used for efficient production, predictive maintenance, predictive inspections, calibration of the inspection equipment, and so on and so forth, wastage of the machines, productive time, or also the scrap. But all of these need to be captured so that you are able to then derive some meaningful usage out of it. So from that perspective, maybe Tushar, if you would like to comment on, have you seen any practical applications in the context of Indian packaging or the pharma industry, or maybe including your own industry, where you are effectively started to leverage these AI, ML technologies and deriving some benefits out of it?
So interesting question, Sanjeev. I think impact is very important, and that's where I will start with. Around 43% manufacturing cost has come down. And this is not only because of AI. World Economic Forum today talks about 6 to 7 technologies which are used, and they are called as digital lighthouse. Yeah, there are a few lighthouses within the country itself, but then the overall impact what we see is around 43% manufacturing costs getting reduced, which is not only is useful for the manufacturing companies, but also is getting passed on to the patients. Yeah, the medicines are getting cheaper because of this. This is happening because of something called Pharma 4.0. Yeah, but there has been industrial revolution 1, 2, 3, and 4. So today we are living in an age where we are able to use generative AI. And like you rightly said, the basis for all this is the data. And so I think AI to me has 5 pillars, and I'll talk about them. First is data set. How do we get the right data set at the right time, curated, cleaned data? Second is around compute. We need to use a GPU kind of a system. Normal CPUs, normal computers will not work. Third is finding the right models, which AI ML model to use to predict or to generate these whatever numbers we're talking about. Fourth, around talent. Now, we have talent across the country, but identifying that talent and retaining them is very, very important. And finally, I think AI today hallucinates. It will tell you some random name. Like, for example, I keep this joke wherever I go. So someone asked ChatGPT, what is the favorite food in France? And ChatGPT responded, French fries, which is not the case, right? So that's what AI does. AI hallucinates. Another example, someone was asking ChatGPT that, okay, a nurse is standing outside and some more details, and ChatGPT responded, she is standing outside, she is doing so. Why is a nurse always a female? It can also be a male, right? So ChatGPT hallucinates. You need to have the right prompt to be asked, then only it will give you the right results every time, yeah? So AI is a double-edged sword today. It is not yet there yet. But I think the more we talk about hallucination, I come to the fifth point, which is what I call trust but verify. You trust the data outcome of AI, but make sure that you verify it. Yeah, don't just blindly believe it, whatever it is saying. So these are the 5 things which are important for any AI systems to work across the manufacturing, packaging, and any landscape for that matter. Now, talking about any specific company, I think there are 3 layers which every company go through in their digital transformation journey. The first layer, and I call it as foundational layer, this is where all the IoTs and all the data starts getting captured. Yeah, you have to make sure that the foundation is right. On top of that, you start digitizing the core, like your manufacturing systems are digitized, your quality systems are digitized and all. And on top of all this, once you have the right set of data from step 1 and step 2, then you can go for the next level, which is the third level of digital transformation. Now, digital transformation requires step 1 and step 2 to be done properly. If at all you're not capturing the data at source, you cannot use it to do an AI. Another use case, I think, around manufacturing specifically, for example, I'm running a batch on a particular machine, and that particular machine operates on a certain speed. And if I change the product, now the product is changed, the operator will go and he'll just do trial and error, try to change some parameters here and there, and he will observe. Sometimes the rejection increases, then he reduces the parameter. Sometimes the speed is less, then he increases the parameter. After 2-3 tries, he is able to get the right optimum value, right? How an ML model can help you to predict the same? Why an operator is spending that much time at the cost of getting more rejections, as the cost of manufacturing batch getting delayed? Can an ML model predict that particular optimum value? Is AI and ML here for us? Yeah. Thanks, Sanjeev.
Thank you, Tushar. There is one common understanding that the technology folks are very, very serious. In fact, we were, before coming in, we said ours is a very serious topic, but we don't have to be serious about the topic. When we discuss, we can enjoy. But I think that the implication of not deploying the technologies are really serious from the industry perspective, because we will be left behind. We are not only competing within India, but the competition for even packaging products could come from many, many places. India is actually poised to significantly grow in the packaging industry, but the adoption of technology is absolutely key. We have a lot of large pharmaceutical companies like ITC, which is pretty large in paper and products, and also in every food processing and whatnot. Every company's success is going to be determined by whether the packaging is actually helping or hurting the overall value chain, supply chain. If you produce more than what you need, if you stage more than what you need, if you scrap more than what you should, it ultimately starts adding up, and ultimately the overall, as you talked about, 8%, the cost of packaging in China compared to 16% in India. And the technology has been fairly well adopted in many, many large companies, even in India. In fact, as part of my previous stint, I worked with certain companies where we implemented many solutions which actually were using some of the intelligent tools. And there has been a significant benefit. So I would like to maybe have Bala comment on how does he see the adoption of this technology in the large enterprises, and so that maybe some of the not so large enterprises could also see the possibilities and how they can also digitally transform their operations.
Thank you. I think if you are trying to look from the overall technology standpoint, how many of you here are willing to experiment on the new technology adoption in your company? And what about the rest of the people who have not raised hands? They don't want to experiment, but they want to follow? They did not heard my question. So I want you to wake them up, and okay. So you want to be extra cautious before you start doing any experimentation. So it's important that you need to start hearing about some of the success stories, some of the benefits which others really got with the experimentation of the technology. Now, any kind of an industry you take where there's a packaging plays a very important role, the inventory is very important. You need to start predicting what is the level of inventory which is required based on the kind of orders what you're trying to receive, based on the kind of a fulfillment what you're trying to do. So to track and predict the maintenance and to track and maintain, understand the raw materials which is required, AI can play a very important role with the predictive maintenance. The second important dimension what you need to really look at is, now once you are trying to do this package, the technology can aid you in improving your quality assurance. Every packaged content, before and after, how do you measure the quality? Every industry has got a specific parameters, and if you can really model that particular parameters across the life cycle, you will be able to automatically predict the quality which is coming out. The third important is the real-time monitoring. Today, we have a lot of plant floor operations happens within the large enterprises, and each of the plant floor operations require a good amount of monitoring, so that you really know if there is any kind of a defects, if there is any kind of a delays which are happening, you will be able to replicate. That's where the digital twin as a kind of a technology can come as an aid to monitor these things in a real time and make the required actions. In fact, yesterday we were there in the airport's prediction operation center, where the airport's entire digital twin was played. But same thing can be done for the entire packaging industry, which can really do wonders in a long term. It can offset your investments, can optimize your entire inventory level and raw material optimization. The fourth important segment is your supply chain visibility and also the sustainability elements. Again, AI and machine learning models can help you, because it will help you in doing the material optimization, material replacements from the sustainability angle. You'd get to know about what materials are more durable and suitable for the things, and models can help and guide you in enriching your database to a great level of extent. Because every good, in fact, I was trying to visit this Silicon, Signode, and ITC, and their kind of a science which is going on behind their particular technologies is amazing. The design, aesthetics, the kind of a product usage and how they get applied. They look into so many parameters and design, and all these things can be modeled, and so that you get informed decisions coming in. And especially when Pankaj was trying to talk about the blockchain traceability, I was personally involved with as an advisor for one of the pharma company, which TCS provides consulting services like Pfizer. So they had this particular raw materials which is provided, and they build that kind of a medicine, and they want that every raw material coming from the supply chain vendor needs to be tracked. And for that particular batch, they exactly know to trace out which vendor, what kind of a material is used for that particular batch. Why the traceability is needed? In case, if any kind of a medicine is not functioning as desired, their ability to withdraw the batch number and trace the vendor which is causing this kind of a malfunction, they'll be able to detect it. The ability where technology comes as an aid is in this direction. Large enterprises leverages this particular technology, but I'm not minimizing the effect of it where micro, small, medium enterprises cannot use it, because there are so many open source models which comes at your aid with a minimum cost incurrence where you can leverage and take the benefit of it.
Thank you, Bala. Very, very important, because a lot of times the lack of awareness or apprehension of something that we might not be able to adopt because of maybe the readiness of the workforce, one, and also sometimes the management is not too familiar. They have probably not heard of too many use cases. I think from that perspective, conferences like this, what Chakravarti Garu has organized, I think can really have tremendous help, because wherein Maybe while people can share some of this adoption of the technologies also with each other, because that is where the real use cases can come out. Now, while I come from a service provider company, so I will not be able to take some names, but I will give you one implementation that we have done very recently. I would say in the Q2 of this fiscal year. This is for a very large pharma company, and we actually have implemented a open source LLM which is completely downloaded on their on-premise. Then we implemented that for their chromatography lab. And as you know, some of these, the data is proprietary, and obviously it has to reside within the lab. But we were able to, within their lab, we were able to build a very nice SLM, even though the LLM was from large enterprise, but we adopted the track as an SLM trained with a smaller enterprise data, and were able to reduce the testing time, which used to be in many hours, to few minutes. In fact, we started to predict their usage of the column also, and within, let's say, few minutes of the testing sequence, we used to say whether this is passing or failing. The user's decision was being made very quickly. We didn't have to even wait all the way until the testing was completed. And this is in Hyderabad. In fact, this use case was presented in one of the conferences in Singapore. So from that perspective, we have in India, there are very early technology adapters, which are part of our ecosystem. I think to me, conferences like this actually should provide them an opportunity to share their stories so that other people can also benefit. Now, switching the gear to the next level of technology, if you look at, there is a company in India, there might be multiple companies, I'm pretty sure, but one company that I can think of, they have a product called Machine GPT. This is basically, shop floor. Your machines are either, if it is coming from Bosch or Siemens, maybe they are already retrofitted. They already have some of these diagnostics embedded in them, the OTs. Maybe you are already equipped with private 5G. But if they are not, this company can actually retrofit all of your equipment with the right IoTs, so that you are able to capture the data from each of your machine. In fact, you can create a shop floor control system. And this is actually is one of the companies that's based in India. In fact, I think they do have an office in Hyderabad as well. So this is one aspect. Second is the robotics application of the robotics, the humanoid robotics, the bots into the production and the shop floor. I would like to ask Pankaj if he sees any relevance of these two technologies to the packaging industry, or if you have seen any packaging or the pharma industry currently, using this effectively in India.
Sure. So I think in terms of evolution, if you see, originally it was always human to human interaction. And for the last few years, people have been talking about human-machine interaction or interface. I think it's now time for machine-to-machine communication, because wherever there's going to be a human being, there's going to be inefficiency, there's going to be corruption. That's the fact of life. Yeah, corruption of some form, right? So I think, and since we are talking to business owners, because this topic can get very political, the moment you say technology, people say, what about jobs and all that, right? But at least out here, I'm assuming people are now more interested in efficiency than getting into that kind of political debate. What is good for the country, what is good for the company, I think, or what is good for the company will eventually become good for the country, right? So I think it's very important to adopt technology. And just one or two submissions that I have. One, look at India. It has, proven beyond extent that today we are like the suppliers of technology to the whole world. The whole world relies on us for technology, but unfortunately we are not giving that technology to our own industry. Our industry doesn't use technology. Second, at the cost of offending my friends, sometimes Indian industry also goes to very large companies. I think there are specialists available in technology, especially emerging technologies. Larger companies, technology providers take time to adopt new technologies. You should probably look at startups. You should probably experiment more with younger technologies and specialists. Like I keep saying, right, you don't go to your family doctor for everything. You know now that there are younger doctors who are smarter and who are more focused. I think same thing with technology. But it can be curated, and bodies like CII can create a forum where you as an industry or a company need not take all the risk, right? When Bala asked how many people want to experiment, very few hands came up. right? Which was very honest, actually. I think the way to go forward could also be that as an association, you can experiment with a solution for that industry. And then when you think that it is going in the right direction, you can have your individual negotiations. So we will have to come up with new models. We will have to come up with new frameworks. And we cannot have a black and white approach where it works, it doesn't work. We'll have to make it work, because if we are not making it work, we are being left out, right? So it's very important. And I think this whole comfort level, till my competitor does it, I will not have to bother about it. That mindset has to go. I think we have to get into a little more thought leadership model, because your competition today is not your neighbor in the same industrial area. Your competition today is from China, from East Europe, from Latin America, from different parts of the world. And before the floor moves away under your feet, I think you have to act. And that is where these kind of conferences obviously make a lot of difference. So that thought leadership, that moving towards excellence, I think that is the kind of culture which has to be supported, grown, nurtured. And I wish more and more decision makers come to these conferences so that they go back enriched with some of these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Absolutely makes perfect sense. I think you kind of created the urgency for the industry to adapt, which is extremely important. Now, from the MSME's perspective, we discussed that everybody, the technology is affordable. If you go to startups, probably the cost of adoption is also going to be slightly lower compared to when you work with the larger players. Now, one of the key aspects of the entire technology discussion is also revolving around sustainability in many, many industries. The packaging industry, the whole sustainability discussion actually started with the packaging industry, at least in some quarters of the economy. So, Tushar, what is your take on the technology adoption to create more positive impact on the sustainability challenge that the overall economy is facing? And also in the packaging industry, how can the technology help packaging industry become a lot more sustainable, contribute to the greener and circular economy?
So I think everyone is talking about ESG goals. Yeah, how do we get the right ESG goals, the right numbers, and all our customers also expect us to be carbon neutral as soon as possible. Again, it's a difficult task, of course, but then the government and all of us are actually working in the same direction to make it happen. I just wanted to reflect on what Bala was saying on the ability to track from the farm or from the actual plant to the retailer. I think initiatives like serialization have been there, and they have been there for quite some time. Me and Avinash, we had worked on something similar in Dr. Reddy's some time back. So this is a initiative which is there to track and trace, at the end of the day. And the tamper evident stickers and everything are going to be there around. But I think one reflection on that, and regulators should understand this, is where is space? We don't have space left on the shop floor to put another equipment. All our current packaging lines are already cramped. We cannot add any new equipment further. In the previous panel, Muninder was talking about having a shipper as well with a tamper evident sticker on it. But if I want to put one more equipment in that packaging line, there's hardly any space left. Where will I keep it? And I cannot even expand the space. Yeah, so space constraint is real, for not only for bigger pharma companies, even for smaller pharma companies, everyone for that matter. So this becomes a problem, and I think CII and all these authorities actually can come together and help us to uniform the law wherever possible. Right now it is very fragmented. Every country, every regulator has their own way of looking at things. Some way they want to arrest the counterfeits. I'm there with you, but the ways of arresting it are different for different authorities, and that adds complexity to our supply chains. Yeah, and our ability to pack the products, primary packaging, secondary packaging, even tertiary packaging for that matter, right? So this has been a problem. And going back to my serialization days, the bots are here to stay. They work very closely with all the shop floor people. The bots are there. The wrapping, strapping machines are automated now. The way the pallets are kept in the storages are also automated. So I think many places we see automation working very closely with the way packaging happens, And as I was talking in the previous question around AI, I think just imagine a world where you are asking generative AI that can you give me the world's most sustainable packaging? Yeah, and maybe it can give you 2-3 results. Before coming to the session, I actually asked ChatGPT. Yeah, just lighten the things. But yeah, I asked ChatGPT that what is your thought? Okay, how do I make packaging more sustainable? So it gave me some random numbers, but then at least it gave me 2-3 options, and I loved them. One is how do you reuse whatever packages are actually labels are still gone maybe, but maybe some kind of RFIDs. How do I reuse something which is there? Another option was, and I again read it through ChatGPT, not my own thought, that how can I convert this into more paper-based? I'm not a fan of paper-based packaging every time. It depends on the situation and how we use it. But then, yeah, there are certain ways of doing so. But I think AI will definitely help us to optimize packaging. It will not help you to reduce drastically, but as we are feeding in more data, your stability data goes into it. You do some trials with it. All this data you feed back to the AI systems. It will help you to predict the right quality. That how do I sustain the same quality product which I had packed today and is getting consumed after 6 months or 1 year in somewhere in the US market. So AI can definitely help you to predict and to also prescribe sometimes that this is the right packaging. I also came across few softwares like chips packets, right? If you see the chips packets, there are nowadays quite colorful packages also coming there. And again, to me, packaging is the hero because it actually attracts those kids who want to eat chips for that matter, right? So how do I design a packaging for a chips packet which attracts youth of age, suppose 16 to 35? For example, 16 to 25 for that matter, right? And AI generated such amazing results. It was actually giving a result which was so appealing to eyes and so much color, whatever kids, because the GPT is taught that this age group likes so and so color, so and so images on the design, right? So it helps. AI will help you to make it more attractive, make it more sustainable.
Thank you, Tushar. Absolutely. The product design, I think is one of the biggest areas, where AI can be deployed very, very easily and very widely used actually from that perspective, even from the drug discovery perspective. So I do have one more question to ask to the panel, but let me take a pause here and, I'll come to this panel now if we have time. But we would like to ask if there are any questions from the audience, because I think probably your use case is better than anybody here. So if you have any question on any of the topics that we discussed, please go ahead. Please. You want to have mic?
So I just want to make my observation, what Mr. Bala and what Mr. Pankaj has told. So we should give a chance to all the newcomers, right? Otherwise, what Indian government says, make in India, we cannot do. Yes, what they are saying that we have to see when my competitor does, then only I will do. But this should not be our approach. We have to work with them because they are newcomers. They don't know the business, right? They will also like to come up to the mark because they also want to expand their business. Same challenges I am also facing when I go and try to do AVD for any imported packaging material, right? In my own company, let me say, right? Frankly. So point here is we have to give them chance. We have to give them our knowledge. We have to handhold them so that they can become successful. And in the long run, they will be more close to us and they will help us much, much more than any of the company which is outside India. In many factors, if you say. Price, you are easy to working, you can go to them, they can come anytime to us, right? So these things will matter in the long run. So that is only my request to everyone. Thank you.
Maybe we can take one question if there's any. Otherwise, probably we can call it the end. And once again, thank you, Bala, Tushar, and Pankaj for the fantastic contribution and fantastic thoughts and thought leadership. Chakravarti Garu, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Chakravarti Garu.
What an intriguing session. Give a big round of applause. We can never get this kind of people anywhere, actually. Fortunately, this is on live and also it is recorded. People who are offline also, please have a seat. People who are offline also can listen to it, listen to their insights offline. Even you can listen once more. And the live link is already shared with you. If not, you can also access it. I have a couple of observations actually, not on the impact of AI, ML and IoT. Technology is expensive, yes, but technology is also inexpensive as the journey goes. My first mobile bill was one of the first mobile bills was 78,000 rupees. My salary was 46,000 rupees per month. So fortunately company paid that. That was in 1990. I'm still carrying the phone, 31 years old, the same number. My outgoing was for 30 seconds, it's 30 rupees, and the incoming was 15 rupees. And today the data is just that cheap. Data is free actually. So as we move on, definitely technology, as it getting access to so many people, I think technology definitely helps you. SAP, it used to be a big devil or big algebra for people like us. I personally know one of the well-known industrialists, my good friend, he's around 2,000 crores turnover. He's technically illiterate actually compared to people like, not like you, even like me also. He's technically illiterate. But every day, at his tip of his fingers, he has the control, rupee goes, rupee out on the SAP. Wherever he is, he opens his laptop, he controls everything moving around multiple thousands of outlets. So he is good at SAP. I was stunned actually. You're not good at even speaking nicely or rather reading some mathematics or maths or whatsoever. But he's good at SAP. So it is how you visualize it, how you practice it in your day-to-day life. Technology definitely, Mala, I agree with you. It reaps huge benefits. In fact, on a lighter vein, COVID taught many lessons. Many people ask me, do you have any connect with your factory? I have more connect with my factory than anybody else. My iPhone, I can see both my factories in nook and corner, what is happening at any time, 24 hours, wherever I am there. But I'm not watching, that's a different issue, because I have so much faith in all my members. And similarly, I have so much of connect with all my managers. Post-COVID, in fact, digitally I connected more with my managers than physically what I used to have. In fact, I have more control now. While I'm going, I'm on the move every day, I still have a good contact with my, that is the answer I think many people are on LinkedIn asking me, are you taking care of your factories at all? But I have a good control of my factories and my business. That's why I'm moving around. I'm able to spend my time and money also. With that, thank you once again very much. We'll connect with you offline also, sir, because such intriguing thoughts and knowledgeable minds, it's very rarely to get. You're all fortunate, I must say, because getting them in their businesses, even a half an hour also, is highly difficult. Each of them are holding a very respectable positions in their respective places. I think we are very fortunate today. Thank you, Mr. Deshpande, for obliging my request to moderate this. Pankaj and Tushar and Bala for wonderful contributions. Thank you once again. Let me have the pleasure. Relax for a while and stay back. And please be there. This is our special invitation to all of you to stay for the dinner tonight. We have an excellent interactive CEOs networking tonight in the third floor here on the pool side. You will really enjoy that.
Next up, we have session number 5, which is Advancements in Packaging Machinery, showcasing new integration solutions. May I please invite the speakers on the stage. Mr. Piyush Mangal, Vice President, Operations and Commercial, Signode India Limited. Mr. Dhairya Sharma, Senior Executive, BD, Silicon Private Limited. Mr. Anil Reddy, Vice President, All India Plastics Manufacturers Association. May I please request the speakers onto the stage. We also have a live session from US and Europe right after this particular session. So I request the audience to please be seated. Request Mr. Piyush to start the session, please.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. Chakravarti sir said that since morning we are all having the panel discussion, so let's change a bit. So this time we will have the presentations, not the panel discussion, right? So the topic is interesting. It's into automation in packaging, packaging machineries, and if we actually look at Indian industry is going global, and when we are going global, what need to change is quality parameters, the cost, deliveries, scale, everything. And we need to handle all that if we want to be a success in the global platform. Since morning, we have seen excellent panel discussions, and what we have seen or noticed, every panelist talked about the change that is happening around us. Someone talked about sustainability, someone talked related cost with sustainability, sustainability or cost, innovation, and the last session was wonderful. I think I could understand maybe 10% of that, IT, ML, IoT and all that. I mean, that talks about the change is rampant, everything is changing around us, and today, anyone in any field want to be successful need to adapt. So I'll be presenting a snapshot of packaging automation. And so when you will see, automation is not a product that you do this and this is automation. I always say automation is actually a journey. The child is born, the child learns to crawl and then walk and then run, grows up further, cycle, scooter, bike, car, some becomes pilot. Now that's a journey, right? And to me, even automation is also a journey, and I will take maybe overall 15 minutes and take you through what we understand about automation in packaging. And before I start my presentation, let me take half a minute to talk about my company, Signode. So Signode is part of Crown Holding, $12.3 billion from US. We are in India for more than 4 decades. And we provide solutions through our products, consumables, tools, equipments, automation, and services in secondary packaging field. So that's about Signode. In India, we have our manufacturing facilities in Hyderabad, Silvassa, Rudrapur, Dahej, Bangalore. So total 8 different factories in India. So when we talk about packaging automation, so what is automation? Simple, very simple definition is use of machinery to perform the packaging. You know, packaging is like the earlier panelists were talking about, I say, jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. That's the importance of packaging. And who taught the packaging? I think nature. Coconut shell is nothing but packaging. Tomato, you know, inside, when you take puree, there is a packaging, onion. So the nature has taught us actually packaging. That's the importance of packaging, right? Now, what is the key need for automation in packaging? So when do we do? And as we are seeing what is changing, everyone talk about today efficiency. We talk about speed. We talk about scale. We talk about we want no touch solutions. We want no mistake should happen. More human touch, more the chance of mistake. So kind of a mistake proofing, right? And then the government norms or the global norms. All this. And then we talk about the very important aspect, the labor cost is going up and going up quite significantly and very fast. I am not here to talk about it should not happen. But today, as the leaders for the organization, yes, the cost is going up. Right? Now there are only two options. Charge back to the customers. The second option is do something about it. And don't allow cost to go up. I think both are required. But yes, you can't pass 100%. But now the question is how much can you? Whether it is a technology or innovation, I think every day the change has to happen. Which all industry segments need packaging automation? There is no segment which doesn't need packaging automation. Whether you are in food, beverages, whether you are in metal, whether you are in chemical industry, whether you are textile, pharma, any garments, any industry which manufacturers need to pack. Now there are two options, manual or move forward up the ladder, and that is what is automation. Now when you talk about what are the range of solutions, so we are getting into a little more about actual packing. I'm taking you inside the manufacturing unit. You can imagine any industry, but inside the plant. So you have a conveyor solution for product or the case. Case means the box to handle. Then box to pallet, how you handle the pallet, and then how you store and dispatch. These are the three levels at which we need to handle the products. If the product is lightweight, if the volumes are less, now this is comparative, less and more. You have certain equipments. Now what is that you need to do? You need to imagine a box you have packed. So we are talking about secondary packaging, not primary packaging. So product is inside the box. What all happen? You tape it. You may have to strap it. If you make a pallet, you need to wrap it and then move all these products. If the weight is less, if the volume requirement is less, you have some machines. Earlier you were doing manually, and now you take a one small machine and start doing, that is automation. Automation doesn't mean that something very big. It depends on what is my need and how I move. Now, I add few more products, or I go global, the scale has gone up. Can I do the same job manually? The answer is no. You have high-speed machines. Two cases where you have a load which is heavy, or the same load but high scale. Then you need different kind of machines to pack a product. Now this is also a moving up the scale. Now I go further. So earlier we were talking about individual operations. Now my scale has gone up. The labor, either I put too many labor, or I have a system where I need a box to be taped, I need box to be strapped. So the conveyors are beautiful mechanism. It can join different, it helps in integrating different kind of machines. So you put a case at one point, and then the conveyor takes it to taping machine, conveyor takes it to strapping machines, labeling, weighing, and it is out. A simple automation. So today, if I say 10 years back, we used to talk about this used to be a non-standard product. Very few industry used to go for it. But today it is a standard product. Every month, people. So what we just change is the length of the conveyors depending on the shop floor and the distance that product need to move. Otherwise, this has also become a standard product today. Now comes is the end of the line real packaging automation. So you have the conveyors, you can have the mono cartons or say the bottle itself. Then comes is a case packing. Then you have to, wrap it around or shrink wrap. And then the cases are conveyed. There are different kind of conveyors. And then comes is the palletization, where so many boxes are palletized, unitized. And then you have a different kind of conveyor that can take, earlier we talked about one carton moving on a conveyor, and now we are talking about the entire pallet moving on the conveyor. And then the entire conveyor is again strapped, wrapped, and moved out. So these are few of the examples. So the pictures, you can see how the integrated system work, and specifically when the requirement is the volume, the requirement is high speed, and the requirement is no touch, right? And another very important aspect when you are handling the speed is safety. And here you need these automations. These are different kind of conveying systems, right, which helps to move different kind of products within the plant. These are, we talked about the machine for taping, strapping, wrapping. So this is how you are, in earlier sessions we talked about robotics. So how you integrate a robot along with the packaging line. So this is integrated, and like if you see the picture, it is helping us laying the pallet on pallet bag. So this is how the different plants look like depending on the size of the pallet, size of the boxes, weight of the boxes, and the requirement based on the customer requirement. This is another configuration. So if you look at, this is how the product moves depending on, again, the shop floor design. I'll just show you this video, and it's little long, but I will take, it's a 15-minute video, but I'll take just 3 or 4 minutes and try to show that, how different, all whatever we have talked actually is working. This is the video of at Olam, Nigeria. So this is the bottles, beverage. So these are the bottle packs which are going to be palletized. If you see at the end, what is happening is it is actually getting into the process of palletization. So this is a layer which is getting formed. here the one layer. Now this is how the pallet is getting formed. So it's a long video. So I thought that gives you a glimpse. So this is how the further when we talk about, now imagine the entire palletization has happened and it has actually moved, and before the dispatch, now this is the ASRS system which helps. Now we were talking about, one of the panelists was talking about that there is no space now, and the space is becoming very costly, or space is not available, and that means we use the vertical space in the manufacturing units, and here we use ASRS system. Now this is intelligent system, and so when we say ASRS, it is automatic storage and retrieval system. So we give, the command is given where which pallet or which pack should be in which pocket, and then based on when we get the dispatch, dispatch order, and the system knows that which material is on one pack, and that material is retrieved and put on for the dispatch. So this is the system also we manufacture, and our customers in India and across the globe are enjoying this solution. So this is a picture from one of our customers in India itself. So it's starting from the box and going up to the dispatch, what we have talked about. And like what I said, automation, it doesn't mean that if we have this, then it is automation. Like what I talked about, a simple manual taping to getting a small taping machine is also an automation for that plant. Who has that one machine, the industry goes for a simple integrated line is an automation. So it's a journey, and journey is, yes, it helps, it needs investment, it gives saving, but ultimately it is a need that decides that we need to automate, and specifically in the current scenario where market is inflationary, there are a lot of other parameters that we need to take care, whether it is the norms, government norms, specifically if we talk about pharma or food, no-touch solutions, then automation is something that comes to our rescue, and we should analyze the need and then put money. At the end, I only say just by manpower reduction doesn't give the payback. We have to actually look at front to end all the benefits and then take the decision. And based on the need only, we should go for the automation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So now we talked about the material packing and we talked about the dispatch. Now there is something what happens after the dispatch when the material actually gets into the container. So I have my friend Dairi from Silicon, and I request you please talk about how your product and automation is actually helping us.
Can I have the slide changer, please? Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Hope you have a very good time over here. So before I start, I just want to express gratitude from Team Silicon and special thanks to Mr. Chakravarti, APPS sir and Chandi Prasad sir. Without your support, Team Silicon, it's not possible to come over here. So thank you so much, sir, for your support. So today we'll be discussing on,
innovation in active packaging. So have you heard the term called as active packaging? Have any idea? No? Strange? Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So let us understand first what is shelf life. Shelf life is nothing but a lifeline to your product. Everything on the planet Earth has a particular shelf life. The clothes we are wearing, the car we drive, the phone we use, the daily products like milk, food products we are consuming has a particular shelf life. The life-saving drugs we are consuming, the nutraceutical supplements has a shelf life. And shelf life is somewhat represented by this kind of symbol, or you will find similar kind of terminology like best before or used by or something. Why shelf life is important? To maintain the quality and efficacy of your product until the shelf life, there is an important role of active packaging. Without active packaging, it's not possible to maintain that quality. So active packaging not only helps to maintain your shelf life of your products, but also it helps to increase the shelf life also. So as the definition part, active packaging means it's a smart packaging solution that is first functionally active and used to increase shelf life of your products if we use in a scientific manner. So there are two major culprits which I'm going to cover today, that is oxygen and moisture, which due to its effect, your product shelf life is being affected. So there are certain concerns like you will face of oxidation, mold and fungus generation, degradation of your proteins, sometimes bad odor or color change also. So how to tackle this problem? The first step is to identify by which your product is being affected. It's due to moisture or it's due to oxygen. Second step, suppose if you have decided my product is being affected with moisture, you have to use moisture adsorber. Suppose your product is being affected with oxygen, then you have to use oxygen scavengers. We also have one more category called as ethylene scavengers that helps to reduce the ripening of the fruit and increase the shelf life of that food products. Next is, suppose you have decided my product is being affected with moisture, I have to use silica gel, perfectly fine, but what strengths you have to use? How will you decide? Let me give you a simple example. Suppose I have a small bottle, I am deciding the shelf life of the particular drugs or something. First need to consider what is your bottle size, what is your head space inside your bottle, what is the OTR and MVTR. OTR means oxygen transmission rate, MVTR means moisture vapor transmission rate. What is the RH and pH conditions, and how much shelf life you actually require. So based on these three steps, you will choose a particular active packaging material that will increase the shelf life of your products. But there are certain products which require special attention and special solution. Suppose in pharma and nutraceutical markets, product called as soft and hard gelatin capsules. If you use normal desiccants like silica gel or molecular sieve, either your capsule will be over desiccate or over moisten. So what to do? What is the solution? At Silicant, we are an innovative company. We provide solution to our clients. So we have a product called as AccuFlip. That's the main part of my presentation, that is innovation in active packaging. So AccuFlip is an ERH regulator that regulates the RH inside your bottle. ERH means equilibrium relative humidity regulator. It not only absorbs the moisture, but it has ability to release the moisture also. That is the specialty of this product. So moving forward, what I'm trying to say is, Silicon, we always believe in innovation. We are constantly learning, constantly growing. We understand our client problem very deeply. And over the years, we have filed 10 plus patents in particularly active packaging field only. And we have different solution for each and every segments. Due to time constraint, I will be not able to cover all that products. But we have a booth over here. We will like to address each of your query very delightfully. I welcome you all to our booth. Silicon, we are living with the tagline, give a lifeline to your products. And now, as you understand what we are doing, I just want to show a small clip of our state-of-the-art active packaging facility at Pune, India, so you can get a better idea.
Silicon, a global leader in active packaging, offering some of the most efficient active packaging solutions to enhance the shelf life of pharmaceutical and food products. Established in 2011, Silicon, in less than a decade, has grown from being an indigenous player to a global multinational company with their presence in the US. From a single facility of 10,000 square feet manufacturing only desiccants, Silicon today has over 100,000 square feet of space and producing a variety of active packaging products. Silicon's fourth manufacturing facility that was inaugurated in 2021 is the largest active packaging manufacturing facility in India. Continuous research, development, and innovation is at the heart of Silicon's accelerated growth and success. Trusted by customers across continents, the global manufacturer continues to develop new active packaging solutions to protect efficacy and shelf life of pharmaceutical products and packaged food. Given its research prowess, over 10 patents have been filed for Silicon's active packaging solutions. Product safety is non-negotiable at Silicon. The highest level of care and precaution is taken to ensure safety during manufacturing, storage, and transport of its active packaging products. All products are manufactured in ISO 8 classified clean rooms. The in-house quality control team ensure top-notch quality of raw materials and finished products. The testing is done as per the current US pharmacopoeia testing standards. Silicon holds Type 3 Drug Master File with US FDA, Master File with Health Canada, and production is carried out at dedicated CGMP ISO 15378 certified facilities. That's not it. Along with product safety, Silicon is also committed to providing its clients prompt customer service and guidance in active packaging, making it a preferred partner amongst global food and pharmaceutical companies. And all this wouldn't be possible without the committed and dedicated efforts of the team at Silicon. Led by Manish Jain, Silicon's team has been the backbone behind Silicon's truly revolutionary journey. Silicon, give a lifeline to your product.
Yeah, so that's all from my side. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. If you have any question, I'm happy to entertain. Thank you. Yeah, I spoke, sir. Active packaging is a smart packaging solution that is functionally active and used to increase shelf life of your products when you use it in a particular scientific manner. Correct. Yes. So we are providing you the active live ingredient which helps to increase shelf life. So as our MD sir say in the morning, we are not like silica gel wala. We are into active packaging. We provide the right solution to increase the shelf life. So if you consider bottle packaging, you have to use particular desiccants. So you need to consider what is the size of your bottle, how much tablets or capsule you are putting inside it, what is the head space. what is the OTR and MVTR, and based on that you will give a trial and error and decide this amount of the active packaging material will be helpful. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhairi. I think it's about, like what you said, sir, it's about when the desiccant is inside the bottle or in the container, what it is doing, it is either grabbing the moisture,
correct,
or grabbing the odor, or XYZ. So that means the work is happening, and that's the reason it is called active. In fact, that was a question I asked Mr. Jain in the morning, and that what do you mean by active in this? And he beautifully explained that the work is going on when the product is there, so it's active. So thank you so much.
Thank you so
I
much,
think
sir.
it was a wonderful presentation, Dhairi, and we understand how the product is taken care. In this value chain, we talked about packing and then further what happens, and we should not forget the product. You know, in the morning, in different panels, while talking about sustainability, some says paper is sustainable, somebody will say plastic is sustainable, somebody says glass is sustainable, somebody may say a metal is sustainable. So I think it is all about how we use the product. Product per se is a product. How we reuse, use, reuse, reduce, recycle. So here I invite comments from Anilji on the products and specifically to do with the plastics. Over to you, Anilji.
Thank you, Piyushji. Thank you, CII, for giving the opportunity, and thank you, Chakravarti Garu, for the opportunity. Piyushji, you have made me, day very comfortable by showing your pictures of automation and everything. That is exactly what we are together. He makes the automation machinery side, and I am into the product side. So wherever the staffing comes, so I have to move along with him. So that is the reason we are here today together. So just introducing my company, Nasdaq Private Limited, which was established in 1973. We are one of the what you call box tapping introducer in India. And the best way, what I can say about the packaging is what Piyushji has shown right from the box tapping packing, shrink film and stretch film, and the pelletizing for that also. So this is the way so it has to come from one level to the end level, and it has to move on. So the plastic presently takes a very big role in packaging section, and I think everybody agrees on it. And when it comes to the sustainability, yes, it is the responsibility of the each and every citizen, particularly the industry, those who are manufacturing plastic products, and we are also committed for the sustainability. At this junction, I request the CII to put a word with because the plastic industry is very small in terms with the negotiating with the government, but the CII can play a vital role in negotiating with the government. There are a lot of issues which is coming for the sustainability point of view, where we can have a dialogue together and put forward with the government. So when it comes to the sustainability, I think the coming days, yes, recycling is one of the best solution, and the future will be for the recycling. This is what we foresee in the future. And in the morning, in one of the session, members were talking about, speakers were talking about using of recycled product into the regular product. I think from the 1st of April 2025, the Government of India's notification implies. So I think right from 1st of April 2025, percentage of recycled product will be used in the regular products. So down the line, by 5 years, most of the recycled product will be consumed in the regular products. So this is what exactly I wanted to mention here, that plastic is not a outdated one now. It is going to be rightly said by in the general phenomena ki reuse, recycle, these are the words what we use. So now it is recycle and reusing is the only two words I can say. So I think this is what I wanted to express from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anilji. I think on this front also we need to be more together, we need to be more efficient in reducing, reusing and recycling. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Chakravarti sir, thank you for the session, and we have broken the trend of panel discussion and we just went for presentation and the views. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Piyush. The short and sweet diary and the veteran Anil Reddy Garu. You really made our day something different from what you have been seeing since morning. Thank you very much for your great insights, all three of you. And we'll join for the international session. In the meanwhile, can we have that already there?
Okay, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I'm not drunk.
Over to Mr. Sanjeev Jaggi, who will moderate this very intriguing international session. And thank you, Mr. Jaggi, for doing the honor.
Thank you. So as I said, good morning, good afternoon. I'm not drunk because the panelists here, they're just seeing the sun rise in the US, and some of them, my colleague is preparing for his lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to welcome three honored guests from the rest of the world, Shriman Banerjee, Shruti Parekh, and Dr. Alvaro Diaz Rubio. Shriman doesn't need much of an introduction. Half of you may already be knowing him. He is a luminary from the Indian Institute of Packaging, India. And but those who don't know him, he is currently the head of diagnostics, software devices, and packaging at Takeda Pharmaceuticals in the US, and an eminent thought leader in packaging and sustainability. He has over 25 years of corporate experience in Fortune 500 companies. He has presented at over 50 conferences, written over 10 papers and articles, and received several awards on subjects. He holds 3 international patents on packaging and devices. Over the years, he has been a visiting faculty member at many institutes, universities, and associated with industry associations and NGOs. Let's welcome Shriman with a round of applause. Shriman, are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now I would like to introduce Shruti Parekh. She has over 20 years of human-centered design and sustainability design experience in corporate and social enterprise sectors across consumer goods, healthcare, technology, and appliances in both developed and emerging markets. Shruti is currently leading product design at Takeda Pharmaceuticals. Leading a team of designers, she fosters a culture of environmental responsibility while enhancing product functionality, aesthetics, and patient satisfaction. Her expertise in life science assessment, circular design principles, sustainable manufacturing processes, and patient-centric methodologies enable her to play a pivotal role in shaping a greener future and improving patient outcomes through thoughtful and inclusive product design. Let's welcome Shruti. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Alvaro Diaz Rubio. He is PhD in chemistry, a former postdoc research at the University of York, and head of the nanotechnology department at the Footwear Technology Center of La Rioja, Spain, developing research projects in the field of liquid crystals, new luminescent compounds, or nano and new materials applied to consumer goods. Over the past 7 years, Alvaro has worked in the packaging sector. He was responsible for the Observatory of the Packaging of the Future, which focused on monitoring innovations in new materials, eco-design, waste management, and regulations in the packaging industry, in collaboration with the Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, Hybiz, if I pronounce it correct, it's a Spanish word. Currently, Alvaro is a farmer sustainability at Constancia Flexibles, my colleague, where he works on innovative packaging solutions with lower environmental impact for the pharmaceutical sector, leveraging life cycle assessments. He is in La Rioja, the best wine space in Spain. So welcome, Dr. Alvaro, from my side as well, and happy to have you here on an international level as colleagues. So first of all, three of you, our sincere apologies for keeping you waiting, getting you out of your pajamas hurriedly, but keeping you waiting. Sorry about that. And this session, we've designed it a little differently. To Shriman. Over to you, Shriman.
Thank you, Mr. Jaggi, for inviting us, and good evening, everyone. Over the next 30 minutes or so, between myself, Shruti, and Dr. Alvaro, we will share about trends, innovations, sustainability on pharmaceutical packaging. I will start off the discussion with some thoughts and then hand it over to Shruti and Dr. Alvaro for sharing their insights and thoughts on this subject as well. So what is the trends or innovations happening in the pharmaceutical packaging space? So if we take pharmaceutical packaging development into consideration, it starts from a very early stage, which involves packaging for the clinical study. Subsequently, it leads to development for commercial packaging to be launched in the market, and subsequently it leads into life cycle management of that packaging over its cycle in the market. Couple of things on the trends which is happening on clinical packaging. We all know that the drug product development is getting more complex, and more so even the new therapeutic areas which are coming in, whether it's cell therapy or gene therapy, they are equally complex in their development as well as in the commercial cycle. So what is happening in clinical studies? So the first thing which is happening is, over the last couple of years, we have seen the introduction of smart packaging or connected packaging, which we would call it for clinical studies, where we have embedded electronic chips, whether it's in the form of NFC or whether it's in the form of Bluetooth. And these packaging is provided to the clinical sites and subsequently to the subjects and patients during their journey of the clinical studies, which enables on-time recording of the use of the dosage or the use of the medicine. And subsequently, there is also an opportunity to take this smart packaging in the commercial space as well. The second thing which we see more in terms of the commercial packaging development in light of some of the new therapeutic areas, for example, cell therapy needs temperatures of minus 180, minus 140 degrees Celsius. And effectively for that, we need packaging which is suited for that temperature. Even something as simple as a label needs adhesives which are able to suit that temperature, and we see again a lot of development which is more in the scientific and technology space happening in the pharmaceutical packaging development. Last but not the least, we see a lot of developments happening in sustainability, particularly materials of concern. Many of these things also related to the European packaging, plastics and packaging waste regulations, and need for sustainability by design so that we can meet the recycling, reuse and reduce targets as well. We all know that packaging starts with design, and design is a key element in all packaging. Pharmaceutical is no less. And by pharmaceutical packaging, the design elements have been minimal over the last several years, but that's catching up with patient centricity. And with that, I hand it over to Shruti to share her thoughts in terms of what's happening in patient-centric design, sustainability by design, and those aspects.
Shravan, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So good evening and good afternoon and good morning. So it is good to be in different time zones and present like this virtually. I would be very happy to share my thoughts on patient-centric design and sustainability. So when we talk about patients in pharma packaging, what we primarily focus on is safety, and that's the safety for the patient, safety for this product integrity, which plays a heavy role into how we are packaging and how we are sending our products to our patients. So it's kind of unfortunate that, when we talk about there's so much which is happening in the world about sustainability. In pharma, the sustainability aspects are mostly driven by the legislations. So it depends on where we are selling or where we are sending our packaging and produce, and that's where we have to then look for all the sustainability aspects. And over the years, I have worked on various packaging solutions, be it a consumer packaged goods or any other high volume packaging. But after working for pharma packaging for the recent years, I have we have modified the process, the typical design process, into a design for sustainability process. And as I'm sure you all would have heard about the eco-design principles, where the shift is happening from it's still in pharma packaging. We are still focused a lot on what the patient needs are, how can we make the packaging more intuitive and good to use. But the boundary or the larger boundary of the packaging solution has probably changed to the environment concerns. So that's where we would put a certain region. We start looking at, okay, what the regulations of this place would be, or of the region would be. We identify those, and then we start doing okay, if these are the regulations, then how do we, identify what materials can we use? What would be the end of life principles that we can involve? And that's where eco-design comes in very handy, where we look at, starting with innovation, how do we create solutions which are more innovative and more good for the environment as well as the good for the patient. So we look at various manufacturing techniques, we look at various, solutions in this aspect, and then how we come down to something which is more a win-win for both the patient and the environment is by doing an LCA. So let's say we have 3 or 4 concepts and we would do a life cycle assessment analysis, and that's where we can identify what materials are good for the environment, whereas good for the product and the patient. And these LCAs are of course, it talks about, when you evaluate a model in LCA, it's not on just the product and the design solution. We also look at the distribution network and results of an LCA when we especially talk about pharma packaging. So as compared to a CPG industry where the volumes are very high, and whereas compared with a pharma packaging where the volumes may not be so high, then we see results that are that identify the hotspots of carbon footprint in different areas. For example, it could be in the distribution and storage, where, let's say, if it's a global company, then you are manufacturing. You have a supplier who's sitting in Mexico. You have an assembly site that's happening in Europe, and you're sending it across the globe for after your assembly is done. So, and some of these packagings have to also travel in temperature controlled shipments, and that's where you're adding to your carbon footprint. So again, there's a trade-off which I initially talked about. How can we create a solution which meets all the safety and product integrity criteria, whereas also balances the environmental impact. So how do we balance that? And that's where I would say design and eco-design is really helpful. And I think Alvaro is going to talk a little more about the materials.
Yeah.
Over to you, Alvaro.
Well, thank you, Shruti. Well, thank you all for the invitation, for having me in this summit. It's a pleasure for me to be here with these great colleagues. Well, I will speak about sustainability as a trend itself, not just in the pharma packaging, but obviously, the sustainability is a trend. The word sustainability is so used that it's losing its meaning, because sometimes it's used when it shouldn't be used. So I would like to start to define what sustainability in packaging is for us. So for us, sustainability in packaging is about reducing the negative impact on people and the planet while maintaining the functionality of the packaging. Shruti already mentioned this. We are speaking about a pharma product, which is a particularly sensitive product, and this part of maintaining the functionality of packaging is key for us in pharma sector, because we cannot do any change that we want. We have to protect the product, and also it's not about safety, just safety of health. It's that if we cannot consume medicine, then it will generate would be much, much lower than the environmental impact.
Power failure. Daniel.
Can you hear us now in the auditorium?
Yes, we can hear you, but just give us a few moments. We will be able to see you also. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes technology also fails, but we're setting it up first. Okay, shall we continue with the audio till we get the screen back? Is that okay, Dr. Alvaro?
Yep, no problem.
Okay, sorry, we'll fix the screen, but until then we can hear you very clearly.
Yeah, well, people don't need to see me. It's okay. So, yeah, I was talking about these net zero targets that companies are setting lately. And I was saying that it's possible to measure the emissions of the companies in these decarbonization roadmaps through LCAs, as Rudy mentioned before. As a company, we can take decisions, big decisions, to try to reduce these emissions, such as, like, for example, start using renewable energy or improving the machines that we are using in our processes, steps for production. But we can also make decisions directly related to the products that we use. So in the case of packaging, for CPG, for example, there are several common strategies to reduce the negative environmental impact. Some of them are well known, such as the weight reduction of the packaging. For example, this happens when we compare, like, flexible packaging and rigid packaging. When we are using fewer amount of material, obviously we are also creating fewer amount of waste. Then we have the use of renewable materials, bio-based materials, second generations, for example, renewable materials. This could lead to reduce the environmental footprint, reducing the emission of CO2. The incorporation of recycled materials, if that's possible in your case, starting to adopt models of reusable packaging, or, for example, improving recyclability. Okay, so in the case of pharma packaging, this could be very challenging in some cases, especially in the case of incorporating recycling material into the packaging material. Because, as you know, the regulations are very strict in this way, obviously. So it's kind of difficult to incorporate recycled materials, especially if it's plastic, in the new packaging. But we have several strategies to adopt to try to reduce our emission, or the emission that's coming from our packaging. And that's what we have been trying to do in Constantia. We have looked at several of these potential strategies to reduce our emissions, our carbon emissions coming from our own products. And I can name a couple of examples of products that are already developed, are ready in the market. One of these strategies that we followed was to use raw materials with lower environmental impact themselves. Like, for example, I'm talking about the case of low carbon aluminum. Maybe you know about this material. It's exactly the same material, the same aluminum that we have been using so far, so the quality is the same, but the environmental footprint for this low carbon aluminum is much lower. And this is between other reasons, because during the production of the aluminum, they are using renewable energy. So in the case, for example, for blister packaging for pills, we could reduce up to 35% of the emissions when we incorporate this low carbon alu. So also there is another possibility that we could incorporate reprocessed or recycled aluminum coming from closed loop collection. So in this case, the reduction of the emission will be even bigger. So it's bigger than that 35%. And we also, for these formats that are mainly aluminum based, we can offer also a product that's PVC free. In cold form formats, usually PVC is part of the laminate. And as you probably know, when PVC is tried to be recycled, chlorine and chlorinate species could be generated and could affect the machinery for recycling. So it's kind of hindering the recycling process. So we can offer the possibility of having these kind of materials for blisters PVC free. So this would be one of these strategies, is using material that itself shows a lower environmental impact. And another one that we have explored is one that involves reducing the weight of the packaging and also improve the recyclability. We haven't said what recyclable means as well. I'm a bit like in definitions today, but there is no global accepted, fully accepted definition of what a recyclable means, what recyclable means for a packaging. But what's mainly accepted is that for a packaging to be recyclable, it has to be designed for recycling according guidelines that are released. There are several associations and groups and also legislation that released several of these guidelines. So we have to follow those guidelines for a packaging to be recyclable. Also, it has to be collected in a selective collection system. Then it has to be recycled at a scale industrially. And then they recyclate, so the result of the recycling process must be usable as secondary raw material for creating new products. So sometimes in our cases, when we produce laminate to be used for pharma packaging, there are several layers with different materials, and sometimes that's very complicated for the materials to be separated and recovered. So one of the common strategies for eco-design is to try to create monomaterials. So in our case, we have developed a range of products called Perpetua and Perpetua Alta. This is a polypropylene-based laminate. So it's mainly, it could be considered that it's only composed by polypropylene, and this is a simplification of the layer, and it makes the packaging easier to be collected, to be sorted, and to be recycled. Okay, so what we have tried to do is to improve the recyclability, and this is obviously having an effect in the emissions of CO2, because we shouldn't forget that we have to take into account all the value chain, and also what we have done is to maintain and this is allowing us to protect the pharma compound correctly, which is what we were saying that's the most important thing. So we are not just reducing the amount of material that we use for Perpetua, but also we are improving the recyclability and we are protecting correctly the product. So yeah, those two are two examples of the strategies that we are following now as trends, maybe in trying to reduce the environmental footprint of our products. And obviously, when you are using our products with reduced carbon footprint, that could help you in those targets of net zero to 2050, because we are your Scope 3 emitters. So yeah, I think this is like a collaboration way that we have to be involved in, and when we're trying to do our best to help you and to help ourselves. So maybe, Sriman, you have some other trends in mind that we could comment?
Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you, Shruti, for sharing. I'll just speak a little bit, and then I'll request Shruti, yourself, and Alvaro to have the last words here. So a couple of other in packaging development, and I would say pharmaceutical packaging is also coming in that space. There is a lot of use of software and AI for predictive analysis of shelf life. There is also software and again artificial intelligence which is being developed for some of the lab-based physical studies to be converted into modeling, and therefore the testing on software platforms, which also is interesting because it will lead to development of new skill sets which will be required for packaging as well, where packaging is slowly somewhere if you recollect earlier when I started the conversation, spoke about smart packaging, which means coming of electronics into packaging, then the software elements, the modeling elements, etc. We also, earlier in the day did discuss briefly about active packaging, and active packaging again is something which will, impact pharmaceutical sector more than others. In the region of shelf life, particularly in, as I mentioned, the new age molecule, which needs, even within the packaging environment, it needs, I would say, active elements to balance the environment of moisture and oxygen ingress, and that's where some of these technologies will come into play. There is a lot of opportunities even in terms of patient-centric design, which Shruti touched upon earlier, particularly related to the global aging population, where we will need pharmaceutical packaging to be ease for access, opening, readability, and all such instances which impact the global aging population today. So with that, I hand it over to Shruti and Alvaro for the last words, and we can conclude this session.
Before we conclude, maybe there will be time for one or two questions, maybe, if you all are okay with that.
Coming from the design field, I would just want to say that, early involvement of design, the process is something which I would suggest all the companies should do. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of sun on my face. Finally, the sun showed up after after one full day of rain. So, just a minute, please.
I could take the word here if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yep. What I was going to say is that obviously sustainability is a trend in packaging is because regulation is changing in the last few years, but also because we all are eager to do more for the environment. And this is a way that we cannot walk alone. This is a collaboration way, and we are trying to do our best developing new possibilities with lower carbon footprint, and you are doing your way. But it's affecting ours, and we are affecting the next step in the value chain. So this is something that we are working hard on. There are a lot to do, obviously using new technologies, and Freeman and Shruti mentioned before. So yeah, you should keep ourselves tuned, because a lot is coming. It's coming, and I'm pretty sure that a lot good is coming.
Yeah, just wanted to conclude my what I started with. So in the conceptual process, the earlier decisions are the decisions that really affect the whole environmental impact of how the product is designed and what happens to it at the end of life. So while conceptualization is where we have a lot of flexibility in terms of budget, in terms of manufacturing, material choices, and that's what eco-design talks about. So earlier involvement of when we are on the concept board is when we should start practicing eco-design, start practicing life cycle assessment and such activities to involve in the product development. Yeah, happy to take any questions if any of the audience.
If anyone has a question, maybe one or max two. Anybody? Or then we can close the session after that. But before we do that, Mr. Banerjee, Ms. Parekh, and Dr. Alvaro, once again, sincere apologies for keeping you waiting for almost 2 hours than the schedule, but it only goes to show how interactive the earlier sessions have been. They were amazingly interactive, and people were involved with it. A lot of good questions. So, are there any questions, or I will request Mr. Chakravarti to say the final words.
Well, what a pleasure to have you, Sriman, this morning, your morning, and also your colleague Shruti Pari and Dr. Alvaro. You really enthralled us. In fact, if anyone wants to know what's happening latest in the pharmaceutical technology, especially in the drug delivery devices and other areas, I think Sriman's name comes very quickly to our minds. You have been with us for a couple of decades already with us. And today you really had a wonderful interactive fireside chat session. It's a pity you're not there physically here with us, but nevertheless, we are the audience here, and also this is recorded. We can also listen to this and see this intriguing fireside chat among three of you, giving your valuable insights on this topic. And the future will be, again I say, packaging is your second physician. Simon may laugh at it, but we have been constantly talking about it. The final contact between the patient and the product, that is the medicine, is nothing but the packaging. There is no physician, there is no nurse or a pharmacy or anybody. So even in the COVID times, how packaging protected millions of lives, we all know. We are very, very fortunate to have packaging fraternity among ourselves. The pharmaceutical industry and packaging industry go in hand in hand. Each innovation in each sector will propel the growth in other sector. And thank you so very much once again, three of you, for your insights. We keep connected and we stay connected even in the future also. Thanks once again, Shriman, Shruti and Dr. Alvaro. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Signing off with that, have a nice day, three of you.
Thank you. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Well, my dear friends, what a day. It was very tiring but very enriching as well. Of course, we have had a few people left post-lunch. Nevertheless, we had a fantastic day since morning, right from the morning, and you have all witnessed. The highlight of the day was nothing but the CEO roundtable. It's an exclusive, integral part of this CII Packcon 4th edition, and it will be continuous like this only, with much more vigor, much more energy, much more knowledge sharing, and much more participation with all our people. So with this, we conclude the day one, and we seriously look forward to your session. Tomorrow we have excellent speakers, right from the diplomats. British High Commissioner Mr. Gareth Wynne is coming in the morning. Along with him, Director General of Foreign Trade Additional and also Indian Institute of Packaging Director. Along with them, there are so many sustainability champions and also authenticity champions. Tomorrow, the theme will be sustainability and authenticity. I request all of you to stay tuned, must attend this tomorrow's summit as well. In the meanwhile, we extend our wholehearted invitation to all of you. Take a break, maybe for half an hour or 40 minutes or so, half an hour. At 7:30, we start our CEO networking dinner. We all invited for this in the 3rd floor. Over to Pravalika. Somebody is there from the Daniel. Yeah. So with that, thank you once again. See you soon.